Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to a case out of Florida. Now, this happened a few weeks ago, and we were watching Corey Richins at the time, but now we have some time in between live trials. So we're going to pick up on Florida versus Cole Goldberg, and I think it's going to be interesting. Nobody actually passed away, so it's just an assault trial. So anyway, get settled in, get comfortable, and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody. Hope you're all doing well today. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. We are going to turn our attention to a trial that happened earlier this month while we were watching Corey Richins. This trial was happening in Florida. So we have our eyes on a new trial. Jury selection is starting today. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I don't want to get our hopes up that it's going to be streamed. I'm pretty sure it's going to be streamed. So once I know for sure that jury selection is over, we're gonna switch gears and we'll pick up on that. But I'm thinking that's going to probably start Wednesday. So in the meantime, we're gonna focus on Florida versus Cole Goldberg. So welcome in everybody. Brat and Mally, hello, welcome in. Pammy and Radioactive, good to see you. Fur Baby's mom, good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, JPC, Hell Rider. I know it's only showing one in chat. I don't know why it's saying that. I have one. It shows, I've refreshed my browser several times. I've tried a different account. I don't know why it's saying one watching. Go figure. Anyway, Becky B and Sharon, welcome in. Debbie, thank you. Thank you for your kind, generous gift. Appreciate that. Wizard of Ezzy, Tammy and Richard, good to see you guys. Grampy and Iowa, you were super busy yesterday, but you're here today. No worries, no worries. Sharon Kirkland saying hello. Kimbers, if you guys did not watch our Aaliyah Henderson stream yesterday, Kimbers went to the site where the two little girls were found, and we showed that video. So again, Kimbers, thank you for doing that, and then also for calling in and letting us know your what it was like going there. Really appreciate that. Sherry, you made lemon pound cake last weekend. I gave one to my neighbor who said it was gone by Sunday night. We finally finished ours. It took a week for Aaron and I to plow our way through it, but we made it through the lemon pound cake that I made last weekend. Let's see. Yeah, Polly's doing fine. I think I told you guys that. I woke up around 4:30 to a and I didn't get out of bed, and then I got out of bed at like 6:30, and there was a big hairball, big hairball. So I think that was Polly, and she's fine. She greeted me at the door. She did a little wheelie while I gave her a pet, and she was meow 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 meow, and I fed her, and she's fine. She's back to normal. Heidi, good morning to you. Good to see you, Richard. Mine is liable to be gone by Thursday at the rate you're attacking it. Nice. Becky B, good morning to you. Oh, hey Heidi, I sent you a notice about I'll send it again. Let's see who else is with us. So I think I got everybody. Allison, hello. P. Cooper, good to see you. I think I got everybody. JPC, I think I said hello to everybody. I just want to make sure I got everybody. Linda, good morning to you. Linda's going to try Richard's pound cake. Lemon pound cake. Oh, Ryder, you were forced to go into the wild. Oof. Never a good thing. Never a good thing. Luis, good morning to you, or hello. I know it's not morning for you. Terry, good to see you. Don't know anything about this one. Yeah, we were aware it happened because we're very familiar with Boca Raton. So we're very familiar with this area and Boca Bash. Never been to one, but we're very familiar with this area because we used to live down there. That's why it piqued our attention. Hola, happy Monday to you, Selena K. Good to see you. I hope you had a good birthday yesterday. Everybody, Selena's birthday was yesterday, Sunday. So I hope you had a great one. Let's see. I think I got everybody. Let me just cruise through here. Linda, I have to be real ambitious to try to make your lemon pound cake. I need more gadgets and a pan. Okay, let's see. Jenny Lynn, good to see you. All right, I think I've got everybody. All right, just cruising through. Good vibes only. Good to see you. Rock and roll. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. I think I got everybody. Seems like I got everybody coming in. All right. All right. Oh, Play on Crime. There you are. You're joining us early. Nice. Oh, Green-Eyed Cat. 15 months. My favorite place to be in the morning. Love to Chris, Aaron, Mods, Kitties, and all the chat. You're the best. Thank you for that, Green-Eyed Cat. Christy, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. Angelique. Hello. Dream Horse. Good to see you. Just Shamrock, good to see you. Did you see The Victim on Divorce Court? I did not. Oh, yeah, she's a Caroline Schwitzky. She was on 90 Day Fiancé. My lips are sealed. And Alice, good morning to you guys. Welcome in, Lori. Good to see you as well. All right, I believe I got everybody. Wizard of Ezzy, where did you get your bunt pan? Erin bought it on probably Amazon. She just got it from Amazon. M. Murgatroyd, good to see you. All right, Alex, 90 Day Fiancé related case. Yes. And Lori, good morning to you. We have two Loris. We have Lori 1962 and Lori Paghetti. Good to see you guys. Angelique and Tammy. All right, let's get settled in. Let's get started on this interesting case. We don't, you know how I usually like to do, at least like when we start a new trial, I like to show some news clips and all that stuff. The only thing I could find was like, I think it was like Access Hollywood and maybe like a TMZ. I don't even think it was TMZ. But then there was a few other channels like content creators, and I didn't want to use Access Hollywood. I didn't want to get in trouble for using something. So we usually don't do that. We'll just show like, like news channels, that kind of stuff. So we're kind of going to go into this a little bit blind, but here's some background. All right. Carolyn Schwitzky is the victim. She is 32, and Cole Goldberg is the defendant. He's 28. Now, this happened when he was like 23. I think he said he was 23 when this happened. So this was April 24th of 2022. He is charged with attempted second degree, right? So nobody actually passes away. We have our judge, prosecution, and defense. Now, this was a bench trial. Okay, so keep in mind, this is 2 bench trials we've done in a row now with Fitzsimmons, with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and now we're going into another bench trial with Cole Goldberg. So for those that said we've never done a bench trial or have gone through a bench trial, here we are, two in a row, back to back. All right, so the bench trial of Cole Goldberg was held March 9th through the 12th of 2026 in Palm Beach County, Florida, which is where Aaron and I used to live. Goldberg, 28, was the boyfriend of reality TV personality from 90 Day Fiancé, Happily Ever After, Carolyn Schwitzky. I want to say Sawinski, but Schwitzky. She was 32. Now, Goldberg was originally charged with domestic battery by strangulation, but more than a year later, the charge was upgraded to attempted second degree, according to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Investigators say the incident happened on April 24th, 2022, during Boca Bash, which is a massive annual boat party in South Florida. It's actually held like in, it's like Boca Lake or something, I think they call it, and I think it's by the Intracoastal. I don't know if you guys are familiar. A1A basically goes the length north to south down Florida, and it's right, and you have the ocean, then you have A1A, and then you have the Intracoastal, and then you have the land. So the Intracoastal was basically built to kind of help with irrigation, with hurricanes, with flooding, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so investigators say, so Goldberg and Schwitzky, Miami talent agency CEO and mother of three, had reportedly been dating for about a year when things escalated. Now, Carolyn she's a CEO of a talent agency called Urge, and they are in Miami. All right. During the argument, authorities say Schwitzky tried to get away, but Goldberg allegedly grabbed her aggressively to keep her on the boat. After a struggle that lasted about 20 minutes, she broke free and jumped into the water, swimming toward another boat. That's when, according to investigators, Goldberg fouled her into the water and allegedly tried to drown her, until a bystander jumped in and intervened. Prosecutors later offered Goldberg a plea deal that included jail time, probation, and a written apology, but he declined, refusing to accept a felony conviction. Now, Schwitzky previously appeared on reality TV in 2016 as a talent agent to Paola Mayfield. She's also been arrested. I don't know what for, but I saw her mugshot. So she had been arrested for a warrant from another county. So I don't know if that's Miami-Dade or Broward. Broward is right north. Broward's between Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. So you have Miami, then you have Fort Lauderdale, which is Broward, then you have Palm Beach, which is West Palm Beach and all that. If found guilty, Goldberg faces up to 30 years in prison. All right, so that's kind of our background. Hey, Elaine, how are you? Welcome in. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good to see you. And Garden Critters, welcome in, you guys. Jane Dixon, good morning. Good morning, good morning. All right, so that is our background. That's our background. We don't need our disclaimer again. So that's the background. So let's get into it. So this is going to be day one. This is a bench trial. So keep in mind this is a bench trial, and I will be taking notes. I'm going to take notes, and I'll do recaps as well. So I'm just going to treat this as if it's just just another trial. All right. Trial, not trail. Trial notes. Goldberg. All right. All right, so let's get started. Let's get this party started. All right. Day one from March 9th.
Good morning, everybody. I'll be seated.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so we're here on case 22 CF 3336. May I have the appearance of the parties?
Victoria Suarez and Anna Kuskova for the state.
Suarez, let's go.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. How do you feel on behalf of Mr. Goldberg?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Goldberg, good morning. All right, so we're here for a non-jury trial today. I have the waiver of the jury trial that was filed on January 14th, 2026. Refresh my memory, did I call with Mr. Goldberg last time we recorded?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you want to call with him again, or you think please call with
I think it's fine if we could just do a brief one that nothing's changed.
Sure. So, Mr. Goldberg, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, just hand that down. Let's get a microphone. So, Mr. Goldberg, I believe we spoke back in January when your attorneys filed the waiver of jury trial. But you understand that you have a right to a jury trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you also have the ability to waive that right if you want to, if you choose to do so. You understand that? I have a waiver of jury trial that's signed by you, indicating you'd like to waive your right to a jury trial. Does that still remain your desire?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody forcing, pressuring, threatening, or coercing you into asking into waiving your right to a jury trial?
No, sir.
Does anybody promise you anything in exchange for your waiver of jury trial?
No, sir.
As you sit here in court today, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you suffering from any mental health conditions that would affect your ability to understand your right to a jury trial and your ability to waive it?
No, sir.
Is it still your desire to waive your jury trial?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other inquiry? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goldberg. I have the amended information filed on October 10th, 2023. Was there a second amended information?
I believe that is the second amendment. Judge, I'm just verifying. Judge, the information. Yes, I believe that I have one that's filed. There should be a second amended. The one I have pulled up is it's February 2nd, 2024. And it has 3 counts: attempted second, domestic battery by strangulation, and battery.
Got it. All right. I have that up. Are there, I know there were some pretrial motions that you all have worked out over the lifespan of the case. Are there any that remain pending that need rulings before we get going?
There were reserved rulings by the court, but none outstanding.
Anything from the defense perspective?
No, sir.
It appears that a lot of the issues are issues that would be pertinent if there were a trial jury here. So I'm presuming we don't need to address them at this time, and you'll address them with timely objections if and when they become relevant.
I think that's what defense and I had discussed, yes.
Yes, sir.
They're not going to cause mistrials, so we can just address them as they come.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
All right, so with that being said, you all have the ability to do open statement if you wish. So we turn the stage. Just you need to make sure you're by a microphone. Our microphones are a little bit, they've been difficult lately, so you have to be right by them.
All right, Judge, brief open.
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor. This case is about a situation that happened on April 24th of 2022. It was what is colloquially termed as Boca Bash. And what you will hear throughout testimony is that the defendant, Cole Goldberg, and the victim, Goldberg and Schwitzky, were in a dating relationship. They arrived at Boca Bash. They spent the day with friends. They were consuming alcohol. And throughout that day, arguments arose. The defendant threw a can at the victim. And at some point, she reaches a juncture where she says, "This is over." And she swims away. And she's swimming. Her intention is to swim to the shore. She is not really sure how to get to the shore. And so she comes across a boat that's occupied by several people, 4 of which you'll hear testimony from. And these 4 people have never met this woman. They've never met the defendant. in the water, because at this point they're ready to kind of pack up and leave. He says he's enjoying the last few minutes in the water. She comes up and she asks him if she can hold on to his flotation device. And we say flotation device, it's like a pool noodle, I believe, that he is using. And while she's holding on to it, everybody on the boat is close enough that they can all speak. She seems tired. She seems upset. And she's standing there. What they don't, or swimming there with that noodle. What they don't see, and what the victim doesn't see, is that after the victim had jumped into the water and began swimming, the defendant also jumped in and began to swim after her. And this is witnessed by another boat that had a few males on it. Those males had seen some arguing throughout the day. They had noticed the victim. The victim was a young woman wearing a bathing suit. They noticed her, and they had seen some issues. They saw her swimming, and then they saw him pursue after quite quickly. And so out of nowhere, to the 4 people on this boat and the victim, the defendant comes up from behind her, grabs her shoulder neck area, and submerges her in the water. And seconds go by, and seconds go by, and seconds go by, until everybody that's watching this happen realizes that this isn't going to stop. So Mr. Paris, who's in the water with her, pulls her out from under the water. You'll hear that he then, the defendant, tried to kind of pursue again. And it took Mr. Alexander Terechuk on the boat, threatening him with a boat hook to stay away from her. These 4 people on this boat and the other 2 are all going to testify today, or tomorrow and Wednesday. And they're going to tell the court what they saw in their own eyes. Not every single one of them saw every single detail, and the court knows each person has their own perspective. Each person brings in their own things. Some people noticed certain details, others noticed others. But they all agree that this was not someone asking somebody else to save them. They all agree that this was not somebody seeking a life-saving device and using a person instead, which can be done, but that this was not that. They will testify to his face, his facial expressions, his demeanor. They will testify how he reacted after. They will testify that he swam away and then swam back to that boat. And when he swam back, that's when they notified FWC. FWC was the law enforcement agency patrolling that day, and Florida Fish and Wildlife, I don't believe, has the services to have enough local officers take care of this event of this magnitude. So they have local or out-of-county volunteers in FWC work this event. And almost every single FWC officer that was out on scene that day had never experienced a domestic violence incident. They've never investigated a domestic violence incident. They are FWC officers tasked with, most of the time, boating incidents, fishing incidents. And they all, had to kind of work this investigation that was brought on them. They were patrolling the area and flagged down. And so you'll also hear, in addition to Matthew Paris, Sherilyn Paris, Rachel Terechuk, Alexander Terechuk, Anthony Bullen, Lloyd Whiting, civilian witnesses that do not know these people. You will also hear from 2 officers on the state side, Dylan Hudson and David Pulaski, and you will hear from Caroline Schwitzky. We obviously have the burden to prove the attempted second-degree murder, and I know the court knows the elements and has them readily available, as well as domestic battery by strangulation and the battery of that can throwing. And we do believe that after the court has heard all of this evidence, it will return the verdict of guilty.
Moving on. mine's going to be a bit longer.
No problem.
This whole incident, as you heard, stems from an incident at Boca Bash. Boca Bash is known commonly as the 3 Bs: boating, booze, and bikinis. And while all 3 of those contributed to this unfortunate event, it's primarily the third one, the bikini worn by Mrs. Schwitzky, a red G-string bikini, that contributed mostly to this event. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky referred to Cole as a quiet, sweet boy. That's what she believed he was. And this quiet, sweet boy is somebody that she took advantage of, and that's what brought us here. She's motivated by a number of things, and the evidence will prove that. You're going to hear, Cole's going to take the stand, and you're going to hear that he was 23 years old at the time of the incident. He lived with his parents, his brother and his sister, in Broken Sound, which is a pretty affluent area in Boca Raton. He comes from a family of lawyers. His grandfather, his uncle, his father. Cole himself had plans on going to law school. He graduated from FSU in 2021, and during the summer of 2021, he actually had registered for the LSATs, and that was his plan. During the summer of 2021 is when he met Carolyn Schwitzky. Carolyn was in her 30s at the time with 3 children. And this woman, unfortunately, destroyed his life and brought us to why we are here today. The evidence is going to show, as I said a moment ago, that this entire unfortunate event is motivated by a number of things. These reasons include money, using Cole, promoting herself with the media before and after this incident, seeking fame after the incident, and also avoiding prison or jail for her own legal problems that she was facing at the time for a violation of probation that was pending at the time of this incident. You're going to hear that during the summer of 2021, Cole met Ms. Schwitzky at the Dreyer nightclub at the Hard Rock down in Broward County. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky lived in Miramar at the time with her children. She claims to be the founder of an alleged talent agency where she handles castings and bookings for any number of types of folks. She describes herself all over social media as being the former Queen of Miami, an actress, a producer, a motivational speaker, a model, someone who's acted multiple TV series, including Burn Notice, and was a big star on 90 Day Fiancé. She's produced or been involved in music videos before and after the incident. And again, all over her social media, she sees herself as an influence. She basically promotes herself for attention. And that is in large part what this case is about. She has 86,000 followers on Instagram, where she also says that she's a host and a performer and a dancer. After this incident occurred, she posted on social media a number of interesting posts. One of them was, "I love putting on a show for the camera." That was on July 25th of 2022. On August 5th of 2022, she shaved her head to copy Doja Cat, and she posted that she was reborn after she died in the waters on April 24th of 2022. She was paid $20,000 for that incident. In one of her bios posted online, she posted, "Always be in the spotlight." When these two met in the summer of 2021, it was very clear that this was going to be a summer fling. He's a young boy, young man, going off to law school. She's a very attractive woman, a model, an actress. They met, and it was very clear that that was his intent. He did care for her. I'm not saying he didn't, but it was just going to be something that was going to be short-lived. This wasn't a woman that he wanted to marry. They dated. They would see each other a couple times a week. At that time, Mr. Schwitzky was employed as a dispatcher for a trucking company. Upon meeting Cole, she very quickly lost that job or quit that job. She told him that she didn't want the 9-to-5 lifestyle. And the evidence is going to show that she became increasingly more dependent upon him financially. He was working part-time at the Hard Rock during that time, just making a little bit of money before he was going off to law school. They took their relationship day by day. Very quickly, Mrs. Schwitzky started talking about marriage. She wanted to have a kid with Cole. She was trying to latch on to this kid. She saw the wealth, she saw the affluence. She wanted to marry him. He wanted no part of that, but he still cared about her. She kept begging and begging, and he would just basically blow her off, but keep the relationship going, but at an arm's length. The evidence is going to show that Ms. Schwitzky was well aware of Cole and his family's position. She stayed at their home in Broken Sound a number of evenings. You're also going to hear that Cole would go down to Miramar and spend time with Carolyn and her children. Shortly into the relationship, the evidence is going to show that he was taking her kids to school. He's giving them money for grocery. He's paying her rent. He's giving her money for all sorts of things, including $2,000 for a car repair when she got into a car crash shortly before this incident. She ridiculed him openly for not being a man, for taking care of her family. A kid, 22, 23 years old, that he had just met a few months before. Bottom line is, this was her meal ticket. That's what she saw in him, and that's all he was. The evidence is going to show that on April 18th of 2022, 6 days before the incident, Mrs. Schwitzky was in a car crash. She struck a tree, and she didn't wait around. She left the scene, and the evidence is going to show that as a result of that car crash, she sustained some minor injuries, bruising to her arms and legs. She asked Cole for $2,000 to repair that car, and he took his student loan money and gave her that money to do that. She's going to allude or suggest to this court that those bruisings, those injuries on her arms and legs occurred at the hands of Cole on April 24th at Boca Bash. And you're going to hear that law enforcement, and as Ms. Suarez indicated, a perhaps not well-equipped law enforcement agency to handle this type of case, very quickly jumped to the conclusion that these bruises that are clearly old and you can tell they're not fresh were done at the hands of Cole Goldberg. That's not the case. You're going to hear that Cole's parents were not thrilled with the relationship either. They kept pressing for a baby and marriage, and his family knew that that was not what was in his best interest. Carolyn kept insisting that her 3 children call Cole's mother grandma, somebody that only knew them a short time, months. The relationship was all about money, and still is, Your Honor. Boca Bash has been around since the early 2000s. It's held every April on Lake Boca. It's a little bit of a misnomer. It's not really a lake, but it's like a quasi-lake. It draws thousands and thousands of people and boaters from all over. It's a huge party on the water, basically. Loud music, professional DJs, super yachts, sponsor yachts, serving alcohol, giving away free shots, boats, yachts of all kinds. It draws huge crowds, and it's all about booze, boating, bikinis, and partying. As Ms. Suarez indicated, police come from all over the state to help out because it just requires a lot of police authority and attention to help out. There's a lot of BUIs, as Your Honor can imagine. FWC has a large presence there. You're going to hear that Lake Boca is shallow in some areas. It's basically knee-deep near the sandbar. Sandbar is sort of in the middle, and it's a place where people tie up their boats, they anchor there, and then they get off and they party on the sandbar. It's usually about knee-deep. But you're going to hear that outside the periphery of the sandbar, the waters of Lake Boca are extremely deep. There's a rough current. The tides are strong. And that's where a couple of these boats, including Alex Tracharczyk, I can't pronounce the names, I'm just going to call it Alex, the boat with the 4 individuals was anchored, along with the other boat that Ms. Suarez told you about, with the group of 6 men. They were anchored in the deeper water. You're going to hear that on the day, on the 24th, that Carolyn had spent the night, Mrs. Schwitzky, the night before at Cole's parents' home. They got up early, they had a bagel, and then they ran a couple of errands to Walgreens Publix. They bought a couple of cases of seltzers, they bought a couple of bottles of champagne, and they headed over to East Boca onto the Intercoastal around 8:30 or 9 o'clock to meet Cole's very good friend, Sebastian Espinoza. Sebastian's father is a neurologist and owns a boat that he keeps right there on the Intercoastal. And it was the plan that Dr. Espinoza was going to take Cole and a large group of people to Boca Bash. You're going to hear that there was about 14 people on the boat, several young girls, between the age teenagers, 16 to 18, 21 years old, and a couple of Cole's friends. They arrived at Boca Bash around 9:30 in the morning. Because they got there so early, Dr. Espinoza was able to find one of the prime spots near the sandbar and was able to anchor there. As soon as they got to the sandbar, that's when the party began. You're going to hear that Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky began drinking around 10 o'clock. There were mimosas, tequila shots, seltzers. Everybody was drinking, not just these two. They were dancing, music was blasting, in the sun all day, basically dehydrated, not drinking water, not taking good care of themselves. You're going to hear that Cole sustained a knee injury. You may see some photos of that. All of them were boat hopping. Boats are tied up. They're jumping back and forth. That's how he hurt his knee. You're going to hear around 12 o'clock, a couple hours after that they arrived there, they went to one of the big super or mega yachts, sponsor boat. They drank there, they were partying, dancing, they stayed there for a couple of hours, and around 2 o'clock, Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky went back to Dr. Espinoza's boat. You're going to hear that Dr. Espinoza and everyone that was on that boat decided to call it a day, and they said they're leaving. Mrs. Schwitzky didn't want to leave. She was having a good time, and she persuaded Cole to stay. So everyone took off except for Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky. They were walking around after Dr. Espinoza had left, and Cole saw one of his friends, Michael, who had offered to bring him onto another boat that was being operated by a Captain Doobie. That boat, Captain Doobie's boat, was tied up to Cole's friend's Anthony's boat. And you're going to hear that everyone was basically hopping back and forth between these two boats. Again, as I said earlier, both Doobie and Anthony's boat were in deep water, not near the sandbar, and these waters were quite rough. You're going to hear that around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that Cole and Carolyn, Mrs. Schwitzky, decided to go back to that mega yacht that I told you about earlier, that sponsor boat, the vodka boat. They paddleboarded over there, they hung out there for a bit. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky decided that she was going to jump on the trampoline that was tied off this mega yacht. It's a 2-story big boat. And there's a trampoline on the back of it. You're going to hear that there were a bunch of young women back there on the trampoline bouncing around, and she decided she was going to do that as well. You're going to hear that while she was on the trampoline, Cole went over to a cooler that was on the further from the trampoline on the other side of the boat. Ms. Schwitzky asked him for a seltzer, was motioning for him to get one for her. He reached into the cooler, started walking over to that direction, and in an underhanded toss, threw her a seltzer. She missed, it slipped through her hands. She was never struck in the face or the eye with the seltzer, and Your Honor will see photos of no injuries to her eye or to her face. May I approach a little closer? Of there being a hard toss of a can striking her in her eye or her face or her head. You're going to hear that eventually they decided to leave the vodka boat. Miss Schwitzky decided she was going to leave and swim back to the other boats, the Doobie and the Anthony boat. And Cole followed on a paddleboard. They went to Doobie's boat quickly, then they hopped onto Anthony's boat, and everything was fine. There was no arguing, they were having a good time. It was just another day. You're going to hear, though, when they got back to Anthony's boat, that's when something happened. And this, again, is related to, in part, the bikini. When they got to Anthony's boat, you're going to hear that some drunk guy came up to Mrs. Schwitzky and slapped her on her behind. And she became enraged at that. She became upset with the guy, the drunk guy, but she became more enraged with Cole because her sweet, quiet boy didn't go after this drunk guy and beat him up. And that enraged her. This guy disrespected her. Cole disrespected her by not doing anything to protect her. And that's what set this off. Cole was never angry at her. She became enraged at him. Cole actually stood in between the drunk guy and Mr. Schwitzky and extended his arms to break it up. Not that they were fighting, but they were heading towards each other. And to divide them, and even just by getting in the middle of them, you're going to hear that the guy fell down. That's how drunk he was. She was still enraged. She was upset, disrespected her. They left and they went back to Doobie's boat. When they got back to Doobie's boat, you're going to hear that they were sitting there on the back of the boat, the front of the boat, I can't recall which it was, and you're going to hear from Cole that he had Mrs. Schwitzky on his lap trying to calm her down. She was upset. There was nothing going on there that would indicate that he was being aggressive towards her or doing anything inappropriate other than trying to calm her down. They were there for about 20 or 30 minutes, and eventually she did in fact calm down a bit. It was at that point you're going to hear that Captain Doobie said he's leaving. We're untiring and we're getting out of here. He said, I don't have enough life jackets for Cole and Carolyn. Because as you recall, they just came onto that boat. They weren't part of that crew. They hadn't come with Captain Doobie. And you'll hear that there are very strict rules at Boca Bash in Lake Boca that every boat out there has to have enough life jackets for each passenger on the boat. If not, they get hit with a huge fine. So they take it very seriously. And he kicked them off the boat. Carolyn jumped into the water at that point, off of Captain Doobie's boat. She had her cell phone in hand. She decides that she's going to swim to land. You can't swim to land. She was swimming in a direction that was headed towards a channel out into the ocean. She would have been killed. She would have drowned. So what Cole did is he jumps off the boat and starts swimming after her. He didn't want her to get hurt. Captain Doobie tells Cole, you have 30 seconds to go get her. Go get her. I just found 2 more life jackets. Come back and I'll let you guys leave with me. Cole leaves his backpack on the boat. He jumps in to swim and he starts swimming after Mrs. Schwitzky. As I told you earlier, the water's deep. The current's strong. They're rough. He's swimming fast because he has 30 seconds to get back to Doobie because he's taking off. And they have no way home. Espinosa left. Their other friends left. They're stuck. He's swimming fast. He's halfway through. He's exhausted. He starts to panic. He feels like he's sinking. The water's going into his mouth. He starts fearing for his safety. He believes he's going to drown. Carolyn was also having trouble swimming. She was distressed as well. Not just Cole. Both of them were. Boaters from Alex's boat gave Carolyn a flotation device, I believe it was a round device, when she made it to the boat so that she could gain composure. When Cole got to Carolyn, he couldn't breathe. He'll tell you, he was seeing stars. He was lightheaded. He was in distress. He saw Carolyn's shoulders sticking out of the water where she was hanging onto the floaty. And As a natural instinct, in his panicked state, he grabbed onto her shoulder, he believes with one hand. He doesn't even believe that she went under the water. He did that not with the intention to batter her, but to save himself from drowning. He honestly thought he was going down. He was nowhere near her neck. He hooked onto the shoulder. You're going to see this photo, Mrs. Schwitzky, taken within minutes of the alleged attempted murder. No injuries on her neck whatsoever, no bruising, no marks, no chokehold, nothing. You're going to see, after Mrs. Schwitzky was taken to the dock, which wasn't that much longer either, I don't know the exact time, maybe an hour. Absolutely no injuries to her neck, or her chest, or her face. Her big hoop earrings are still intact after she was allegedly choked and strangled under the water, and he tried to kill her. The state's theory is that Cole intentionally tried to kill Caroline Schwitzky in front of a boat full of people. This makes absolutely no sense. Tried to kill her right in front of everybody. All he was trying to do was save his life. He felt like he was drowning, and that's why he reached onto her shoulder. You're going to hear that when Caroline was pulled up onto the boat or got on the boat, she wasn't crying. There was no CPR. She wasn't choking. She wasn't spitting up water. Her hair appears to be dry from these photos. This is minutes of when the alleged attempted murder, choking her, pushing her under the water occurred. Her hair doesn't even look wet. She's still holding on to her cell phone. She had her cell phone when she jumped off the boat. She had the cell phone in her hand when she swam. She had the cell phone on her when he was trying to strangle her to death and kill her. And rather than take her hand and drop her cell phone and try to get his hands off her neck to save her life, she's holding onto her cell phone. She gets on the boat with her cell phone. It's still in hand. When she gets on the boat, not a single person there calls 911. If anyone had believed that he was trying to kill her, they would have. She tells the people on the boat, right after her attempted murder, that Cole is a good kid, and he's going to law school. He's my boyfriend. And we know she tells them this because all the people on the boat talk about that later. Meantime, Cole is hanging onto the boat, trying to gain composure. Water's too deep, he can't stand there. He's confused. He doesn't know what's going on. They're treating him like something's happening and he doesn't know why they're doing this to him. You're going to hear that Alex, the owner of that boat, picks up a long metal gaff, a long pole. I'm not sure what it's used for, something with fishing. And he goes over to Cole in a threatening manner. And he's pointing at him and telling him, "You're not coming on this boat. Get away, get away." He has nowhere to go. He's being basically attacked with this, didn't touch him, but he's being assaulted with this long metal gaff and told, "You can't stay here, you better leave." So he turns around and he starts heading back to Captain Doobie's boat. At this point, Captain Doobie's boat is no longer as far away as it was when he jumped off of it. It's now it's much, much closer. It's about 10 to 15 yards away. Captain Doobie was waiting there for Cole and Carolyn, who never came back. He swam back to Doobie's boat. They helped him up, and Doobie told him he was leaving. and Cole said he was not leaving without his girlfriend. Captain Doobie then brought him closer to the sandbar, let Cole out. He got out. He stayed there for about 10 to 15 minutes to gain his composure, gain more strength, and he swam back to Alex's boat a second time with his backpack on his back. He was going back to get Carolyn. He wasn't leaving his girlfriend with these strangers. He had no clue who they were. You're going to hear from Cole that backpack filled with air and was able to sort of act like a flotation device and helped him also with his swimming to get back to the boat the second time. When he got back a second time, he was hanging on the ledge, and you're going to hear that Carolyn was kneeling down at the edge a second time that he came back, comforting him, holding his hand, reaching him. She wasn't crying. She wasn't running behind any of the witnesses on the boat to hide from this alleged killer. She didn't even accuse him of killing her. She's acting tender and sweet and concerned that he's in the boat and unable to help himself. So what happened here? You have 4 people on a boat who jump to the wrong conclusion. They're drinking. They're drinking alcohol. They see somebody come up. They see somebody reach for a shoulder. She went down partially, and they think that he's trying to kill her. They saw something that they thought they saw, but they weren't right. They all believed that by grabbing her shoulder, that he was trying to drown her and intentionally kill her. You're going to hear that Alex was in part what caused this. He was extremely aggressive. You're going to hear that he immediately started pointing his finger at Cole, and his words, "You're an attempted murderer, you're an attempted murderer," in front of the other witnesses. You're going to hear that when FWC pulled up with their boats moments later, he's flagging them down. Nobody called 911. He's flagging them down. And immediately Alex starts telling the cops what happened there. He's setting the stage. He's telling them how to conduct their investigation. He's telling them he committed attempted murder. He planted that seed in the lead detective, or lead officer's head. He's basically controlling it. Not a single officer there had any experience conducting any types of violent cases, never handled a strangulation case, an attempted murder case, and never handled a violent crime. They're worried about fishing violations and BUIs. And unfortunately, they were out of their league. And you have this man, Alex, telling the officer what had happened and that he committed attempted murder. The whole investigation took 24 minutes from the time FWC arrived there to when, well, he was detained and cuffed well before that, but 24 minutes to conduct an investigation, interview witnesses, look for evidence, everything they had to do before he was accused and arrested for attempted murder of Mrs. Schwitzky. You're going to hear that Hudson never looked for videos. He never spoke with anybody on the mega yacht. He never spoke with anybody on Doobies, or never bothered to get phone numbers. If they had left already, he could have gotten phone numbers. He never spoke with anybody on Anthony's boat. He never looked for independent witnesses. Your Honor is going to hear that there were other boats in the immediate area of where this all occurred. And the only boat that he found worthy to interview, I'll refer to as the Hernandez boat, the boat with 6 men. Interestingly, it was Alex who directed Officer Hudson to that boat. He said, they saw it too, go speak to them. He didn't go to anybody else, only to what Alex thought was important. You're going to hear that FWC, Officer Hudson, went to Hernandez's boat. There were 6 men on that boat. You're going to hear that he immediately brings up attempted murder. You're going to hear he set the stage in those guys' head. He immediately tells them, what if this were your daughter? Because they don't want to really get involved. He says, what if this were your daughter? And basically encourages them to write statements. He doesn't separate them. They're all sitting around like they're kibbutzing, and they're writing statements and sharing pens, and they're all talking about what they saw amongst each other. And he had already planted the seed that this was an attempted murder. He takes the statements from 3 of the men. He doesn't bother taking statements from the other ones. He doesn't even get the names of the other witnesses. He doesn't check if they have video. He doesn't even ask if they have video. He doesn't check any of the boats if they have video. You're going to hear that all of these people on the Hernandez boat and on the Alex boat all give varying accounts. And while I certainly understand that perceptions can differ, especially when you're having alcohol and under these circumstances, there's certain parts of their statements that are critical, and on those material issues, that they vary. And you're going to hear that Matthew Paris, who's going to testify here today, I believe, said that they being the four people on the Alex boat, they had all been drinking alcohol, they were making margaritas, rum and tequila, and that he had actually noticed Mrs. Schwitzky earlier in the day. He noted her red G-string bikini earlier in the day. He was watching the quote-unquote, his word, debauchery of her and the other girls on the nearby boat. He saw her dancing. He noticed her red bikini. She was nice-looking. He noticed several nice-looking girls and was peeking over, hoping his wife wouldn't catch him doing so. When Carolyn arrived, he's going to tell you that she was, in fact, distressed. She had labored breathing, and he gave her a floaty. He said in his sworn deposition that Cole came up and strangled her. In the same sworn statement, Mr. Paris later said, it could have been that Cole was just pushing her down on her. He did not see Cole choking her above the water. In the same sworn statement, he said that he saw above water Cole's hands over her shoulders with his fingers pointed forward, and he did not see Cole choking her. One time he said he saw marks on her neck, another time he said he did not. Sherry Paris is Matt's ex-wife. They are now divorced. She said no one was drinking. She said that she saw Cole swim up in front of Carolyn, and he put his hands were pushing her down. His hands were around her neck and was pushing her down. In the same sworn statement, she changed her story, and she said he used both hands and pushed her down on her shoulder, on her clavicle. And then she said she never saw she never saw Caroline being choked. Alex says that they were drinking. He was drinking alcohol on his boat while taking 20 different medications. There were liquor bottles on his boat, seltzers and beers. He saw Carolyn. He saw Cole come up behind her and reach around and grab her neck with both hands, and he pushed her with all of his weight under the water, causing the flotation device to fly out. And he describes Cole, interestingly, as not being in distress, having a crazed look. He told police later that he didn't want to cooperate with law enforcement. He wanted nothing to do with this case. He was concerned that his name was going to be in the newspaper. He didn't want to cooperate because, according to him, what he told the cops on the boat is she had no interest in doing anything. She was saying nothing happened. She wasn't a victim. This was her boyfriend. He's a good guy. So why on earth would they want to be involved? That's when Hudson started with the, what if this were your daughter? And again, all the people on that boat were sitting together. They weren't separated. He's giving them paper, and they're sharing pens, and they're all talking about what happened together. Alex's wife, Rachel, she's going to tell you there was no beer and no liquor on the boat. She was drinking wine. You're going to see photos where there was clearly alcohol bottles, rum, tequila, a blender. There was clearly alcohol on that boat. She said that she saw Cole and offered him a floaty because it looked like he was having a hard time swimming. He was laboring, to use her word. She saw Cole push Carolyn down on the shoulders, not the neck, and hold her underwater. The other boat, Your Honor, the Hernandez boat, I believe the state's calling two witnesses, Anthony Bullen and Lloyd Whiting. Anthony Bullen is going to tell you that he and his boat full of people have been drinking. You can actually, there may be photos where they're drinking beers. He's going to tell you that the waters were very rough. There was a lot of current. He saw Caroline and Cole arguing earlier in the day, and he saw Cole trying to stop or prevent Caroline from jumping off the boat, the doobie boat. That he jumped in after her. He did not see Cole choke Caroline. He did not see Cole strangle Caroline. Cole did not use two hands around her neck. Cole did not grab her shoulders to drown her. Cole did not cover her mouth to cut off oxygen. What he saw was Cole push Caroline's head down in the water with one hand up and one hand on her. One hand was in the air. He also did not call 911. None of these people did. Lloyd Whiting is going to admit and tell you that he was also drinking beer. He was on the Hernandez boat, one of the 6. He also saw Caroline jump off the boat. He saw that Cole was trying to stop her from jumping off the boat. He was not pushed off the boat, as she's likely to tell you. He saw the same thing that the other witness saw, that Cole put his hand on Caroline's shoulder and had one hand up in the air. He also did not call 911. Your Honor, Cole is going to take the stand, as I told you. He's going to tell you that basically everything that I just told you, that he was exhausted, he was drowning, he felt the need to grab a shoulder that was sticking out of the water for no other reason. It wasn't a sinister reason to kill her, but to just give himself some place to grab so that he wouldn't drown. He also told this to police. You're going to hear from several of Cole's friends, one of who was there, Anthony Mimo. You're going to hear that he and Cole are very good friends. He was there. He saw Caroline and Cole throughout the day. They were happy. There was no fighting. There was nothing going on until that incident with the drunk who slapped her tush, her backside, her bottom. That was exposed with her G-string bikini. So you got this drunk guy going up slapping her. He witnessed that. He saw that Caroline was upset. He saw that Caroline was upset not only at the drunk guy, but more at him for not jumping in and protecting her and beating the guy up because that was disrespectful to this woman. And how dare he do that? He will testify that he saw Cole trying to calm her down, trying hard. He's also going to testify that he heard Captain Doobie say that there weren't enough life jackets for the two of them, and that they were kicked off the boat. You're going to hear Anthony Nemo say that Cole, who he's known a long time, has a reputation for being peaceful and is non-violent. You're going to hear from Fabrizio Valenzuela, a good friend of Cole's, knows him well. He was on the boat with Cole and Caroline, said there was absolutely no issues. These two were fine. They were happy. Everyone was drinking, including Caroline and Cole, but there were no issues. He's going to tell you that Cole, who he's known quite some time, has a reputation for being peaceful and nonviolent. You're going to hear from Stephen Polino, close friend of Cole, knows him very well. Saw Cole and Caroline on a paddle boat. Later in the afternoon, they were happy. There were absolutely no issues. That Cole has a reputation for being peaceful, non-violent person. Sebastian Espinoza, also good friends of Cole, knows Ms. Schwitzky. Everyone was drinking, including Cole and Caroline, but there were no issues, no arguments that he was aware of, and he's going to tell you he has a reputation for being peaceful and non-violent. You're going to hear from Angela Rada, Cole's ex-girlfriend. They dated for many years. In high school, 4 years. She went off to FSU. They basically separated during college. To this day, they are still very good friends, and she will tell you that he has never been violent and he has a reputation for being peaceful. Your Honor, we're going to call an expert, Dr. Steve Leatherman. He's a professor at FIU. He's an expert witness in drowning cases. He has testified many times in civil cases. His PhD thesis was in riptides. He's going to talk about the 6 stages of drowning, one of them being distress, where you're struggling to keep your airways open, and that everyone has an instinctive drowning response when you start to trying to keep your airways open, you lose control, you start panicking, you're not thinking rationally, you can't hear people, you can't respond the way a normal person would respond. He's going to talk about something called climbing the ladder effect. That if you see something sticking out of the water, something you can grab onto to gain leverage, you're going to push down on that imaginary ladder in order to gain control to prevent yourself from drowning. He's going to tell you that once you're in that stage of drowning, within 20 to 60 seconds, you're going to go under unless you can actually grab onto something and gain composure. And that timing depends on how physically fit you are. But in order to survive, you have to gain some sort of leverage. He's going to tell you that the instinctive drowning response is to grab. Mrs. Schwitzky, as I said a little bit earlier, when she got on Alex's boat, she said it to him, to everybody there, he's a good boy, he's going to law school, he's my boyfriend. She told all the officers there, he never touched me that day. She told officers, he never laid a hand on me in the 9 months that we were together. She stayed by his side and comforted him. She denied repeatedly to law enforcement, on the boat, back at the dock, that he tried to kill her or drown her. In fact, when she was told that he was being arrested, she was shocked. She gasped for air, later put her hand over her mouth, said, "No, never." For what? That was her response. She has absolutely no injuries on her neck or anywhere. The old bruises are from the car crash. Everyone was giving Carolyn the attention and creating a narrative of an attempted murder that simply was not the case. And again, I think this was due in part to Alex and the way he initially handled it with law enforcement. Carolyn, you're going to hear, Your Honor, is an opportunist. She saw a way to run with the story, but didn't do it until later in the day. And the reason she did it is because she had more to gain by creating this narrative. You're going to hear that she was on felony probation for a violent crime. At the time of the incident, she was on probation for an arrest out of Miami for a resisting officer with violence, a third-degree felony. She was placed on probation and reporting in Broward, where she lived. On March 25th, about a month or so before the incident, there was a violation of probation affidavit that was filed by her PO. An arrest warrant was signed for the violation. And on April 24th, 2022, the day of the incident, after she was taken off of Alex's boat, and after some time talking with law enforcement on dock, she was arrested for that outstanding warrant. She tried to get out of it. She was telling FWC officer, she has kids, please don't do this to me. This is all one big mistake. And it was after that that she seized the opportunity and became a victim of an attempted murder. After her arrest, and while this case was pending, she did not go to jail for the VOP. She did not go to prison for the VOP. Her probation was modified on May 5th of 2022. You're going to hear that there was a second violation of probation on December 1st of 2022. Again, no jail, no prison. Probation is modified, she's on probation. She maintained her withhold. She violated her probation by drinking alcohol at Boca Bash on April 24th of 2022. Nothing happened. She violated her probation by leaving Broward County on April 24th and going to Palm Beach County to attend a party and drink alcohol. Nothing happened. She avoided penalties other defendants would have not, just because she feigned being a victim and had an open case. The state ignored these violations and gave her multiple benefits for being a victim. Carolyn turned this incident into a way to benefit in other ways, financially, buy my way out of jail card, stay relevant in her shallow media world, which is all she really has. She's an influencer, a model, an actress. It's all about promoting herself. And to remain relevant, that's what she has to do. Post. She gave stories to TMZ, People Magazine, New York Post, NBC. She took clips from all of these articles and posted it on her Instagram account, boasting to her 86,000 followers about her attempted murderer and how she was almost killed. She went on the comedy circuit in Miami and did a joke about being the victim of an attempted murder by a young man. Always the actress, she created this fantastical tale. This incident has kept her relevant and has made her money. You're going to hear that about 6 months or so after the incident, she filed a civil lawsuit here in Palm Beach County, seeking monetary damages from Cole. That lawsuit is basically on hold pending the outcome of this case. She stands to collect tens of thousands of dollars. She has a very strong financial motive to lie about what happened. She has a financial interest to see that he is convicted. You're going to hear that 3 days after the incident, she filed an injunction down in Broward County for dating violence. And in that petition for injunction, she talks about what happened on the boat, how he tried to kill her, talks about how he hit her in the eye and the face with the seltzer can. But also, interestingly, she now talks about being sexually molested by him that day as he put his fingers and his fingernails into her vagina and almost ripped it apart. Now she was sexually molested as well. She asked for a final hearing. She got one on May 9th of 2022, but she never showed up and it was dismissed. The evidence is going to show that she is a master of manipulation. She seized an opportunity at the expense of a young man, took his whole life from him. He didn't intentionally batter her, he didn't intentionally strangle her, he didn't intentionally choke her, and he certainly did not try to kill her. And the evidence will show that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. State your name by first one.
Yes, Judge. They will call Matthew Paris.
All right. Before we get into that, I just want to show, we'll kind of set the stage here a little bit. They may show images, but we're going to get the jump on that. All right. So here's Boca Bash, for those that don't know. This is Lake Boca. All right, so you got the ocean, you got the Atlantic Ocean there on the right. So this is facing north. So you got the Atlantic Ocean on the right. The intracoastal is kind of on the left. And then this is this Lake Boca. So you see like there's that sandbar. See the sandbar kind of in the middle. And then you have to the left, that's the intracoastal. So that's deeper waters. So you're never really swimming out into an ocean, it looks like, from what I can tell. Hold on a sec. Let me try and find this. Let's see if we can get okay, here we go. All right, so you're never swimming out into the ocean. I think she said that, but you're never really swimming out into the ocean. Let me show you this. This might help you guys understand this a little bit better. All right, so there's Lake Boca. So it's just kind of like this big lake. So a current, that's the intracoastal going up. So you got the ocean, Atlantic Ocean on the right. You've got the intracoastal, is that body of water, looks like a river, if you will. And then you've got this Lake Boca here. So, and then see, there's that sandbar. There's the sandbar that she's talking about. So I suppose if you get caught in that current, this current right here, I guess you could drift south, I think. I'm not sure if it runs north or south. Does anybody know which direction the intracoastal flows? I'm not sure if it floats. I'm not sure if it floats north or south. But anyway, I suppose if I don't know how she says that's a strong current. I'm trying to think which way, who's in Broward that we can. Fen said she was starting to swim in the direction of the channel. Yeah, I mean this, and you know what, intracoastal is pretty crowded, right? I mean, it's especially in Boca. I mean, everybody's got a boat, So, and you can just so you can kind of see that intracoastal goes all the way down. This is it, goes all the way down to Miami. There's Lauderdale, there's Las Olas. So this is Fort Lauderdale right in here. A lot of you guys know Fort Lauderdale, also known as the Venice of Florida because of all the different. I mean, there's all the different. That's all water, and I guarantee like all these people have boats, And it goes all the way down to Miami. Intercoastal goes all the way down to Miami. So here's Miami down here, right? So, all right, wait, I went too far. There, it's down here in Boca by the Sea, where it is. Yeah, there it is. So, I mean, I guess if you're drinking that you could get caught up in a current. I don't know. I'm not convinced it's that strong of a current, but I don't know if it flows south, Jane. I'm not sure. Colleen, does it flow south? Yeah. Hey, JP Rabbit, how are you? Hey, Toys, how are you? Watching from your yacht. Nice. Got your yacht rock going? Get your yacht rock going. Drinking some some Don Julio on your super yacht. So anyway, so this is Lake Boca. You're not swimming out into the ocean. It can be dangerous, I guess. I don't remember it being that strong of a current. I would never swim in the intracoastal, but anyway, so that's that. So the Boca Bash. The Boca Bash is, what'd she say? Booze, boats, and bikinis. I thought she said booze, boobs, boats, and bikini, but I think she said booze, boats, and bikinis. So it's debauchery. It's kids. So this is it. And there's that sandbar. So there's the sandbar. So anyway, it's a chance for young people just to get together and lose their minds on the intracoastal, on water. Not the smartest thing in the world, but anyway. So there you have it. All right, so let's get back to this. Let's get back to the trial. Iowa back area. There's fish and probably things that might bite. There could be, yeah, there could be sharks. There could be sharks. I think it's considered brackish, though. I think it's considered brackish, so it's not 100% salt water. I think it's considered brackish. All right, Aaron's sending me stuff. Oh, okay, so Aaron's sending me Carolyn's charges. So she has 3 charges. Resisting officer with violence, so that's the felony. Vehicle, she was driving on the sidewalk. That's infraction. Resisting an officer with violence. Battery of law enforcement, that's a felony. Probation violation. So it sounds like she was driving on the sidewalk. It says vehicle driving on sidewalk. And then she was battery of a law enforcement officer. We've watched enough what do you say? We watch enough body cam. Dwayne, you know what I'm talking about. We watch enough body cam that we know when they start to resist. They start to spit on officers, punch them. Whatever it is, resisting. All right, let's see what else. She was held on a $1,000 bond that was discharged. Let's see. It was filed February 16th, 2019. It was closed December 6th, 2021. So, all right. Thank you for that, Aaron. Let's see what else. Okay, direction of flow. The water itself does not flow in just one fixed direction like a river. Instead, it's tidal, meaning it flows north or south depending on the tide. Okay, that makes sense. So if you're standing in Boca looking one way north, let's see. The other way south, yeah, okay. So it changes direction with the tide. All right. So it changes direction with the tide, and that would make sense because here you can see the tide would come in and out. The tide would come in and out here. So this is the inlet, right? So this is Boca Inlet. So depending on the tide, it's either going into or out of. So it's either going north or south. So, all right. I hope that helps you guys understand the situation here. Thank you, Aaron, for that. As always, much appreciated. Now let's get back to this. Let's get back to the trial. All right, so they're calling their first witness Matthew Paris.
He's in the conference room.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Watch your step underway, and then just make sure when you sit down, you're speaking directly into the microphone. As far as interviewing witness already made work.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Matthew Paris, P-A-R-I-S, just like the city.
Mr. Harris, where do you work?
Scranton School District,
Are you a teacher? What do you teach?
5th grade, math, science, and social studies.
Where do you live?
I have home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And at any point, have you had a second residence?
I did.
Okay. And back in 2022, did you have a second residence?
I did.
And was that in Broward County?
Pompano, yes.
Okay. And at that time, 2022, were you married?
I was.
And what's your former wife's name?
Sherilyn, at the time, Paris.
And do you know someone by the name of Alexander Terechek?
I do.
And who is that?
My brother-in-law.
Okay. And is he married?
He is.
To who?
Rachel Trepchek.
Do you know them well?
I do.
Do the Terecheks live, or did you say Terechek?
Trepchek. T-A-R-A-P-A-K.
Okay. So, do the Terecheks live in Pennsylvania?
They have also 2 houses, one in Pennsylvania and one in Hillsborough Mile. I don't know where that is.
Do the Terecheks own a boat?
They do.
Did they own one in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Say boat.
Same thing.
And is that boat located in Florida?
It is.
Would you and your wife, back in 2022, travel back and forth between Pennsylvania and Florida?
We were.
Were you traveling or in Florida in April of 2022?
Were we traveling?
Or were you here in Florida in April of 2022?
We were.
Okay. Did you attend an event called Boca Bash on April 24th of 2022?
I did.
Was it your intention to go to Boca Bash, or did you have plans to just go voting that day?
It was our intention to go to Boca.
Okay. Had you ever been before?
No.
Can you describe what you believe Boca Bash is?
It's a large gathering of voters. Just a big party.
Around what time did you arrive to Boca Bash?
I don't specifically remember, but my best estimation would be 10, 11 o'clock.
Okay.
12, I don't remember. It's 4 years ago.
Yes.
Best
So
estimation, yeah.
best estimation, 10, 11. How did you get there that day?
Alex Trachak's boat and Rachel Trachak's boat.
Did you drink that day?
No. Yes, no. Yes, no. I don't. Well, I want to be specific. I think when we were going up, they made some margaritas, and I think I might have had a sip, but no, I wasn't consuming any amount of alcohol that would impair my judgment.
And why would you, is there a reason why you wouldn't have consumed alcohol that day?
Yes, Alex has a large boat. It's always better to have a first mate, and anytime I get the opportunity to drive Alex's boat, I take it because it's a very nice boat, and I would never drive his boat impaired.
When you guys arrived and kind of spent the day there, did you go into the water?
We did.
In the area where you anchored the boat, how deep of the water do you estimate it was there?
I would say an estimation would be 15 to 20 feet.
Was there a sandbar nearby?
There was.
How far would you estimate it would take to swim from your boat to the sandbar?
Best estimate, between 50 and 100 yards.
50 and 100 yards.
Yards, yes.
How many people would you estimate were at Boca Bash?
My best estimation, over thousands total, I would say between 5 and 10,000.
Were there boats anchored nearby your boat?
There were.
At some point that day, did you make contact with someone you now know to be Caroline Schwitzky?
Did I make contact with her at some point during the day?
Yes. All right, can you describe the events that led up to meeting her?
Okay, in its entirety?
Yes, but actually, before you start that, can you let us know, did you know a Caroline Schwitzky before April 24th, 2022?
No.
Seeing her, did she look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. Now, from the top, when was the first time that you saw her?
Alice, myself, Rachel, and Sherry swam into the sandbar. We walked around for a bit. We swam back out utilizing a blow-up raft-looking thing. Each one of us had one. When we were back toward the boat, swimming that previously mentioned 50 to 100 yards in 15 to 20 feet of water, Alex got up onto the boat, Sherry got up onto the boat, Rachel got up onto the boat. I was still in the water. Caroline came swimming at me, asked if she could grab onto the flotation device. I said, just grab onto the boat, but she grabbed onto the flotation device. I said, yeah, sure, no problem. Just trying to help out.
Okay, so you were the only one that was in the water when Ms. Schwitzky started swimming towards you.
I believe so, yes.
And was she alone when she swam up?
As far as I could see, my vision was impaired because you're in the water, so you can only see. She swam up right next to me, so I couldn't see anybody else.
Okay, you say vision impaired, but what you mean is kind of, you could only see straight in front of you.
My sight line was impaired.
Okay. Do you have any issues with your eyesight? Okay.
Issues with my eyesight.
What was her demeanor?
Could you be more specific with that question?
How was her facial reactions? Do you remember if she had any?
Under duress.
Okay. Knowing what you know now, was there anything of note in the way that she was swimming?
She seemed tired, out of breath, and she seemed rushed.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
In that moment, I couldn't make that evaluation.
And how big was this raft that you've kind of described?
I would say 2 feet by 2 feet, maybe 2 feet by 3 foot. It was a somewhat cylindrical blow-up raft with a mesh lining in the middle.
Okay, so a little bit sturdier than a pool noodle.
A little bit sturdy.
Okay, and was it blow up?
It was. Maybe about the same level. Buoyancy.
And was it something that you sat in, ideally?
You could.
Okay. So when she grabs a hold of your floaty, how far away would you estimate you were from her?
When she grabbed the floaty, I would say less than a foot. Face to face.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness? Yeah. Thank you. I'm showing defense within 3 March for states evidence 1. And states 2, A through B.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. I'll receive. Are you going to move those in?
Yes, I'm gonna have him mark things, so. Mr. Parrish, states 1, I believe with no objection has been moved into evidence.
Received in evidence without objection, states 2.
Can you take a look at that picture and let me know what that picture is?
It is of Alice and Rachel's boat.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate picture of kind of what that boat looks like?
Yes.
Understanding that photo doesn't capture where you were on that day, when we're talking about Ms. Schwitzky, can you mark an M where you were in the water?
When I make contact with
Yes.
Mr. Schimmelsman. And
N as in Matthew. And can you mark a C where Ms. Schwitzky was? Okay.
sorry.
State will publish. And turning your attention to states 2A through B, you can look at those photos. And who is this person?
This is who I believe to be Caroline Schwitzky.
All right.
Schwitzky.
State will publish what's been previously marked and agreed to as states 2.
Any objection to state 2A and B?
No objection.
Received in evidence without objection, states deposit 2A and B.
All right, so she grabs onto the floaty. What happens next?
I saw Cole come up behind and kind of push her down.
All right, you gestured behind me. Do you see the person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Blue sport coat, maroon tie, white shirt.
Your Honor, at this time in the state, would I have the court reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
The record shall also reflect.
So, had you seen that man before?
No.
Had you noticed the man swimming up?
No.
What did he do?
Just kind of held her down underwater.
Okay. Could you describe his demeanor?
speculate.
No, if you can give us what you saw, you can describe what you saw.
To that objection, speculation.
Go for it. You can answer as phrased. If you can't answer, you can't answer.
It seemed he was somewhat deliberate.
Did he appear tense or relaxed?
Tense.
Did you see any emotion on his face?
No.
What did you first think was happening?
Initially, I thought it was a game. They were playing of some sort. Again, being a school teacher, I don't necessarily see things like that all the time, so my initial reaction was they must be playing a game or something, but after a period of time, I started to think that they weren't.
How long do you think passed before you started to realize that this may be not a game?
A couple seconds. I mean, you know, it's hard to remember exactly, but something in my brain kind of went off saying something might not be right here.
And so what did you do when you started having the thought that something wasn't right?
Reached down for Miss Schwitzky.
And what did you do when you reached down?
Just grabbed her, kind of guided her up.
Okay. And at that point, did the defendant respond in any way?
I think he yelled something out. I don't remember.
Okay. Did anybody on the boat, from what you remember, respond when this started happening?
I remember Alex yelling something. I couldn't remember exactly what it is 4 years ago, but he was yelling something somewhat aggressive at Mr. Goldberg.
And was the defendant breathing heavily, from what you remember?
Miss Schwitzky? Yes.
And what about the defendant?
The defendant, sorry. Not that I recall, but again, I don't.
What was Ms. Schwitzky's immediate reaction once you pulled her out from under the water?
She seemed panicked and she was kind of fighting me. I think probably assuming, again, she was probably assuming that I was still Mr. Goldberg.
And you indicated after the victim was pulled away from him, the defendant yelled something. You don't recall what he said?
He said, and again, it'd be something to the effect, that's my
Objection, that's an answer to social speculation.
It's defendant's statement.
Well, he's already answered previously that he didn't know.
He has. Do you have a recollection?
a vague recollection, so I couldn't be locked into exactly what he said, but I do have a vague recollection of him saying something to the effect that that's my girlfriend. Sorry.
I have to hear it first before I go on.
Sure, okay, I understand.
Did the defendant ever grab onto you or try to?
I don't believe so, no.
Did the defendant try to grab the floaty?
I was more focused on Ms. Schwitzky, so I don't remember that.
Did the defendant try to grab the boat?
That, no, he was nowhere near the boat.
Once Ms. Schwitzky was out of his grasp, do you remember whether he had a hard time swimming?
I don't remember him having a hard time swimming, no.
Do you remember him having a hard time swimming ever?
No.
Where did Ms. Schwitzky go after this?
After the incident,
Yes.
we got her onto the boat, and that's where she was. I mean, in its entirety for the rest of the day, it was nothing really.
Well, how was she acting when she first got back on or got onto your boat?
Panicked, very panicked.
Was she blaming him?
I believe I remember her saying he He never acts that way.
Did the defendant swim away after the incident and Ms. Schwitzky pulled onto the boat?
The defendant? Yeah, yes.
Okay. So at the point where she's sitting on the boat, was the defendant allowed on the boat?
No.
Can you remember how long it was from the time that he forced her under the water to the time that he swam away?
I can't remember.
Was 911 called?
I didn't call it.
If it wasn't called by anybody, do you know why you wouldn't have personally called?
I think I said this in my deposition, sorry. My primary goal was Ms. Schwitzky and her safety and calming her down.
Judge, may I have one brief moment?
Sure.
Did the defendant ever return back to that boat?
He did.
Understanding it's been 4 years, I'm going to have to see if you can estimate between how long it took between him swimming away and him coming back.
Rough estimate, 15, 20 minutes.
Did you see what direction he had been swimming from that time?
Yes, he was swimming from, it would be west.
Okay, and...
He would be coming from the east, swimming west, sorry.
Okay.
From essentially the sandbar.
From the sandbar, okay. Was he saying anything at that point?
I think he was yelling her name.
And what did the victim do when he returned?
I think she might have called out his name.
Okay. Did she go and try to talk to him?
At that point, I went to the front of the boat and she was pretty calm. We had reassured her that we would get her an Uber ride wherever she wanted to go. So at that point, I just went to the front of the boat to kind of decompress myself. So I really, in answer to your question, I don't really remember.
Was this upsetting to you?
Yeah. So you don't see it every day.
Were the police notified at any point?
Yes.
At what point?
When Mr. Goldberg swam back up to the boat.
Okay, so after he came back to the boat, that was when you notified NWC?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys call or did you flag them?
Flagged him.
Did you make a statement to the police?
I did.
Did your then wife, brother, sister-in-law give statements?
I believe, yeah, all four of us did.
One moment, Judge. Mr. Harris, do you remember exactly how the defendant had his hands on the victim?
It was underwater, so I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Do you remember getting a deposition?
I do.
Do you remember providing an answer on that day?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember whether you were able to provide a description of how you saw the defendant's hands?
I mean, it was around her neck.
Okay, would you be able to demonstrate if necessary?
If necessary, sure.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to have the witness step down?
Sure, if you step down, you just make sure you're by a microphone if you're safe.
I didn't even judge.
If you're gonna step down, you can do that. Just if you say anything, you need to make sure you're by a microphone. Okay.
Can I provide him the mic?
Absolutely, that's what somebody's gonna do.
Yes. So while you're standing, just use this microphone, okay? And then you can set it down to actually do the... All right, Mr. Harris, could you please demonstrate on Ms. Kuskopa how you saw the defendant's hands? And Judge, I can describe what he's doing, and defense can obviously object if they disagree. And for the record, the fingers are pointing towards the front of Ms. Kuskova's body. The thumbs are pointing towards her back, and they are at the shoulder area near the neck.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is that, okay, you can step down and go back to the seat. Thank you. Do you recall whether, when he pushed down, whether he did this with any force?
Yes.
How much force would you estimate?
The force of his body.
Did you see any reaction on his face or any form of physical reaction when he was forcing her down?
No.
From what you saw, was he trying to stay above water?
Objection, speculation.
Consistent.
Mr. Parrish, do you recall ever providing a description of the defendant's demeanor on this case?
I don't recall, but if my memory is sharp, I might remember. I don't recall.
And when you saw the defendant's hands on her neck or in her shoulder area near her neck, did you see it happening for a long time before she went under the water?
No.
And at this point, were you still about 1 foot away from her, as you had said you were before?
Yes.
And as far as the level of intoxication being from 0, completely sober, to 10, completely inebriated, blackout drunk, where would you put yourself?
0.
0?
0.
Do you acknowledge that there was alcohol in the boat?
Yes.
Did your then wife at the time drink?
Objection, speculation.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't remember, but I vividly don't remember us as a group drinking that day more than 1 drink.
Right. At this time, Judge, the state will pass the witness.
I'm not trying to limit your cross-examination at all. I'm just trying to figure out when to take a break. Do you think you have about 15 minutes of cross-examination, or do you have 15 minutes?
Probably about 15, 20 minutes.
All right, then why don't you do your cross-examination, which state?
Thank you. How you doing, sir?
Okay.
You didn't want to be here today, did you?
Objection, relevance?
Not really.
You were forced to. You got a subpoena, right? And you weren't going to come unless you were forced to be here, right?
I was.
All right, and then you got a subpoena signed by His Honor, Montefiore. That's why you're here, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
I got a subpoena in the mail, that is true.
Yeah, well, you weren't coming unless you got something signed by this court, right?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
All right. Well, you wanted proof that you were ordered to be here, otherwise you weren't going to come voluntarily, right?
I may have come voluntarily. I don't know. But
All right, were you giving the prosecutor a hard time about coming or no?
not well.
Okay. So when you get there, you're with Sherilyn, your ex-wife, Alex, and Rachel. Who's the other guy on the boat? You have another adult male. Who is that man?
He's a friend of the family. By family, I mean Alex and Rachel's. It's Alex and Rachel, his son, and it's their son's friend.
Is he a grown man?
I don't know what your definition of grown man is.
Oh, 18 or older.
He's 18 old.
All right. And you don't know his name?
Kozrel is the last name. I forget his first name.
All right. And isn't it true there was another couple on the boat next to you named Kyle and Lily?
Yes.
Who was Kyle and Lily?
Alex and Rachel's friend.
And where was their boat compared to Mr. Tarapchek's boat?
That would be I believe it was the port side they were tied off to.
So right next to it.
Yes.
All right. This is the first time you ever went to Boca Bash, right?
Yes.
Thousands of people, like you said.
Yes.
A lot of police officers all over the place, right?
Yes.
All different agencies, Boca, Sheriff's Office, Fish and Wildlife, right?
Yes.
More than you would normally see anywhere. The police were everywhere.
I didn't notice them, but I'm sure there were ample amounts of police.
I'm sorry?
I didn't notice the police, but I'm sure there were ample amounts of police.
Okay. It's a big party scene, right?
It is.
Okay. All right, your testimony is you only had a sip of the margarita on the way up there?
Yes.
Okay. And there was also rum on the boat? Right?
I don't know.
Blender?
It was a blender, yep.
Tequila?
I don't know.
Wine? You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know the contents of the boat, but it's a large boat and there are refrigerators. Alex usually keeps the boat stocked.
Isn't it true you don't remember how many drinks you had that day?
No.
You're only guessing it's one, right?
No, I remember not drinking.
Okay. Show you deposition. Remember giving a deposition back on February 15, 2023?
Yes.
And if you could turn to page 11, read lines 17 through 20 for yourself.
Page 11. 17. So you said you have how many?
No, read it to yourself, please.
Sure. Okay.
All right. And isn't it true back on February 15, 2023, when we were on the roof, the question was, so you said how many drinks over the course of the day, sir? And your answer was, I don't remember. But if I could ballpark it, I would say one. Remember giving that answer?
Yes.
But today it was just a sip. Right?
Okay.
Is that your answer today?
That's my answer.
All right. How many times have you been on Mr. Alex's boat, would you estimate?
10, 15.
Okay, multi-million-dollar boat?
Yes.
Any cameras on that boat?
I do not know.
Did you have a camera or a video camera with you, or a phone with a video camera?
I had a phone.
Police ever asked you to see it? Police ever asked you to look at it?
No.
This particular woman that you described as Carolyn Schwitzky that you know now, you saw her earlier in the day on a boat next to your boat that you were on, right?
Yes.
And she was partying and dancing and having lots of fun, right?
Appeared to be.
And you knew she had a red bathing suit on, right?
Yes.
And you were watching the young ladies that were dancing on the boat next to you, right?
Yes.
It's a normal thing a guy would do. It's not abnormal. Right?
Yes.
Just don't want your wife to know, right?
We were joking with our wives.
All right. But in the deposition, you said you were ashamed that you're not ashamed to say you took a peek and you didn't want your wife to find out, right?
Okay.
Is that true? You didn't want to read in this deposition?
I think it was a joke in the deposition, but
Oh, okay. All right. So you noticed you had a bathing suit on that was pretty much revealing, right?
yes.
You never saw Cole Goldberg that day. You couldn't describe what he was wearing before this incident happened, right?
Nope.
No interest in him, of course.
Nope.
Okay. When Miss Goldberg got on the boat, you didn't call 911 when she got on Alex's boat, right?
I didn't.
Okay. And she wasn't coughing up phlegm or water, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So if she was having trouble breathing, you would remember that. If she was spitting up water or salt water was in her coming out of her nose or she needed CPR, nothing like that happened, right?
No.
You never told the police you saw any marks on her, did you?
Pardon?
You never told the police you saw any marks on Miss Schwitzky.
I didn't. They didn't ask.
And you never put in your statement, you never told them, right? In your written statement, right? You never put down she had marks on her, right?
I didn't.
And it's your testimony that the only time the police would flag down was, what, 25, 30 minutes after this supposed incident happened?
Yes.
And that's only because Mr. Goldberg came back and y'all didn't want him on your boat, right?
Probably yes.
Okay. And this incident happened about 5-6 feet from Alex's boat?
Yes.
And Carolyn Schwitzky wasn't the only young lady dancing that day. You described this as a debauchery of young kids who were all basically dancing and partying to music.
Having fun, yeah.
And debauchery was your word, right? Remember that word?
I don't remember it, but if you say it's there.
Do you disagree with it?
No.
Okay. So all four of you had flotation devices?
Yes.
You, your ex-wife, Alex, and his wife.
Yes.
And when this young lady came up to you, did you recognize who it was at first?
No.
Oh, not until she got back on your boat?
Yeah.
All right, and she asked for help, right?
She did.
And she was struggling to swim, right?
Yes. Appeared to be.
Sorry?
She appeared to be.
Sure. That was your opinion? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave her your flotation device? Or allowed her to hang on to it, obviously?
I allowed her to hang on to this.
You don't know where she was going, do you?
I do not.
Did she ever tell you she was going to land?
I don't remember saying it.
Okay. You have no idea where she was going, or why she was going your direction? You personally don't know.
I personally don't.
Do you know how much she was drinking that day? Do you know how much Carolyn Schwitzky was drinking that day?
No idea.
And when you described a little while ago when you got down off the stand there and you hold on to the other prosecutor from behind, was that the direction Mr. Goldberg came from behind Ms. Schwitzky?
Yes.
And is it true she was under the water for about till 4 Mississippi?
I couldn't estimate, but if I was to put a number on anywhere in and around there.
Okay. And do you know if her whole head went under the water? Part of her head?
Her whole head.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. And you grabbed her hand and guided her?
Yes.
Today you said that she was fighting with you. Where did you ever say that? Take a look at your deposition. You've never said that before in your written statement or in your deposition that she was fighting with you, thinking you were Mr. Goldberg. Isn't it true today's the first time you've ever said that?
Nobody asked me.
Okay, so they asked you hundreds of questions about what happened, but you never answered that.
Objection and proper impeachment.
It's argumentative. Sustain.
Okay, so do you agree today's the first time you ever said that she was fighting with you?
If it didn't appear in the deposition like you said, then yes.
Okay, but you didn't put it in your written statement, right?
I didn't. No.
Okay. But you had no problem grabbing her hand and guiding her up to the boat, right?
I'm sorry, what's the
You
question?
had no problem grabbing her hand and guiding her to Alex's boat, right?
I had no problem. I grabbed her and guided her up to the boat. What do you mean, no problem?
It was easy. You had no problem. You took her hand and guided her to the boat, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You didn't have to carry her onto the boat, did you?
I did not.
She got up on her own volition, correct?
She did.
And you remember, I think you just testified earlier, that Mr. Alex took a gaff and was threatening Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
Because he assumed he was trying to kill Ms. Schwitzky.
Yes.
Alex made that very clear, that he didn't like Mr. Goldberg and yelled at him that he shouldn't be a lawyer, he should be ashamed of himself. Remember that?
I don't remember that, but I remember Alex yelling with the gaff from the boat.
Remember yelling at him that he was an attempted murderer and telling the police that?
I don't remember that, but if I don't disagree with that either.
Okay, Alex is a loud guy, right?
Pardon?
He's a loud guy. He's a loud and aggressive man, right?
Not usually.
Oh, okay. That day he was, right?
If that's your opinion, I don't.
Was he drinking? Was Alex drinking?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I don't.
And when Ms. Schwitzky came up to you and asked that she was for help, and she said, "Can I rest there?" Remember her asking you, "Can she rest there?"
Yes.
Okay. And she looked tired and she had labored breathing?
Yes.
You don't know anything about Ms. Schwitzky personally, do you? Like her physical health or her mental well-being? You know nothing about her personally?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. And when you saw Mr. Goldberg in the water, you don't personally know if he was having a hard time swimming, do you?
I do not.
You know how much he had to drink?
No idea.
You know if he ate anything or drank any water that day?
I do not.
And you actually didn't even see him come up. He just got there and all of a sudden he was there.
Yes.
He wasn't splashing around, making noise.
Not that I could see. Not that I recall either.
You didn't hear anything?
I didn't.
Okay. You previously said, isn't it true, that Mr. Goldberg had his hands clenched around Ms. Schwitzky's neck?
Objection and proper impeachment?
Isn't that true, sir?
I don't recall. If it's in the deposition, then I said it.
No. Did you say that or not? You don't remember, I'll refresh your memory.
Would you?
Sure. Page 30, line 10 through 16 of the deposition of
Line 10 through 16.
Yes, sir. We can read any other parts that help me.
So what I said was, his hands were down underwater. I couldn't say where I said I couldn't say. His hands were clenched together, so I can't speak to where he had her. When you say hands together, what do you mean? Like he was pushing her down or something? It looked like around her neck, is what I said.
Right. So you previously said he had his hands clenched around her neck, right?
Okay.
You
Right.
agree or disagree? You said that.
I agree that I said that.
Okay. Not today. You didn't say that. Right?
I didn't say that today. I wasn't asked that today, was I?
Well, you was showing the description. You didn't grab the prosecutor around the neck, clenching her neck, did you?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the shoulder and neck area. I don't. Are you making a distinction of the neck versus the upper shoulder?
Well, making a distinction of clenching Ms. Schwitzky's neck. Did you do that as you demonstrated on the prosecutor? Did you clench her neck? Is that your opinion of clenching her neck?
What my opinion is in the deposition.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking today, when you did that demonstration, were you clenching the assistant prosecutor's neck as you showed the court what you observed?
I don't know how to answer that. That's an opinion of mine, but did I clench her neck?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes, no, or I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what your opinion of clenching your neck is.
All right. Mr. Goldberg was keeping himself afloat above water. For whatever reason why he did this, right? He was keeping himself afloat, right? When this
I
happened.
can't answer that.
Well, did he go into the water?
He did not go into the water.
So he kept himself afloat by doing this, right?
It didn't appear that way to me, but if
So he didn't keep himself afloat when he grabbed, whatever direction he grabbed or how he grabbed this young lady, he didn't stay above water?
Objection, asked and answered.
so,
Yes or no?
was he above water?
Yes, sir.
Holding her under.
Yeah.
Was the
Yes.
question.
Yes.
He was above water. Yeah.
Okay. And he never said anything before or during the time he was doing what he did that you heard. Mr. Goldberg I'm talking about. You don't know if Mr. Goldberg was in distress, do you?
No idea.
Do you have any idea what time Mr. Goldberg and Schwitzky arrived at Boca Bash?
I do not.
Do you have any training about what swimmers in distress, what they look like and what happens when people can't swim? Have you had any training in that or expertise in that?
Limited.
You never studied that, did you, in school?
In the military.
Okay, for swimmers in distress?
General survival, yes.
Okay, in the water.
Yes.
But, all right, but how about in terms of people that are swimming in the ocean when they're in distress? Do you have any training in that?
No formal training.
All right. Did you ever see anyone drown personally in the ocean?
Not in the ocean, no.
All right. Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg go to the boat after he left Mr. Alex's boat and grab his backpack before he came back?
Did I ever see, could you repeat that?
Sure. Sorry. So Mr. Goldberg was on Alex's boat when he was being threatened with the gaff, right? Trying to get on, but y'all won't let him on, right?
He didn't come close to the boat at that particular point.
All right, because he wasn't allowed, right?
He wasn't allowed, yes.
So your testimony is he wasn't even touching the boat?
He wasn't touching the boat.
Okay. When he left, before he came back, did you see him with a backpack at any time? Let me ask you that way.
I didn't see him with a backpack.
So when he came back, whether he had a backpack or not, you don't know?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay. And you don't know if he had a backpack the first time when you saw him?
I do not.
Okay. Isn't it true that the look in Mr. Goldberg's eyes when he was grabbing Ms. Schwitzky in any way he did, whatever he did, that was discomforting to you, right? His look in his eye, in Goldberg's eye is what I'm asking.
I don't know.
Okay. Go to page 40, lines 7 to 16, see if that refreshes your memory of the look in Mr. Goldberg's eye.
40, line
7 through 16, please.
7 through 16. Am I on the wrong page here? 40? 40.
Hold on, let me get to where I am. I lost my place. Page 40, line 7 through 16. If it doesn't help you, that's okay. I'm just asking for refreshers your memory.
Okay. It does refresh, I don't know.
Simply look at lines 15 and 16.
15.
Maybe that's easier.
Okay.
So you did have some kind of look in his eye that you saw, right?
Seems somewhat deliberate, yeah.
Well, you didn't say deliberate. My question is, he had a look in your eye, his eye, that bothered you, right?
Yes,
Where did you ever say deliberate before today? Did you ever say that in this deposition?
I did not.
Did you ever say that to the police?
I don't remember.
Well, you want to take a look at your written statement?
Well, I didn't put it in my written statement, but I don't know if I verbally said it.
Okay.
You asked if I verbally said it to the police.
Would you be surprised to learn it's not on the body cam either, or you know that one surprised you?
I don't remember saying that. No, that's
So 4 years later, now this is deliberate, right?
okay.
Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Okay. You didn't see any scratch marks on this young lady's neck, right?
Any scratch marks?
Yes, sir. You didn't see any scratch marks on her neck,
I
right?
didn't really investigate it.
Okay. You didn't see any hand marks or prints on her neck, right? And fingerprint marks, right?
Again, I didn't investigate her name.
Well, you were investigating her earlier in the day, right? I watched her pretty carefully.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you were checking her out. She was a hot-looking girl.
That's not investigating.
Oh, okay. Well, when she was on your boat, your testimony is you weren't looking at her?
I was more concerned with the well-being.
Okay. A girl that possibly was almost drowned intentionally, you don't look to see if there's any marks on her?
I didn't. It's not my job.
All right, let me show you offense exhibit number 1 for identification. See any marks on her?
I don't see any in the picture.
Okay. You didn't see any in person either, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah. And whether Mr. Goldberg grabbed the raft or not, after you took Carolyn or helped her on the boat or whatever volition she went on the boat, you don't know if he was holding onto that raft, do you?
I do not.
So when Mr. Goldberg swam up and did whatever he did to Ms. Schwitzky, how far was the yacht that y'all were on from Ms. Goldberg?
Feet.
1 foot?
Less than 10, probably more than 3 or 4.
Okay. And when Mr. Goldberg came up, he came up from behind her, obviously, like you said.
Yes.
So Ms. Schwitzky lived a little bit closer to the boat or the yacht that y'all came on than he was.
Yes.
Okay. And it looked like Ms. Schwitzky was basically saying nothing happened, right? He's never done this before, as your testimony earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay, she was... What was it? 1 minute, Judge. I don't know anything else, thank you.
Any redirect examination?
Very brief, Judge. Mr. Harris, you gave a deposition in this case, right?
Yes.
Right. Do you remember that being in like 2023?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a little bit closer to the incident date than today?
Yes.
And today, you've had a difficulty describing the facial expressions of the defendant. Would it refresh your recollection to review what you stated in your deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to page 44, line 16, if you can read that through line 16 on page 45.
16.
16 to 16, one page, 44 to 45.
44 to 45.
Yes, thank you.
Question. Okay, so when you
No,
just...
don't read it out loud, I'm sorry. Just read it to yourself. Thank you.
switched classes. School. Okay.
Great. Has your memory been refreshed?
Sure.
Okay. Can you describe what his facial expressions were when he swam up to Ms. Schwitzky and submerged her underwater?
There's no object to speculation.
I'll hear the answer first before I roll.
So just for clarification, should I just read from the deposition?
No. Did your memory get refreshed by reading your deposition?
Yes.
Okay, so answering from now your refreshed memory,
Seemed
what was his demeanor?
deliberate.
Okay. Did he appear? I'm sorry.
I had a rule on the objection. I overruled the objection.
Okay, thank you.
It was elicited to cross-examination.
And did he appear angry?
Seemed to be, yes.
Did he look furious?
Yes.
In that moment, with that expression, you had him as angry and furious. Did you have that expression on his face when you saw him again when he swam back to the boat?
No.
Okay, so his expression was different when he came back.
Yes.
Was he crying when he came back?
I don't remember, but he could have been.
Have you ever described that part when he came back and she's talking to him as a drama?
Yes.
Did it upset you after what you had seen previously to see her talking to him again?
Yes.
That's irrelevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
When he came back, was he allowed on the boat?
He was not.
Was he a danger from what you thought?
From what I thought, yes. And I think it was a good idea for the two of them to be together.
Was it your intention that day, only speaking to you obviously, was your intention to have this man arrested for what he did?
It wasn't my intention, no.
Was police action taken after he came back?
Yes.
Brief moment, Judge.
Sure.
Regarding Ms. Schwitzky fighting you when you pulled her out of the water, would it refresh your recollection if you referred to your deposition as to what your answer was?
Okay. Sure.
Read to yourself, page 27, line 23 to line 25.
Page 27, line 23.
All right. Has your memory been refreshed?
Sure.
Did you testify at your deposition that she was trying to fight you?
Yes.
Did you testify that you thought it was probably because she thought you were Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
And nothing else, Judge.
Thank you very much, sir. You can sit down. I believe that's Mr. Shiner's.
Okay. And
Is that-
Judge,
is that
he's,
official?
actually, no, I'll take it. You're excused.
All right, how long do y'all need to take for lunch?
5 minutes?
How long?
Whatever the court prefers.
I'll take as long. I need to give the courtroom staff a lunch, so 45 minutes enough time for you? Okay. Why don't we plan to get back together at, and I can, quarter after 1, okay?
Yikes, that's a big cacophony of noise. All right, we're going to fast forward, but I'm just going to go over some notes here. Fast forward through lunch. All right, so Matthew Paris was just on the stand. He was swimming in the intracoastal when Carolyn came swimming up to him. He says he's a fifth grade teacher. He lives in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He had a home in Pompano, which is just south of Boca. They had an intention when they woke up that morning to go to the Boca Bash. He knew it was a large gathering of boaters and a big party. He says they arrived around 10 or 11 a.m. When asked if he drank, he said yes, no, yes, no. He says, well, I had a sip of margarita, but not enough to impair. He says, Alex has a large boat, and it's better to have a first mate to be sober, which makes sense. I can totally understand that. He says, I always love the chance to drive Alex's boat. So let's see. He said there were thousands of people there. He says he, Alex, Sherry, and I think Rachel swam to a sandbar. They each had a blow-up raft. They were swimming back to the boat. He said he was still in the water, and that's when Carolyn came swimming at him and asked to grab onto his flotation device. He said she could grab on the boat, but she wanted to grab onto the floaty device. He said he couldn't see anyone else other than Carolyn. Her demeanor was she was under duress. She seemed tired and out of breath. And then he says Cole came up from behind and pushed her down. This is where he did a demonstration where he basically just did this. He didn't do that, right? That's strangulating. That's strangling somebody. That's choking somebody. This is just pushing somebody down. I understand it's, in one person's mind, that could be, well, I was just pushing them down. I was trying to survive. The other thing is, well, he's trying to drown me. He's trying to drown me. I've been in situations like that, being pushed underwater. It's scary. I get it, especially if you're not ready for it to come. But I'm also very comfortable and relaxed in the water, so I would just dive deeper. I would just dive deeper until that person let go, and then I would just swim out from underneath. But I get it. It's scary. It can be very scary, especially again if you don't know what's happening, and all of a sudden somebody just comes and dunks you. But I've been in situations like that. Granted, it's usually been in a pool or a lake. It hasn't been in the intracoastal. Certainly not the ocean. I'm not a fan of swimming in the ocean. I used to love to swim in the ocean whenever I had a chance. And, I've seen too many videos of sharks like within 5-10 feet of the shoreline. I'm like, yep, nope, not going to do it. I like pools. I'll do a lake, but not down here. I won't do a lake down here because there's gators. Every body of water, there's a gator. So anyway, big fan of pools. So that being said, if you get pushed under the pool, I just go down, just go down until that person lets go. So generally, I've never had somebody just continue to hold me down. So I get it. It can be scary for sure. All right. So then they get into his deposition. Let's see. He saw no reaction on his face. He was he trying to stay above the water? That was objected to. He remembers as a group them drinking only one drink. And then Cross came in and he got a subpoena to be here. Didn't seem like he really wanted to be here. He said he only had one sip of a margarita. He doesn't know about alcohol on the boat. So then they go over his deposition again. How many drinks? I don't remember, but I would say one. Today it's only a sip. I mean, that's splitting hairs. One drink versus a sip. Carolyn was partying, dancing, having lots of fun. She had the red bathing suit on. He was watching young ladies dancing on the next boat. He said that they were joking with the wives, that he was trying to take a peek at these young ladies dancing on the boat. Apparently that was a joke between them and the wives. Carolyn didn't have water coming out of her nose. She didn't need CPR. He called it a debauchery of young kids dancing. But Carolyn asked for help, and she appeared to be struggling to swim. He allowed her to hang on to his flotation device. He doesn't know how much she was drinking that day. Apparently he was in the military. We found out that he was in the military. And he had some training about survival in the water. He did not see Alex with a backpack. He didn't look to see if there were any scratch marks on Carolyn as well. So, but in redirect, he says his intention was not for Cole to be arrested. But it seems like seems like Alex was pretty aggressive. Alex is the one that had this gaff pole, and he was trying to keep Cole away from the boat. All right, so Wizard of Ezzy, swimming in dark water like a lake makes me nervous. Prefer clear water. P. Cooper, I hate pools. You love the sea. Interesting. Yeah, whenever I get into the ocean, I immediately hear doo 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 doo. Yeah, I hear Jaws theme immediately. Even when I'm in the pool, I hear Jaws theme. I've seen too many sharks in the ocean. It's just not for me anymore. I'll go in like waist deep, and that's about it. I used to swim out well past my head, swim to the sandbars, hang out in the sandbars, which would probably be 50 feet. I've swam in the Mediterranean. I've swam out 50 yards to a little raft area. And yeah, those were the days. I don't do that anymore. All right, here we go. Let's after lunch. And Matthew Paris is off the stand. Let's get to the next witness.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be seated. Mr. Goldberg, President of the Council, we have a state president. State your requirement, please.
Yes, Judge. State calls Rachel Tarachek.
Rachel Tarachek. May I also spell that?
Tarapchek.
Tarapchek.
Rachel.
Gotcha.
She's right outside of the room.
How many witnesses do you have for today's case?
Judge, we have 3 additional witnesses that can testify today. I do have an officer that can come. He's about an hour away, so if we want to do a check on the pulse of how things are moving, we can check in and see if he needs to come today.
We'll check the pulse at the appropriate time.
I can't talk about I'm just trying to get my points across.
You did fine.
I'm cool.
Oh, that's fine. No worries.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. As you put on your way up, please raise your right hand and swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Once you step on your way up, make sure you speak directly in the microphone. As soon as you go, whenever you do this, are ready, you can explain.
Thank you, Judge. Ready? Yep. State your name and then spell your last name for the record.
My name is Rachel Tarapchek. It's Tarapchak.
And Ms. Tarapchek, where do you currently live?
I currently reside at 1051 Hillsborough Beach.
And what county is that in?
It's in
Is that in
Howard County.
Broward County? Okay. And do you have residence anywhere else?
We also have a home in Pennsylvania.
So do you come down to Florida as like a snowbird status?
We became residents about a year ago in Florida.
And who do you currently live with?
My husband,
And who is that?
Alexander.
Same last name?
Same months.
So were you on April 24th, 2022, were you in Florida at the time?
Yes.
And do you remember that day?
Yes.
And do you remember what you were doing?
We went to Lake Boca for Boca Bash.
Do you remember who you went with to Boca Bash?
Yes. I was with my husband, my sister-in-law Sherry, my brother-in-law at that time, Matt, and a family friend named Lester.
Matt, is that Matthew Paris?
Yes.
And Sherry, what is her last name?
Her last name then is Paris, but she's back to Tarapchak.
So she used to be married to Matthew Paris?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you went to Lake Boca?
We probably left our dog around 11:30 and got there around 12:15.
And have you ever been to Boca Bash before?
No, that was my first time.
And from your knowledge, what is Boca Bash?
Just hundreds of boats. Everybody gets together for that Sunday to hang out and drink and swimming. But
And how did you get to Boca Bash?
by boat.
And is this your husband's boat?
It's our boat, yes.
Was he the driver of the boat?
Yes.
And on this boat, was there alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol, do you remember?
Wine, probably seltzers. We have a margarita machine.
Do you recall if there were any liquor on the boat?
Could have been, yeah. If they were they're using the machine. I think my husband was using it.
Judge, I'm sorry. I had a hard time hearing her. Apologize.
Can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer? They're very touchy, so
Okay. Is that better?
you have to like lean forward so you can't do it. There you
Sorry.
go. No, you're okay.
So when you arrived to Lake Boca, did you go to a sandbar?
We weren't on the sandbar, no, we were docked on the outskirts of where all the other smaller boats were, because we arrived later and all the small boats go onto the sandbar. So we were further out on the water.
Okay. And when you arrived there, were there lots of people on boats?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first noticed who you now know to be Caroline Schwitzky?
Well, they were all on the boat behind ours. So there were a lot of people on the boat, and they were, younger kids. So there was a lot of them, so they were easily noticeable, I guess.
And how were you able to recognize her?
She had a red bathing suit that was pretty noticeable.
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear her respond. You could repeat the last part of that.
She had a red bathing suit that was recognizable.
Do you remember having contact with that woman, Schwitzky?
Contacted which manner?
That you spoke to her
After the incident, or?
before the incident. Did she come up to you?
Well, on the side of the boat, yeah.
Okay, so did you recognize Miss Schwitzky swimming in the water?
No.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. What were you doing on the boat?
I was swimming back to our boat. I was coming around, I was climbing up onto the ladder in the back.
Okay, and while you were climbing up on the ladder, is that when you recognized Miss Schwitzky?
Well, she was yelling to me, I can't swim anymore, can you throw me a floaty? Because she saw that I had one that I was putting onto the boat.
Okay. Okay, so I just showed defense counsel on State Supreme Court Exhibit 3. Can I approach the witness, Judge? Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay, and on that photo, is that the boat that you were on?
yes.
Okay, so is that a fair and accurate representation of when you guys were out on Boca Bash that day?
Yes.
Okay, so all I want you to do is just circle where you are, and you can put a letter R. Or the general area of where you are.
Here, that's me. Let's see. It's Sherry. I don't know that I am in this photo, to be honest.
It could be the general area.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then from your recollection, where was Caroline Schwitzky? You can put like a letter C of where she was.
Are you talking about in the water or
in the water?
Should be right there.
Okay, you can put a C.
Okay.
State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 3.
Any legal objections, State's Exhibit number 3?
No, but can I see the markings on there, Judge?
Sure. Why don't you
Do
show
you want to see where I was in the water or where I was?
Judge, I could also have a conversation.
Circle.
Object.
She's clarifying what she was being asked to do.
Yeah, I didn't know if she wanted me to put where I was when I saw her in the water or where I was.
When you saw her in the water, where were you?
So I was here.
Okay.
Can you just show
Yes.
Mr. Shiner and I can get his position, and you can certainly approach her again with it if you need to.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Any legal objections, State's Exhibit number 3?
No, sir.
Have you received an evidence without objection, State's Exhibit number 3?
Publish.
You may.
Okay, so when you first noticed Ms. Schwitzky, how was she swimming?
Not great.
And describe what not great.
Well, she asked me for help. She asked me to throw her a floaty that she said she couldn't swim anymore.
Did she seem out of breath?
Yes.
Distressed?
Yes.
Okay, so she asked you for the floaty. Excuse me. And did you give her that floaty?
Yeah, I threw it to her.
Okay. And from what you remember, was she able to get that floaty?
She grabbed it for a second, but she wasn't able to put herself onto it
And why not?
because the defendant came up behind her and put her under the water.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Goldberg swimming up to her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Goldberg here today?
Yes.
Okay. Just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
Judge, we'll agree this is Mr. Goldberg.
The record, but you can point him out and identify an article book.
Just describe what he's wearing and point him out.
A suit and tie.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the witness positively identified Mr. Goldberg.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay, so you saw him swim up from behind to Ms. Schwitzky. What happened next?
He proceeded to put his hands around her, on her shoulders and her neck, and push her under the water.
Okay, would you be able to demonstrate how he put his hands on her?
Yes.
Okay.
Just again, they're going to ask you to sit down and demonstrate it. Just if you're going to say anything, make sure that you're speaking into the microphone.
Okay, Ms. Tarachek, you can step down, just be careful. And just demonstrate at Ms. Suarez how Mr. Goldberg had his hands on Ms. Schwitzky.
So he was just pushed her down like that. Like that.
So, and he was pushing her down?
Yeah, he pushed
Okay.
her under the water.
So just to describe, the thumbs are on her back, on Ms. Suarez's back, and the fingers are on the clavicle area.
Yes, but again, I couldn't see the back.
Speak in the microphone, they're going to call.
All right, I could only see from where you're standing, but
Okay.
from what I could see, his hands were like that, pushing her under the
Okay,
water.
and he was pushing down.
Yes.
Okay, you can step back onto the witness stand. When Mr. Goldberg was doing this, how did he look?
Focused, intent, just kind of like, not really, we were all yelling and he just wasn't really responding. He just kept holding her under.
Do you remember how long she was underwater for?
I mean, my perception was it was probably between 10 to 15 seconds.
Do you remember if Mr. Goldberg said anything while this was happening?
No, he didn't say anything.
And did Mr. Goldberg look angry while this was happening?
Yeah, he looked angry, like just like focused and intent on what he was doing, I would say would be the description.
Now, when Mr. Goldberg was swimming towards Ms. Schwitzky, did it look like he was having trouble swimming?
No.
Was he like flailing his arms as if he needed to keep himself above water?
No,
Did he have a backpack on by any chance?
I didn't notice the backpack.
Did you notice anybody else in the water when this was happening?
With them?
Yes.
No.
Did Mr. Goldberg ask you for a floaty?
No, he didn't.
Was Mr. Matthew Paris also in the water?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do when this was happening?
Well, Matt was behind them, and as it was happening, we didn't really know what was happening. We realized that something was wrong, so we just all kind of, well, me, my husband, and Matt, like looked at each other and knew that she wasn't coming up. That they had to do something. So Matt went and grabbed her from under him and got her loose.
Did it look like Ms. Schwitzky was trying to fight off Mr. Paris?
Fight under the water?
Right.
No, I didn't. It all just happened so quickly. She was under, he was holding her, and then we realized Matt just kind of grabbed her and took her off.
Did Ms. Schwitzky eventually get on your boat?
Yes.
Okay. And how was she behaving?
Well, she was coughing, she was crying, she was shaking a lot. I mean, she was very upset.
When Ms. Schwitzky was on your boat, where was Mr. Goldberg?
At that point, he was still in the water next to the boat.
Did he try to get on your boat?
At that point, no. That's when my husband got the boat hook and told him to stay away.
So he wasn't trying to get on your boat, but was he trying to go after Ms. Schwitzky?
No.
Okay. So your husband then took the boat hook?
Yeah.
Okay. And was your husband also there with you? Did you see what happened?
Yes, he was on the boat.
Okay. What was your husband's demeanor at that point?
Upset.
Do you recall what he said to Mr. Goldberg in the water?
He told him to get away from our boat, to get away from her. And he said, Mr. Goldberg said, "That's my girl." And Alex said, "Well, I don't care if it's your girl or not, you're not going to drown her." And then he swam away.
Do you remember Mr. Goldberg said anything back to him, to your husband?
I don't remember if he said anything back.
Okay, and did Mr. Goldberg eventually leave?
Yes.
Okay, and where did he go?
I don't know.
Did
It appeared like he swam, obviously he swam away, but I don't know where he went.
Did he get on your boat at any time after that?
He came back probably 10, 15 minutes later.
And where was he on your boat?
He was on the swim, like hanging on the swim platform talking to Caroline.
And what were you doing on the boat at that time?
Just, I got her water, I got her a towel. We were just trying to figure out her situation, what we were going to do with her. Just trying to figure things out. Everything was not how we wanted the day to go, I guess.
Do you remember how Mr. Goldberg was acting the second time he came back around?
He appeared to be crying, upset. He was talking to Caroline and she was talking to him.
And was this behavior different from when the first encounter happened?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Goldberg say anything to your husband at that time?
No, I don't think they got words. Other than he told him to get away from the boat. Yeah, told him to get away from the boat.
And did you call 911?
No, I personally didn't.
How were the police involved?
They were on the lake that day, so I think somebody must have waved them over either Matt or Alex, I don't know who did.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you give them a statement?
Yes, they had some statements.
When Mr. Goldberg had his hands on Ms. Schwitzky, did it look like he applied force?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Mr. Goldberg try to grab Ms. Schwitzky again?
Grab her again.
After that happened, correct?
Well, she was just under the water. So what do you mean by grab her again?
So after he pushed her underwater, held her there, and Matt took her away, did he try to grab her again?
I didn't see that.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So this young man comes up in the middle of Lake Boca with hundreds of people around and tries to drown this young lady right in front of you. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
I don't have to believe it. I saw it.
Okay, that's what you saw.
Yes, that's what I saw.
All right, let's talk about that. So on this particular day, you go to Boca Bash, right? Everyone there is basically having fun. It's one big party, right? Yes?
Yes.
Lots of music going on.
Yeah, it was the end of the day when this happened, so things were much calmer then.
Right, but during the day, lots of boats are there, music, right?
Yes.
Partying,
Yes.
dancing, a lot of young people dancing,
Yes.
in and out of the water.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Lake Boca?
Yes.
It could be dangerous when the channel is flowing pretty fast, right?
Yes.
And this time of day, do you know if it was high tide, low tide, do you know?
No, I don't know the tide chart that day.
Do you know if Carolyn Schwitzky's ever been to Lake Boca before?
I don't know anything about her.
Oh, okay. First time you ever seen her?
Yes.
All right. This was your first time at Boca Bash?
It was.
You want to, I don't know, you're a lot younger than me, but most of the people are younger than you?
Yes, I'm 44, so most people there are in their 20s.
Okay. And on your boat, there was also, beside the four of you, there was someone named Nick Kudrow?
Yes.
And who's that?
He's a family friend.
Okay. And he's an adult, right?
Yes.
And how about, wasn't there two other people that you came with that were on a boat tied up to yours?
Yeah, Kyle Green and Lily Green. But they had left. Kyle Green and Lily Green, but they had left probably an hour before this.
So they definitely were not there?
No.
Okay. And you told the prosecutor on direct examination there was wine, seltzers, margarita machine, and there could have been hard alcohol on the boat, right?
Yes.
Your boat?
My boat.
Okay. And the reason you noticed the red bathing suit is because it was kind of revealing, to say the least?
Well, most of the girls have revealing bathing suits at Lake Boca.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean,
But you noticed Carolyn's bathing suit?
yes.
All right. Why did you previously say there was no liquor bottles on the boat?
I didn't know if they were, we have them down in the cabin, but I don't know if they were out on the counter or where they were when this happened.
I'm going to show you some pictures. I'll show you defense number 6 for identification, defense number 9 for identification, defense exhibit number 7 for identification. The first one's number 6. Does that, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And is that picture part of your boat showing the liquor bottles?
Yep.
And they were out in the open, right?
Yes.
And the other exhibit, what's the next one? Is it 7?
Yes.
What do you see in 7?
Same thing, a margarita machine and alcohol.
All right, not seltzer. These are hard liquors, right? Like rum and tequila?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes,
And the next picture is number 9. What do you see on that?
it's the same items.
All right. That's what offers 6, 7, and 9 into evidence.
Any objection to defense 6, 9, and 7, 6, 7, and 9?
No.
Proceed to evidence without objection as defense exhibits number 6, 7, and 9.
Previously, when you gave your deposition under oath, you said there was no liquor bottles, right?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you say that?
I don't know why. It's okay.
Okay. You never called 911, right?
No.
You had a phone, correct?
Yes, I have a phone.
Okay. And you could have easily, if you thought somebody was trying to murder somebody, you could have easily called the police, right?
I could have, yes.
That would be a prudent thing to do, right?
Well, like I said, we were waiting to see what she wanted to do.
Okay.
I wasn't the victim.
All right, so
So we were waiting to see what we should do.
okay. So you thought that was the right thing to do to see what she was going to do,
Well,
right?
It happened to her, yes.
Okay. So that's why you didn't call 911, right?
It's not, I just really didn't want to get involved in what was happening.
Okay. But your phone worked. You could have easily dialed the police if you wanted to, right? If it was an emergency.
Well, yes, but we,
Yes or no?
well, Matt took her out of the water, I mean, it got her safe, so,
Okay. Well, you didn't call paramedics, did you?
no,
Could have done that as well, right?
yes.
Okay. So from the time you explained what you observed to the time Mr. Goldberg came back, would that have been about 20 minutes?
Maybe 10 minutes?
Good. Let me show you your deposition. Do you have a copy with you?
No.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, I reviewed
I'll
it.
show it to you. Go to page 11, right on line 12, right in that area, if you can read that to yourself.
So I said between,
No, read it to yourself.
okay,
That refresh your memory?
yes.
It was more than 10 minutes, right?
I said 15 to 20 minutes.
All right. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, you know, I didn't look at my watch the whole time.
Oh, of course.
So it was all estimated
Of
time.
course. Okay. Well, all the times obviously are estimated, right?
Yes,
Okay. So whether it was 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it was somewhere in that range.
yes,
Okay. And nobody from any boats, as far as you can tell, you didn't see the police coming up during that time period, right? Nobody called as far as you can tell.
not that I can tell.
Did you see a lot of Boca police on the water?
Yes, that's why they came over quickly when we finally did leave them over.
Sure. There was sheriffs, Boca, Florida Fish and Wildlife, all kinds of agencies, right?
Yes,
Where your boat was parked, how long is your boat? What's the size?
38 feet.
Okay. And you dock it in the water off of Hillsborough?
Yes,
Okay. You kept that boat in deep water, right?
yes,
Far away from everybody in Boca Bash,
yes.
because you didn't want to get caught on the sandbar area.
Well, we arrived, like I said, we arrived late, so the only spaces were on the perimeter.
Okay. Then you guys are swimming back and forth
Yes,
with flotation devices?
yes.
Okay. And when you saw this young lady was swimming, she was in distress, right?
Yes, she was.
Sorry?
Yes, she was.
And it was about 8 to 10 feet of water in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Definitely over an average person's height.
Yes,
Okay. You never saw Cole Goldberg before that day, right?
no,
You don't know anything about him?
no, I don't.
You know how much he was drinking that day?
No,
You know how much Caroline was drinking?
no.
You know if they had any food that day?
I don't know anything about what happened to them prior to this.
And when you first observed this, you didn't even know they were in a relationship. You had no way of knowing that, right?
No.
And isn't it true you described Goldberg as having his eyes were completely wide open and while he was pushing her down?
Yes.
You're not a trained lifeguard, are you?
No.
Or a medical doctor?
No.
You don't know what that means, do you? You personally?
To have your eyes wide open?
Yeah.
I just said it, he looked focused.
Okay, well, you know if he was panicking or if he was in distress?
He didn't seem to be.
Okay, what are signs of someone who can't swim properly? Can you tell the court what those signs look like to you?
Well, you said I'm not a lifeguard, so I don't know if I can.
Did you ever see anyone drown?
No, I've never seen anybody drowned in front of me, no.
Okay. And we'll talk about whether he was in distress in a minute. Let me ask you some more questions. So it's your testimony, you're the one who threw Ms. Schwitzky the life raft, right?
Yes.
So she never grabbed onto your husband or your ex-husband's life raft at the time, right?
You mean my ex-brother-in-law? The water?
My ex-brother-in-law, I apologize, sorry.
I don't think Matt had a floaty.
All right, you're the one who threw the floaty.
Yes.
Okay. So it definitely was yours as the one she tried to grab onto.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the climbing the ladder effect is? Do you have any idea what that is?
No.
Did Mr. Goldberg stay above water when he did the action he described he did to Ms. Schwitzky?
Yes, he was above water.
And the estimate you said 10 to 15 seconds she was under. Is that just an estimate or is that accurate or is it hard to say?
It seemed to me like that was the correct amount of time, but
Okay.
like I said, it was.
Did you see where Ms. Schwitzky came from or how far she was swimming before she got to your boat?
No.
Did you ever see a phone in her hand?
No.
Never?
In the water. No, I didn't see her with the phone at
How
all.
about while she was on your boat?
I don't remember seeing her with the phone.
Huh? Thank you. I know, I handed you defense exhibit number 12. I know you can't see the face. Does that look like Carolyn Schwitzky's body and bathing suit?
Yes.
Can you see a phone in that picture?
I do.
All right. You've never seen that before?
No.
So would you be surprised to know she had a phone on your boat?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it, so.
All right. All right. Defense would offer number 12 into evidence.
Legal objection to defense exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Received in evidence without objection to defense exhibit number 12.
Isn't it true that you offered Cole Goldberg the same kind of float because he was having a hard time swimming as well, just like Ms. Schwitzky?
I did throw another one because I thought together that they were swimming out to the boat behind us, or swimming out and that he might need one too. So I did throw him one.
So my question is, not did you throw it? I know you threw it. You agree on that?
Yes.
And the reason you threw it because he was having a hard time swimming also.
No, he wasn't having a hard time swimming.
All right, go to page 23, lines 23 to 25 of your deposition, and read that to yourself, please.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Page 23. Lines 23 to 25.
I said he was acting like he
I'm
was
asking to read that to yourself, ma'am.
Okay.
So you got a chance to read that?
Yes.
Isn't it true when you were asked the question, you said, and then I actually offered him a floaty because he was acting like he was having a hard time swimming too. And then I threw another one. And then you went on and kept talking. Didn't you make that statement on the roof during your sworn deposition?
Yeah, and I ended it with, then he jumped on her.
Right, because you thought he was having a hard time swimming. You disagree
No,
with
he
me?
didn't. Well, he didn't jump on her because he was having a hard time swimming.
Right. Those are your words, isn't that true? When you gave this sworn deposition,
Yes.
let me finish my question. February 15, 2023, under oath, you said Mr. Goldberg was having a hard time swimming, correct?
Yes.
Was that true or not true?
At the moment, I thought that he was having a hard time because they were both acting strange. So I thought that he needed help too.
Okay.
She was asked for help first.
So you agree he was having a hard time swimming? You agree with that?
I did. That was my initial thing. I thought he was having a hard time.
Well, you're in court today under oath. Do you agree
Yes.
with it today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would agree he looked like he was out of breath, and they both looked like they were laboring while swimming. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
So not just Carolyn Schwitzky, Cole Goldberg was laboring. He was having a hard time breathing. He was out of breath when you threw him that life preserver.
Yes, but I also clarified why I thought that.
Well, go to page 24. Read your deposition on page 24. Read the whole page.
Said he just looked like he was maybe out of breath from swimming, trying to get her.
Right, but he was out of breath, right? Well, then whatever reason he was out of breath for, you don't know. You don't know personally, do you?
No.
You're not God, are you?
No, I'm not God.
You don't know what was in this young man's head, do you?
No.
Could have been trying to get her, could have been having trouble swimming, right?
I don't know.
Well, you said he was out of breath, not me, right?
Objection argumentative.
It is sustained.
And you agree he was laboring also as he was trying to swim.
Yes, but as I said, I clarified that he wasn't on top of her, using her as a floating device
How do you know?
because he was treading water.
So what was he supposed to do? Sink as well and die?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
What should he have done but tread water if somebody's trying to stay afloat? How else would you stay afloat if you're not treading water?
Objection
He wasn't
argumentative.
afloat, he was floating.
Roll. She's answered.
When Carolyn Schwitzky came up to you, she wasn't yelling, she was very calm, right?
She was yelling, like, to get my attention, not like screaming, but saying, can I have a floaty? I can't swim anymore.
Was she yelling or not yelling?
I may have said yelling, but, you know, when you're across the water, people use a louder voice, but she wasn't screaming at the top of her
I'm
lungs.
just asking if she was yelling, that's all.
I guess in between yelling and speaking loudly.
Okay, look at your deposition on page 25. Read that to yourself. Lines 7 through 15. Was it yelling, correct? Did I refresh your memory that she was not yelling? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. don't know what was going on in her mind, right?
No,
You don't know if she's an actress, do you?
no,
You don't know her age?
no,
You don't know anything about her?
no, not at this point, no.
Nothing, right?
No,
Okay. And it was your impression from Ms. Schwitzky that she was trying to swim across the lake, right?
that's what she told us when she got on.
Can't even do that. It's not possible, is it?
She said that the people that she was on the boat with told her to do that.
Well, you know you can't do that, right?
Well, I know that, but I'm
Right.
not Caroline, so.
Right, but you know that would be not a very smart thing to do. It would be very dangerous, right?
Yes.
And you can't imagine why anyone would even want to try to do that, right?
No.
You disagree with that?
I can't imagine why anyone would want to do that.
Okay. You don't know if he grabbed her back, do you?
Grabbed her back?
Yeah, so he grabbed her and she went on the way you described earlier. You don't know if he grabbed her back, do you?
No, I could not see her back.
So he never even grabbed the back, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
He
that?
may have grabbed her back, not just the way you described it. He may have actually grabbed her back and pushed her down.
I saw his hands around her neck and on her shoulders, so that's all I could see with front part.
So do you disagree you can't say whether he grabbed her back or not?
I can't say whether he grabbed her back or not.
Okay. You didn't see his arms or hands rather around her neck, did you?
I showed what I saw earlier.
My question is choking her around her neck. Did you see that? Two hands choking around where her Adam's apple would be, or my Adam's apple.
Well, she was underwater at that point, so I don't know where his hands were.
You did not see him choking her around the neck, did you, ma'am? Yes or no?
I saw him, as I described, as I showed you earlier, go like this and I'll put her under the water, so I don't know where his hands were at that point.
Well, you saw her. Was he strangling her?
Objection, asked and answered.
She was under the water, so
Sustained.
maybe he was, I don't know.
Sustained.
Did he have her mouth covered?
Like I said, she was under the water, I couldn't see her.
Did he have her nose pinched?
She was under the water for 10 to 15 seconds.
So you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Is it possible that he grabbed her head and pushed her down?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you don't know if he grabbed her head, do you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. And Rebecca, we've asked the same question several times.
And when Carolyn got on your boat, she was immediately, you all tried to tell her he tried to drown you, and she said he's never done anything like that, right?
Yes.
When Mr. Goldberg came back the second time, did you see him swim to a boat and go on the boat and grab his backpack?
No, I didn't see that.
So you don't know if he had a backpack on the first or second time or at all?
I don't remember anything about a backpack.
Okay. You didn't see any marks around Miss Schwitzky's neck, did you?
No.
You didn't see any bruising on her shoulder, did you, ma'am?
No.
No injuries to her upper chest?
No.
No injuries to Miss Schwitzky's face at all, right?
I didn't see anything.
And nothing in her neck or throat area, no injuries?
No.
And the bruises that were in her arm, isn't it true that they did not look fresh to you, that they were brown?
Yeah, they look brown,
Not fresh, right?
not fresh.
One more here. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you read it.
You've never seen someone scratch that. Would you expect to see injuries from someone who was drowning?
Objection, speculation.
No, I wouldn't.
It is speculation. It's the same.
Do you remember giving a deposition where you said that the defendant was also jealous and insecure of Ms. Schwitzky?
Judge, I can't hear the question, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing her.
I'll repeat it. So, do you remember giving a deposition where you said that the defendant was also jealous and insecure of Ms. Schwitzky?
That's what she had.
Judge, I object. It's hearsay. Move to strike.
How is it not hearsay?
Well, I'll move on. Did you give the floaty as a precaution that the defendant may have been having trouble swimming?
Yes.
Did you or anyone else, if you know, gave Ms. Schwitzky a phone to call for help?
No.
And did Mr. Goldberg, the first time around, look angry when this happened?
Yes.
And the second time when you saw him, was he crying?
Yes.
Did he seem apologetic?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. You can sit down. State your requirements.
State called Sherilyn Harris for serve check.
I got you. Just basically raise your right hand, just right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So watch your step on your way and make sure you speak directly to the microphone. State whenever you and ready to ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Sherilyn Ann Harris, P-A-R-I-S.
And is it, where do you work?
I have my own business in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And do you primarily live in Pennsylvania?
Not any longer.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Pompano Beach.
Okay. And in 2022, did you happen to have a residence in Florida still?
Yes.
Okay. And were you living in Pennsylvania and kind of doing the back and forth? And as far as 2022, were you married to someone by the name of Matthew Paris?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know someone by the name of Alexander Tarapchak?
Yes.
Okay. Did I say that right? Okay.
Well, close enough.
Close enough, all right. And who is that to you?
My brother.
Okay. Is he married?
Yes.
What's his wife's name?
Rachel.
And do the Tarapchaks live in Pennsylvania as well?
Yes.
Do they also do the back and forth between Pennsylvania and Florida?
They do.
And they have a residence in Florida as well?
Yes.
Do either you or the Tarapchaks own a boat?
My brother.
And where is that boat located?
Hillsborough Mile.
Okay. So you're in Florida?
Yes.
In 2022, did you find yourself here in Florida in April?
Yes.
Okay. April 24th, 2022, did you attend an event that was called Boca Bash?
Yes.
Had you ever attended that before?
No.
Can you describe what you believe Boca Bash is?
I guess a bunch of boats tying off and people drinking.
Enjoying the water?
Yes.
Around what time do you think you guys arrived?
I'm going to say around 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, and just to be clear, who was with you that day at Boca Bash?
My brother, his wife, and a family friend's son.
Okay, was your husband there?
He was.
Your then husband?
Yes.
Were you on your brother's boat?
Yes.
Did you guys take the boat to get there?
Yes.
Did you drink that day?
No.
Do you drink?
I do occasionally.
Did you go into the water?
I did.
In the area where the boat was specifically anchored, do you know how deep it was?
No.
Did it feel deep or shallow to you, if you can remember?
Deeper.
Was there a sandbar nearby?
Close enough, maybe.
How long do you think it would take to swim from the boat to the sandbar, if you remember?
5 minutes. 4 minutes.
How many people would you estimate were at Boca Bash?
100 people.
And were there boats nearby your boat where you guys tied up?
We weren't tied up, no.
Okay. Were there any boats surrounding you at all?
Yeah, and a little bit of a distance, not right next to us.
Okay. And did you notice that day permission to retrieve states too? Now showing you states too. Did you see a woman that looked like this on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Could you tell me the first time you noticed her?
When she swam out to our boat.
Okay, and where were you specifically when she swam up to your boat?
I was on the back of the boat.
Okay, were you on the boat?
Yes.
And is there a platform on this boat?
Yes.
Okay. So were you on the platform or were you just at the back of the boat?
Just the back of the boat.
Okay. Where was Mr. Paris?
He was in the water.
Where was Rachel Trapcheck?
She was on the back of the boat as well.
Kind of where you were?
A little bit closer to the water than me.
Okay, so like on-ish the platform?
Yeah.
And Alexander Trapcheck, where was he?
I recall where he was. On the back of the boat too, I think.
Okay. Show you what's been pre-marked for ID purposes as state 4. Miss Paris, do you recognize that photo or what's in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of kind of the atmosphere of what was happening on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your brother's boat?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, state would move states 4 into evidence as states 4.
Any legal objection states to number 4?
No, sir.
Receiving the evidence without objection states to number 4.
I'm not showing, I'm going to give you a pen. If you can put a C for where the young woman with the red bathing suit was when you first saw her.
Oh, I first saw her. Okay.
If you want to just scratch out what you just put and then the C. And then an M for where you believe Mr. Paris was. And an S for where you were. As best as you can. Thank you. Permission to publish? So you indicated that Mr. Paris was in the water when she swam up. Was she alone when she first swam up? What was her demeanor, if you can remember?
She just looked tired, like she was swimming.
And how far would you estimate, understanding where she was and you were, in relation to how far apart you both were. How far apart were you?
Maybe 20 feet.
Did it appear as though she was having a hard time swimming?
She said she was.
Okay. And do you recall at that time whether your husband at the time had a floaty with him?
I believe he did.
Did you see the interaction, if any, that took place between her and Mr. Paris in the water?
Yeah, she just asked if she could hang on to the floaty for a second.
Okay, and how long would you estimate you guys were speaking to her before anything happened?
Gosh, it's hard to say. 30 seconds, a minute.
So not long.
No.
What happens after you guys are speaking for about 30 seconds to a minute?
I just saw a man swim up with her, or after her, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you saw a man swim up. Had you seen him before that minute?
No.
Okay, so were they swimming side by side?
No.
Okay, so which direction was he swimming at her from? Like, where was she facing, where was he facing? From behind her. And as far as how he was swimming up, do you remember how he was swimming up?
No, not really.
Did he kind of come out of nowhere?
It felt like that, yeah.
So is it safe to say you hadn't noticed him prior to him kind of just being right there?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
What did he do?
He was holding her underwater.
Okay. So kind of break that down. How did he come about holding her?
Gosh, I don't remember, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay. Can you remember how he grabbed her?
No.
Okay. So when you say he was holding her underwater, was she fully submerged?
Yes.
Was he above water?
I believe so.
Okay. How long would you estimate he had her underwater?
10 seconds, maybe.
Did this appear like somebody struggling to swim, kind of dunking you underwater to get like a breath out, or did it appear like something else?
Objection, speculation. Lack of a...
Sustained objection.
I just...
You can't answer. Hold on. I'm gonna ask another question. What did he have any facial expressions that you noted?
No.
Did he appear tense or relaxed?
Tense.
What did you first think was happening?
I wasn't sure. I just remember...
Objection, speculation. What's your thought?
She indicated she wasn't sure. So, overruled.
I just thought that she was under the water for a long time. Abnormal.
Did you direct your husband to do something?
I did.
And why did you do that?
Because she was under the water for a bit of time.
Did you think that she needed to be saved?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice whether the defendant was breathing heavily?
No.
No, you didn't notice, or no, he
I
wasn't?
didn't notice.
Okay. What was the victim, the woman in the red bathing suit's reaction when you pulled her out?
She seemed scared.
What was his reaction after she was pulled out?
I don't remember.
How did she get out from under the water?
My ex-husband pulled her.
Did anybody have to threaten him?
Threatened him in what way? I don't...
To stay away? Anybody have to intervene after she was pulled out of the water?
I don't 100% remember, but I believe maybe he was climbing onto the boat and then asked not to. But not threatened, I don't believe.
As far as like that part goes, and he was trying to get on the boat is what you said, and he was told not to. Did he remain in that area after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if anybody alerted the police?
I believe so, yes, we all did, I think. There were several, even people in the boat next to us, I think.
So at what point were the police notified? Do you remember?
No.
Okay. Did the defendant swim away at any point?
Yes.
He did. At what point did he swim away?
I'm not sure.
Did he swim away before she was submerged in the water, after she submerged in the water, after the police were called, before the police were called?
After she was submerged in the water.
Okay, so after she's submerged in the water, there's something that happens that he swims away?
Yes.
Does he ever come back?
Yes.
Okay. Was it at that point that the police are notified?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember if the police were notified if he was already gone?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. Did you give a statement to the police?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember if everyone on your boat did as well?
Yes.
How would you describe your brother's personality?
My brother's personality?
Yes, Mr. Tracek. Alexander.
I don't know if there's a description. I don't know what you're asking.
What kind of personality does he have? Is he an aggressive person? Is he a loud person? Is he a quieter person?
I think he's a more quiet person.
Okay. Have you ever seen him mad?
Not violently mad, no.
I mean, you're his sister. Have you ever seen him get mad? Upset?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Not violent, but maybe upset.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe your brother's kind of demeanor after this whole thing happened?
I think we were all a little shaken up over it.
And is it in his personality to be yelling and screaming?
No.
Okay. And safe to say you've known him your whole life?
Yeah.
Okay. And safe to say that's more than 20, 25 years?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have one moment, Jen?
Sure.
All right, so I think you've kind of made it clear that it's been a while and you haven't remembered things. Would refreshing your recollection regarding the swimming and entering the boat and things, would it refresh your recollection to read your deposition that you gave?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to refer you to the page. You're not going to read out loud. You're just going to read the page.
Okay.
And then you're going to read those two pages. You're going to look up, okay? I'm going to ask you some questions. So it's page 36. Do you still have the depo in front of you?
I don't.
Okay.
Here, you want this one?
Oh. 36 and 37. So page 36 and 37. So you've looked up. Reading those two pages, has your memory been refreshed on a few of the topics we've been trying to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. So to begin, when Ms. Schwitzky is pulled out of the water by Mr. Paris, is anybody threatening Mr. Goldberg at that time?
My brother.
Okay. And at that point, does the defendant swim away?
Yes.
Okay. Does he ever return?
Yes.
And how long would you estimate that was between him leaving and coming back? Estimate.
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
You should need to make sure you speak directly in the microphone because it's a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you.
And as far as law enforcement involvement, when does that occur?
After he came back, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that.
Okay. And as far as when he returns back, does he get on the boat?
No.
Okay. So he's kind of at the edge of the boat,
Yeah.
holding on?
On the side.
Okay. And does the victim walk up to him and kind of start talking to him?
Yeah, she was kneeling down.
Okay. Was that kind of jarring to see after everything?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did that upset your husband at the time?
I think he said something to her. Yeah. I'm not sure what.
And do you remember if the defendant responded back to your brother making a threat, or, to kind of stay away?
If the defendant did?
Yes, if the man that had submerged her underwater. Do you remember if he said anything?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon. So this young man, after he does what he does, he just comes back 10, 15 minutes later and tries to talk to this lady that you never met before.
Yes.
And she kneels down and they're talking together, right?
Yes.
And she's still on the boat and he's holding on to the boat.
Right.
And when the police finally get there, there's no arguing or fighting, right?
No.
Are you getting along? I think the prosecutor some word, I don't recall what she said, but like you're surprised or something like that. The way they were acting, that was kind of surprising to you, right?
Yes.
All right, because you thought Mr. Goldberg did something intentional, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this lady was acting, Ms. Schwitzky was acting like no big deal. Maybe it wasn't intentional, right?
Right.
You don't know what time Mr. Goldberg started drinking, do you?
No. I don't even know that he was drinking.
Right? You have no idea if he ate that day, right?
No.
How many hours he was in the water, right?
No.
And you know what effect drinking would have on somebody swimming?
I imagine it wouldn't be good.
Sure. How about the tide? You know what the tide's over there?
I'm not aware.
How about the channel? Anything about that?
Well, the water comes in and it goes out quickly, yeah.
All right. And sometimes it can be hard to swim in that area?
Yes.
Well, it could be dangerous, actually.
It could be.
Get hit by a boat, maybe, right?
Yes.
Were there jet skis out there as well?
I'm sure. I don't remember.
All kind of moving objects, right?
Yes.
Are the police, a lot of police officers at this event?
I don't know.
You've never been there before? It's the first time?
It's the first time.
You've never seen Boca PD, how many sheriff's office boats, fish and wildlife boats? You've never seen all these police officers there?
Yes.
Okay. You never dialed 911, right?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Do you think you did?
I don't recall.
Would you be surprised there's no 911 calls from anyone in this case, or no?
I believe there was 911 calls for sure, yes.
From who?
I don't know. My sister-in-law and myself.
Well, it wasn't from you. Who would it have been from, do you know?
My sister-in-law, the boat next to us.
Did you see them calling, or just assuming they called?
I know that they were called because they came over.
All right. And so you believe the reason the police came there was because there was an actual dial from somebody's phone to 911. That's your belief?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anyone on the boat you were on wave the police down?
Yes, I think so. I don't really recall.
Okay? And until Mr. Goldberg came back 15, 20 minutes later, the police were never there, and they were never called, right?
I don't recall.
Police weren't there until he came back the second time, right?
Again, I don't really recall.
All right, let me ask you this one. When this lady came on your boat, did you call the police and say something just happened? I want to report an attempted murder?
I don't recall.
All right, well, show me in the deposition where you said that or in your sworn statement. Anywhere?
Objection, asking
I
answered.
did say that actually.
Well, you can use it to refresh your memory.
What page? Where am I?
No page, you didn't do it. You never said that.
No, I never said it called, no.
Okay.
I said I didn't recall calling.
Okay. Well, if it was such an emergency, you could have called the police, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You didn't call for paramedics, correct?
No,
This young lady wasn't injured at all, right?
no,
You didn't see her coughing up anything?
no.
Water wasn't coming out of her nose and mouth and ears or eyes or anything like that, right?
In the beginning, she just looked very like somebody held her underwater for a few seconds.
Sure. You didn't see her, no one had to perform CPR, you didn't see water coming out of her mouth, right?
No,
She wasn't gagging or anything like that, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't see any marks on her neck or shoulder or chest or anywhere in her body?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
First time I asked that, I'm sorry.
We've asked a couple times if she saw any injuries. She said a couple times I didn't see any injuries.
All right. And you have no idea if Mr. Goldberg was having trouble swimming, do you?
No,
Or if he possibly thought he was drowning. You don't know that.
I don't know.
Ms. Schwitzky never asked you for any help, right?
Me personally, no.
Yes. You didn't hear her say to anyone she was asking for help until she was scared or afraid, right?
She asked for assistance when she first came to her boat.
For a life raft, right?
Okay.
Okay. She never said she was afraid or someone was chasing her or anything like that? No. When she got up on the boat, meaning your brother's boat, there was no problem, right? On her own accord.
I don't remember.
Don't remember even how to lift her up or carry her, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Mr. Goldberg came back, could you tell if he was drinking or not? Or intoxicated?
No,
You have no opinion.
no.
How about Ms. Schwitzky? Do you know if she was intoxicated?
I think the only reason why I knew is because she said she had been drinking.
But you couldn't tell?
No,
But isn't it true that Ms. Schwitzky was on the flotation device about 30 seconds before this happened? The way you described it out.
give or take.
Well, you don't know where Ms. Schwitzky or Mr. Goldberg came from, do you?
No,
Or how far they were swimming at the time?
no.
And I think today you said that he came from behind and pushed her down. Remember that?
Did I say pushed her down? I don't remember.
What word? Whatever the word was.
Yes,
He came from behind her.
yes.
Isn't it true that he came from in front of her and pushed her down from the front?
I don't recall.
Look at your deposition, page 30, line 21 to 25. Page 30, line 21 to 25. And you can also go to page 31, line 1 through 2.
And what was the other page? I read 31.
The next page over, lines 1 through 2.
front of her and pushed her down, right?
Yes.
So then you're saying he came from behind her, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
You remember that you got 2 glasses of wine that day?
Did I have 2 glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
I did not drink it all that day.
Okay. Remember seeing the backpack on Mr. Goldberg when he came back the second time? Okay. Did you see where he swam to, Mr. Goldberg, after he left your boat the first time?
I believe in the direction of the sandbar.
Did you see him on anyone else's boat?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Your examination.
State doesn't want to meet your drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sit down. Say you're ready for our first witness?
Yes, Judge. Do we want to address about bringing the other witness?
Sure.
Because we have one witness.
Sure. How long do you anticipate this witness to take?
I can have him come.
Okay. All right, why don't you have the other officer, and then we'll finish, we'll stop there, we'll have the officer done, okay?
Let's we take a 5-minute back break.
Sure. Why don't we take a 10-minute combo break? We'll be back at 2:50.
You know what I'm noticing with all three of these listen to me, all three of these witnesses is that their depositions are slightly different than what they're testifying to today. So, Miss Paris here, she was married to Matthew. So Matthew was the first witness, then Rachel, then Sherilyn. So Matthew and Sherilyn were married to each other, and Sherilyn's hold on. There's a lizard loose, so I'll be back. All right, sorry guys. Polly brought a lizard in. Rafa's growling and hissing at everybody. So, Roger, whatever. I'm just going to play testimony, then I'm going to go deal with that. So let's get to here.
Within an hour's notice, it was going to be probably a key breaker at 5. So I spoke to defense. We're just going to finish with Mr. Tarapchak when he's done.
Okay. That still keeps us on our track to be done by Thursday.
I I think we're on track to be done by Wednesday, but best case scenario.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm very easy to work with so long as the end date stays the same. All right, see, Claudia, please.
State call, Alexander Trapchuk.
Mr. Crabbe.
Do you know what time you want to start tomorrow?
I think around, I think I can start at 9:30. I don't think I have that bad of a docket. So if you're here at 9:30, I can start as soon as I'm done with the docket.
I just have one plea that I should be done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello. If you could everyone face the clerk, raise your right hand, just raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's fine.
Top one?
You should speak directly into the microphone and state whenever you and your witness are ready, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you just state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Alexander J. Trapchak, T-A-R-A-P-C-H-A-K.
Mr. Trapchuk, where do you currently live?
1050 Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, Florida.
And who do you live with?
My wife Rachel.
Do you also have residence in another state?
We live in Pennsylvania, but more time in Florida.
So you travel back and forth between here and Pennsylvania?
Correct.
Do you remember an incident that happened April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start from the beginning. Were you in Florida at that time?
Yes.
And did you have plans to go out on a boat that day?
Yes.
And what were those plans?
We were going to go to Boca Bash and see what it was like, and that was it.
And was this your first time at Boca Bash?
Yes.
What is Boca Bash?
It's just where a bunch of boaters get together and tie up and talk, and it's like a social thing.
Is it like a big party out on the lake?
Yes.
And how do you get to Boca Bash?
By boat.
And did you go with your boat?
Yes,
And do you own that boat?
I did.
And who did you go to Boca Bash with? Or who was on the boat with you?
My wife, Rachel, my sister Sherry, her ex-husband Matt, and neighbor Nick Custer.
And you said Nick Cusrow?
Yes.
And who was that to you?
He's a family friend's son.
Do you remember what time you went out to the lake?
Not exactly. I can say somewhere around noon. We left somewhere.
And on this boat, was there alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol?
There was some wine. There was some alcohol to make margaritas, maybe some tequila. Nick Cusrow might have brought some kind of seltzer or beer, I'm not sure.
Would that be hard seltzer or just regular seltzer?
I have no idea. I can't. I don't know.
So were you the one driving this boat?
Yes.
And did you drink any alcohol on that day?
I probably consumed throughout the day maybe 2 drinks at the most.
And what kind of alcohol did you consume?
It would have been wine.
Do you remember when the first drink was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember when you stopped drinking?
No, maybe a couple hours before the incident. Again, I didn't really drink too much.
And are you on medication?
I take several different medications.
And what is the medication for?
Blood pressure, cholesterol, cortisol levels.
these medications, do they impair your memory by any chance?
No.
And are you able to drink alcohol while on the medication?
As far as I know.
And when you do drink on the medication, does it affect your ability in any way?
No.
Did you take any drugs on this day?
No.
Do you know if anyone took any drugs?
No.
Do you remember what time you parked the boat in Lake Boca?
I would say, again, takes about a half hour to an hour to get there by boat, so somewhere between 12:30, 1:30, something like that. 12 and 1, I'm not positive.
And do you remember if you parked by the inlet or was it more towards the sandbar?
I would say it would be closer to the inlet. It was pretty busy and the sandbar was just jammed.
And you said busy. Were there a lot of boats present?
Yes.
So were there a lot of people?
Yes.
When did you first notice Caroline Schwitzky?
When she was about maybe 5 or 6 feet from her boat.
Was this when the incident happened?
Yes.
And have you ever met Caroline Schwitzky before?
No.
Have you met Mr. Cole Goldberg before?
No.
Have you, prior to this incident, seen him?
No.
Okay, I just showed defense counsel State's Exhibit 5. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your boat in the photo?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the day you guys went to Boca Bash?
It appears to be.
And when the incident occurred?
Yes.
Okay. You can just set it down. Okay. State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 4.
4 or 5.
5.
Any legal objection, State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection.
Receiving an evidence without objection, State's Exhibit number 5.
And Mr. Tarapchak, can you just circle with the marker that I think it's right next to you, where you were? You can put the letter A to indicate where you were present.
Boy, I wish I had my reading glasses on. Say right about here.
Okay. And where was, it could be the general area,
Okay.
and where was Caroline Schwitzky when you first noticed her?
Oh, in the
In the
water?
water.
Okay, yeah. I would say she would have been,
And you can put a letter C to indicate where she was.
okay, right around there.
Okay, perfect. Just take that. You can take the marker too. Permission to publish? So when you first noticed Ms. Schwitzky, what were you doing at the time?
We had just actually swam out to the sandbar and we were swimming back on our boat. So I was just getting on the boat within maybe 30 seconds or so.
You were in the process of getting onto the boat.
I was already on the boat
Okay,
for
on the
30
boat.
seconds, and I believe at that time I was helping my wife up. I think I was just helping her up.
Okay. Did Ms. Schwitzky appear to be in distress?
Yes, she was breathing heavy, gasping for air. She said she was very tired, and she asked if she could borrow a floaty or a flotation device or something to that effect.
And did she get that flotation device?
Yes, my wife Rachel threw her
Okay.
like a small circular float.
And is this something that you can sit in?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice a male come up to her?
Probably within seconds, I saw a male come up behind her.
And how did he appear?
He appeared like angry and kind of in some type of rage, kind of in an altered state.
And do you see that male here today?
Yes.
Okay. Just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
Very good.
Okay, and what is he wearing?
Oh, right now?
Yes.
Suit and tie.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness positively identified Mr. Cole Goldberg.
Record shall so reflect.
So when you first noticed Mr. Goldberg, did it look like he had trouble swimming?
No,
Did Ms. Schwitzky look like she was having trouble swimming?
absolutely.
When Mr. Goldberg caught up to Ms. Schwitzky, did she have that floaty with her?
I believe she had it in her hands. She wasn't sitting it. She had it in her hands. I don't know if one hand or two hand, but she had it.
Was anyone else in the water with Ms. Schwitzky and Mr. Goldberg?
To the left of them was Matt Paris.
So when you see Mr. Goldberg behind Ms. Schwitzky, describe what he did.
He literally jumped up out of the water and grabbed her by the neck from behind and forced her down under the water by her neck and shoulders.
Do you recall if Mr. Goldberg was wearing a backpack?
I do not recall.
And would you be able to demonstrate on one of us how he put his hands on her?
Sure.
So we're gonna ask you to sit down. Just make sure if you say anything, that you say it, whatever you say in the microphone, okay?
So you can step down, just
Okay.
watch where you're going. And then in the microphone, when you're describing it, just make sure it's in the microphone so we can hear it.
Okay. So he approached her up high in the air, grabbed her like this, two hands on the neck, pushed down this way, and she was only up for a split second, then she was down. And then I did not see her at that point. She was submerged, fully submerged.
And so did it look like he applied force to push her down?
Oh, absolutely.
You can go back up. Thank you. At any point, well, how long would you say she was underwater for?
I mean, it happened fast. I would say that, first of all, we're all looking at it, like, what was going on? Was this, was he playing around? Was this, what was happening? So I think we all just kind of looked for 5, 6, maybe 10 seconds and realized that he was trying to kill her. And that this was a serious situation. So I'm going to say at least 10 seconds. And then I remember yelling to Matt, my brother-in-law, to help the girl. And then I asked Nick Cosgrove to get the boat hook and to get him away from her.
Okay. And when you say it looked like he was trying to kill her, describe what that means.
He was just enraged. I was yelling at him, like, leave her alone, get away. And he just was, like, he was focused on keeping her down.
And do you remember if he was yelling something?
No, he did not respond to anybody. He was focused just on pushing her and keeping her down.
Did it look like he was using Ms. Schwitzky to keep himself afloat?
Absolutely not.
And while this was happening, where was that flotation device?
I believe as soon as he jumped on her from behind, it flew away. Like, just floated away.
And do you know how deep that water was?
I mean, I know that we couldn't stand, and just by being in the lake, I would say it's got to be 8 to 10 feet, I would think.
And you said you couldn't stand while you were in the water?
No, absolutely not. No.
This was nowhere, was this anywhere near the sandbar where you guys were?
No.
Okay, so back to when Mr. Paris had to intervene. How did he break this altercation up?
He pulled her loose, but I don't know exactly how because it was underwater, so I know somehow he broke her loose. And at the same time, I had the boat hook and told him to leave her alone, get away.
Did Mr. Goldberg try to go after her?
He did. He pursued her again.
Is that when he tried to get on your boat?
No.
When he was pursuing her, is that when you asked for the boat hook?
No. When he started to push her under, then I had asked for the boat hook. When I realized that there was a situation there.
Do you remember at that time when you got the boat hook how Mr. Goldberg was acting?
The same. Just focused, intent on drowning.
Who else was on this boat when this was happening?
On
your boat?
My wife was on the boat at that time. My sister Sherry was on the boat. Matt was obviously in the water, and Nick Custer was in the front of the boat. I'd say front and mid of the boat.
So, for the most part, everyone was on the back of the boat.
Yes.
And how far away did this incident happen? Would you say it's from where you are sitting from where I am?
No, it's closer than that. I would say maybe 6 feet if I had to estimate, 5, 6 feet.
Okay.
From the back of the boat.
How was Mish? Well, let's go back a little bit. When you got the boat hook, did Ms. Schwitzky get on your boat?
After
the incident?
Yes, after Goldberg got away, then my wife helped her back, helped her up.
Okay. And how was her demeanor like?
She was scared, frightened, totally out of breath, crying, hysterical.
Was she coughing?
Yes.
Was her hair wet?
Yes.
Did you see where Mr. Goldberg went?
I noticed that he was swimming to a boat that was behind us, and then they pulled away. And then I noticed, I don't know how much longer, a few minutes later, I saw the boat pull closer to him, and then I saw him get back up onto the boat.
Okay. So did Mr. Goldberg eventually try to make it back to your boat?
I would say, I don't know, time frame, 10, 15 minutes later, we have what they call a beach door on the side of the boat. So it's a part of the side of the boat that comes down. And I noticed him hanging onto the beach door, calling Miss Caroline or whatever over.
So you didn't see him swim to your boat the second time?
No, I just saw him on the boat,
Okay.
like hanging onto the side.
So part of his body was still in the water and he was just hanging on to the side of the boat?
Yes.
And at that time when you noticed him hanging off the side of the boat, how was he acting at this time?
He seemed like he was crying or whining. He was just like crying there. And then she came over to him and they had a conversation. I said, buddy, you gotta get out of here. And he refused. And I said, look, get off my boat. Get away. Or I'm gonna call the cops. He refused and then I summoned the cops over.
So would you say that his behavior the second time around was different than when you first saw him?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, when you saw Mr. Goldberg, did he seem intoxicated when this was happening?
I honestly don't. I didn't. I mean, he was in the water the whole time. I, didn't really hear him talk too much, other than when I did tell him to get away originally. I said, you need to get away, and he said, "That's my girl." And I remember telling him, "That doesn't give you the right to kill her."
So when you saw the incident occurring, did it make you upset?
Yes.
And when you got the boat hook, were you yelling at Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, I believe I told him to leave her alone, or I was going to hit him with the boat hook.
And when you had that boat hook, was it raised?
Yes, it was raised.
Okay. And did you point that boat hook towards, at him?
Yes, I did,
okay.
Sure. I think that's why, one of the reasons that he let her go, and that Matt was able to figure out.
And did you do that sort of in defense of Ms. Schwitzky?
Absolutely.
And when you saw Ms. Schwitzky talking to Mr. Goldberg, did that make you upset?
I just didn't want any part of the situation. I didn't want the guy in the boat. We were there just to have fun and talk to our friends and family. I didn't want to deal with any of this nonsense.
Did you call 911?
No.
Do you know if anyone called 911?
My sister Sherry may have, but I'm not sure.
Okay. How were police involved?
That's when I waved the police over.
Okay, so you waved them down.
I waved them down. Yes.
And so when this was happening, or when Schwitzky and Goldberg were on the boat, you saw FWC patrolling on a boat and you waved them down?
Yes.
And so did the police eventually get onto your boat?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement?
I did.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You just testified before the court that the reason that Cole let Carolyn go was because you threatened him with a boat hook, right?
I said I think it facilitated in that Matt Paris pulled her away simultaneously.
Well, no, what I heard you say is that the reason that Cole let her go was because you threatened him with the boat hook. Is that not what you just said?
I said I think that was part of the reason. I don't think I said that was the only reason.
She was already on the boat when you got the boat hook. Isn't that true?
No,
yes, she was.
Were you there?
Did you see the body-worn camera, sir? The recording in this that was taken by law enforcement? Did you ever watch that?
I may have seen it, yeah.
Okay. So you're telling this judge that you used that gaff or hook while he was still threatened him while he was still in the water with Caroline?
Again, you just misspoke. You said, while she was on the boat, she was in the water, and so you misspoke.
Isn't it true that the first time that you took that hook was when Caroline was on the water and Cole was holding onto the edge of your boat?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Cole was holding onto the edge of the boat, was he not? After Caroline was on your boat?
That's correct.
And he was holding on there for quite some time, right?
I would say a minute, 2 minutes before the cops came. It's pretty quick.
Okay. And were you holding that gaff and threatening him while he was holding on to the boat?
No, when he was in the water.
He was in the water holding on to the edge of your
when he
boat?
was in the water with his hands around her neck.
That's when you...
Pushing her in the water, submerging her, trying to kill her.
Okay.
That's when I brought the boat.
That's when you what?
Brought the boat when I had Nick bring the boat hook over, and I said, leave the girl alone, or I'm going to hit with this boat hook, and at the same time, Matt Paris freed her loose.
Okay. And you never used it again, correct?
Used it, I didn't use it at all.
You never threatened him with it again. Is that your testimony?
To the best of my recollection, maybe when he came back on, when he was hanging off the boat, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I just warned him.
But it's
to get away
possible.
from the boat.
But it's possible.
I guess it could be possible. I just said, I just want you off the boat, get off the boat. I don't remember coming with the boat hook again. No, I do not remember that.
Well, at no time did Cole try to climb a ladder to get on the boat, did he?
No, he was trying to lift himself on the boat from the beach door.
And you don't know if that was because he was trying to gain composure because he felt as though he had been drowning, right?
I cannot say what's going through in his mind, but he was crying to her on the side of the boat.
The first time he was there or the second time?
Second time.
I'm
First
talking
time.
about the first time.
The first time?
Yes.
Repeat your question, please.
Sure. My impression was, based on your testimony, is that Cole continued to threaten Caroline the first time he was there after the drowning. Is that not true? Is that what you not said?
I don't believe that's what I said. I said he was on top of her from behind, submerging in the water, and that's when I got the boat hook. I did not say that he was talking to her at that point.
All right, so
I said he was in a state of rage and was keeping her down, saying nothing.
Okay, so let's go back to the very first time that Mr. Goldberg was at the edge of your boat, okay? After the drowning, after the attempted murder, however you want to characterize it, is it true that Cole went to the edge of your boat, to the back of your boat, was holding on to it?
That's what I said. He was hanging onto
Okay.
the side of the boat.
All right.
Beach door is.
He was holding on to some part of your boat, right?
That's what I said. Yeah.
All right. And you don't know whether he was doing that in order to gain composure because he had just felt as though he had been drowning. You don't know that, right?
I don't know what I just said I don't know what he was thinking.
Okay.
But he was not appearing to be drowning. He was not in any distress.
You don't know.
He was
You're not.
crying. I said he was crying. That's what I said. He wasn't
Objection,
saying-
unresponsive, move to strike.
So, all right, we need to proceed by question and answer. Perla will ask a question, you'll answer. Then after he answers, you'll ask the next question.
You don't know whether he was in distress from having just almost drowned, right?
Again, you're classifying something that I did not witness. All I saw was him on the side of my boat, and he was not.
Objection,
in any
unresponsive,
distress.
move to strike.
I think that's his answer.
Okay? When Cole was at the edge of the boat, the first time that he was there, he did not make any threatening comments to Caroline, did he?
When you say the first time when he was hanging off the door,
The first time, well, you know that there's two times, right? First time, he came and he allegedly tried to kill her or drown her, and then he was hanging on your boat, he swam
No,
away.
no, you didn't.
Let me finish my question,
Let her
sir.
finish her question before you start answering.
Okay. Follow the rules. After, he then swam away, and sometime later, 10, 15 minutes later, he came back. That was the second time. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's the second time. The first time you were saying.
I'm not, there's no question pending, sir. Was this the manner in which you were dealing with him that day on the boat?
No, what I'm
Were you
saying-
aggressive that day?
I don't believe I'm being aggressive at all, but you're misinterpreting or
No, I'm
saying
not.
you're misspeaking.
Okay. Is this the way you were dealing with everything, just on your trajectory, not concerned with what was really going on, just had an image in your mind of what the truth and the narrative was? Is that how you were acting that day too?
Objection, asked and answered, and argumentative.
Is that the way you were acting that day too, sir?
No.
Okay. You took that gaffe. You went up to him and you were threatening him, right?
No, absolutely not.
You told this young man he was a disgrace and should never become a lawyer. Remember telling him that?
Not at that time.
At some point. I didn't say what time. I said you said that to him. Did you not?
Again, I will be more than happy to tell you when I said it.
I'm not interested in when. My question again, sir, listen to the question. Sometime during your interaction with him, you went up to this young man, you pointed your finger at him and said, you are a disgrace and you should never be a lawyer. You remember saying that to
I
him?
did not go up to him and say that.
Okay, so you said it from a distance. Let's play games with words. You
Well,
said that
if
to
you're saying a
him.
word. I'm going to
Question and answer, please, or else
not
the point. Can I talk?
I'm
Let me
sorry.
talk.
I mean, but I don't
I got it.
appreciate her putting
I
things
understand.
in my mouth and making up her own.
Are you going to let me talk, sir?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We need to proceed by question and answer, one person at a time. Let her ask her question, you'll give your answer, and then the state will get a chance to ask you questions afterwards. But otherwise, we're going to be here all day.
Okay.
So, my question is, not when, but isn't it true that at some point during this event, you said to Cole, you are a disgrace and you should never be a lawyer? Do you remember telling him that?
I do.
Do you remember when the police were flagged over to your vessel that before they even made it to your boat, you were yelling at them, he's an attempted murderer, he's an attempted murderer, at least 3 times, according to the body-worn recording. Do you remember that?
No, I said that when they were on the boat, not when they were coming up to the boat.
Okay.
I believe I said, if you want to hear, that I believe he tried it. I said, this man just tried to kill this girl.
And you told him that he was an attempted murderer, right? You said that.
After they were on the boat, I said that, correct.
Okay. So your testimony is you didn't say it when they were coming to the boat, but once they're on the boat, you told the law enforcement officers that he was an attempted murderer, right?
I said,
those were your words, sir, were they not?
I said he attempted to murder her. That's what I believe I said.
Right. So right from the outset. And you said that to law enforcement in front of Rachel and Nick and Sherry and Matt, right? Everyone was on the boat and you're screaming he's an attempted murderer. You remember that?
Again, I don't think I was screaming it, but I did say, I do remember making that statement, yes.
Okay. So you, after you said that, the police officer then says to all of you, are you willing to make a statement? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you each provided a written statement, did you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And you all provided this written statement. You were in very close proximity to one another. You were all talking amongst yourselves about what you saw, right?
I believe, to the best of my memory, that they separated us and had us write out separate statements.
Okay. So this is, where were you separated from the others? Tell me. Where did you write your statement? And tell me where the others wrote their statements.
I believe, again, that I was in the midsection of the boat when I wrote it.
Okay. And where were the others when they were writing their statements?
I don't know if we wrote them all at the same time. I don't know. I think my sister was up front. I think maybe Rachel might have been on the other side of the boat.
Okay, and we're talking just a few feet here or there, are we not?
No, probably maybe 5 to 10 feet away.
Okay. And you remember them sharing pens and talking about what had happened and what had occurred?
Not at the time we were writing the statement, no.
Do you remember talking about what had occurred before you wrote your statements, after you had already told law enforcement he was an attempted murderer?
I did not.
Do you remember giving the officer a hard time, saying, I'm not interested in being in the newspaper? Do you remember telling him that?
That's correct.
Do you remember telling the officer that you were not even interested in providing a written statement because the alleged victim was fine and wanted nothing to do with this? Do you remember that?
I did not say that she was fine. What I did say is that if she's not going to pursue this, then why would I pursue it?
And why was she not going to pursue this?
I honestly don't know.
Okay? Because nothing happened to her, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
You testified just a moment ago that when you were asked about your medication, you testified that I think you said you were on 3 or 4 different medications. You rattled off a few names, right?
Prescription medications, yes.
Understood. Isn't it true that you previously testified that you take 20 different medications?
Well, I'm counting supplements into that. Like I take CoQ10, resveratrol, a bunch of things that are not prescription.
And none of those would affect your ability to recall?
No.
Okay. And you can drink alcohol safely with these 20 different medications?
Again, maybe medications would be incorrect. I don't know what you call vitamin D, medication, supplement, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that was your terminology, so I'm just using your word.
Okay.
And isn't it true that you actually had wine and mixed drinks that day?
I might have sampled just to taste the margarita that I made or something.
So tell the judge, what do you mean by you sampled a margarita?
Because I made them, and then I would just taste them, make sure they tasted good, and then serve them to everybody.
Okay. You remember giving a deposition where you testified that you actually had a mixed drink that day?
It could have all added up to a mixed drink.
All right. So how many sips did you have to add up to one mixed drink?
5 or 6, maybe.
You're not trying to minimize what you drank that day, right?
No, like I said, I had about 2 drinks. I'm not a big drinker.
You're the captain of the boat?
That's correct.
Okay. And did Matt, was he charged with being the captain of the boat at all?
Sometimes Matt helps me out.
Did Matt drive the boat that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. You were the one that was driving, right? It was your responsibility.
I drove there, correct.
And you drove back, right?
I drove back.
Okay.
actually, but I'm not positive.
But you clearly had alcohol on your boat. You're not challenging that, right?
No,
There were bottles of hard liquor, seltzers, beer, wine. Is that correct?
again, I testified to wine, I think 1 or 2 bottles of hard alcohol, and again, I don't know if they cut your bottle. It could have been beer or seltzer, something I can't. I don't know.
And a blender. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me about how much alcohol Matt drank that day, if you know.
I don't know.
Did you mix him any drinks?
I just made a batch, and whether he had one or not, I can't answer that.
What about Sherry? How much did she drink?
Sherry, I don't think she drinks too much.
Well, how much did she drink that day? Not whether she drinks so much.
I don't think she had any that I can remember. I just do not remember her drinking. No.
So she had nothing, and Matt may have had one, but you're not sure?
I'm not sure now.
Okay. What about Rachel? How much did she drink that day?
She might have had a couple of drinks. Again, I don't sit and watch what everybody's drinking.
I'm asking you if you know.
Yeah, I don't.
So a couple of drinks?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. No idea.
What about Nick? Was he drinking alcohol?
Like I said, he had something he was drinking out of a can. Seltzer, beer, whatever it was.
But you don't really know.
No.
You testified also that Rachel drew her floaty to Caroline, right?
She threw it, yes.
Okay. So it was Rachel's floaty, or the floaty that Rachel threw that Caroline used in order to save herself and get out of the water. Is that right?
Rachel threw a floaty too, I guess.
It wasn't Matt who had drew her a floaty. Is that correct?
Not in my recollection.
Where was everybody on the boat when you? Well, let me ask it this way: where were you when you first noticed Caroline in the water? Where were you on the boat?
Back of the boat.
And where was Rachel?
She was just getting on. I had just helped Rachel on the boat, so she was also on the back of the boat.
And where was Nick?
Nick was up towards the front of the boat.
And Sherry?
Sherry was somewhere in the back of the boat.
And Matt was in the water. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Matt would have been the closest to Caroline?
Yes.
So not you. You would not have been the closest to Caroline. Is that correct?
Well, he was in the water, so I'd say we were probably maybe even equidistant, maybe 5-6 feet from her, but we were on board, and Matt was in the water, so it's somewhere in that vicinity. I don't remember the exact.
Okay. Do you remember Officer Hudson or any of the officers there? It was a male officer who told you after you were reluctant to give a written statement, just imagine if this were your daughter, and that prompted you to then write the statement. Do you remember him saying something like that?
I remember him saying that, but I don't believe that would have prompted me to say that, but he did say that, yes.
And he said that in front of all of the people on the boat?
I don't know who was there when he spoke to me. I know they were trying to keep everybody separate. I know that when they got on the boat, they tried to keep everybody apart. I do remember that.
Well, do you remember Matt being at the back of the boat where there's a little table sitting there with a woman, it was either your wife or his wife at the time, writing their statements together? Do you remember that?
I can't specifically say I remember where everybody was. I can't.
So you don't really know if they were all separated?
No, I just said the officers attempted to separate everybody, whether they were all separated, I don't know. But he tried to keep everybody separate as much as he could.
Okay, so now there was an attempt to separate, but you're not really sure if everybody was. That's correct?
Sure.
You didn't want to come here today and testify, is that correct?
That's not correct.
Did you give the state a hard time about coming?
No.
Did you tell the state that you wanted an order from the judge in order to come here and testify?
Absolutely not.
Do you have any idea why there was such an order issued in order to get you here? Do you have any idea?
I do not.
You did not call 911, did you?
I said that before.
I'm asking you now. You did not call 911, did you?
No, I did not.
You had a phone, right?
My phone was on the boat, but it wasn't with me per se.
Right, it wasn't maybe on your side, but you had a phone up with you that day, did you not?
That's correct.
And you didn't call 911?
That's correct.
You didn't call 911 after you witnessed this attempted murder, right?
That's correct.
And after Mr. Goldberg left and went back to somewhere where you did not see where he went, you did not call 911 to report this attempted murder, did you not?
That's correct.
And when Mr. Goldberg came back to your boat a second time, you did not call 911 to report this alleged murder, attempted murder, right?
That's correct. That's why I said I waved the officers down.
Right. You never gave Caroline a phone, did you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, did she ever ask you for a phone?
I don't remember that much.
I'm sorry?
Actually, I don't remember having much conversation with her. I think my wife and my sister were mostly talking to her.
Okay. So, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as defense number 12. Does this look like Carolyn? I know you can't see her face, but her bathing suit? Or you can't tell?
How would I?
So you don't know if this was her? You don't recognize this?
I mean, I know the girl had a red bathing suit on, but how can I can't identify somebody from over 4 years ago.
Okay, so you can't say this is her or not?
No.
Does this phone look familiar? Is that a phone? Is that your phone?
I don't believe it's my phone. I don't remember having a phone with her like that.
And you don't remember giving her a phone, right?
I do not.
You don't remember anybody on your boat giving her a phone, do you?
Again, I don't remember. Again, my wife and my sister were talking to her, so I don't know if they could have. I don't remember.
You don't really know. You just
I
guessed.
don't remember. You asked if I remember. I said, no, I do not remember.
All right. That was my question.
And that's why I said, no, I don't remember.
So you said, well, this one could have, this one could have, that one could have. I asked you if you remember it.
I do not.
There you go. Let me show you some pictures. And approach the witness.
You may.
Showing you defense number 2. Here's what do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like her.
Okay. Does this appear to be the same red bathing suit as the one I just showed you over there that you said you didn't know or you can't tell?
Appears to be the same.
Okay. And is this the way Miss Schwitzky appeared that day?
If that's a picture of her, I guess.
Well, this is your boat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this picture appears to have been taken on your boat, right?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this time would move defense number 2 with evidence.
Any legal objection to defense exhibit number 2?
There.
Policy of defense suit and evidence without objection.
Okay. So, do you see any markings or injuries to her neck? And your testimony was that Mr. Goldberg grabbed her around the neck with both hands, not on the shoulders, but around her neck, right?
Around her neck and shoulders.
Okay. Earlier you demonstrated right here that it was around the neck like this. Did you not?
And shoulders, correct.
Just you're going to have to go by microphone or phone call saying they can't pick you up.
Thank you, Judge. I will. There's not a single injury on her neck or chest, is there?
Not that I can see.
When Miss Schwitzky got on your boat, not only did you not observe any injuries, as you just said, you did not have to administer CPR. Nobody on the boat had to administer CPR, right?
No.
Nobody had to lay on her side to expel any water from the drowning?
No.
You didn't observe any scratches or fresh blood or any marks or anything like that?
She did show us that she had bruises or marks or something on, I believe it was her forearms, that she said he was holding her from earlier or something. I don't know. But,
Okay. And those bruises were on her arms and they were brown, were they not?
I don't remember the color. She just said, look, I have bruises on my hands when he was grabbing me.
They weren't fresh bruises, right?
I'm not equipped to say when they were administered.
She didn't have any nosebleed, right?
No,
She wasn't complaining about dizziness, right?
she was, I wouldn't say dizzy, no.
She wasn't having any difficulty speaking to you or communicating with you, right?
No, she was shaken up, she was coughing, she was in distress.
My question was, she didn't have any difficulty speaking.
Well, I would say she wouldn't speak normally. No, she wasn't speaking normally. No, she was gasping, struggling to speak.
She didn't have any confusion or exhibit any signs of confusion, right?
I would say she was panicked. I don't know if she was confused, but panicked.
She didn't lose consciousness, right, or pass out?
She did not lose consciousness.
She didn't have red, bloodshot eyes, right?
Not that I noticed. I really wasn't looking at her eyes.
She wasn't having any trouble catching her breath, was she?
Yes.
Do you remember somebody giving her a red Solo cup with some liquid in it for her to drink after the incident?
I believe, and I really don't remember. I think they offered her some water, but I don't remember.
Who's saying? Who gave it to her?
Either my wife or my sister. They were, trying to console her and talk to her.
And she was able to drink the liquid, right?
I really wasn't observing.
You never observed her drinking from the red Solo cup?
I can't remember.
When Mr. Goldberg came back the second time, do you remember him having a backpack on?
I can't say I remember that.
Okay. And you remember him holding on the back of the boat at that point?
Again, he would be, I'd say, more of like the side of the boat.
Or the side of the boat?
Yes.
Holding onto your boat.
That's correct.
And that's when you waved over law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
At that point, when he was holding on to the side of your boat or whatever part of your boat you want to call it, was he making any threats to Miss Schwitzky at that point?
I didn't hear what he was saying or what was happening. I just heard him sobbing, and he just said, "Get off my boat." He refused. I called the cops. It was a quick interaction.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Schwitzky leaning down at the back or side of your boat, offering him comfort and holding his hands the second time he was there?
I cannot say I remember her holding his hands. I remember her leaning over and speaking to him. I remember him whimpering, and I asked him to leave. He didn't leave. I called the cops. That's all I remember.
Okay. You don't remember her trying to comfort him and saying sweet things to him? It's okay, Cole? Anything like that?
I do not remember that.
May I approach the witness here?
Well, that's an abrupt way to end the day. Oh, looks like they're coming back. Somebody kicked out the somebody kicked the plug. Let's see. When does it kick back in? Come on.
Nobody filmed
There
it?
we go.
No.
There was no video on your boat?
No.
And nobody filmed anything with their cell phones?
Not of this incident, no.
Were there other things you were filming?
I'm sure I took a picture of Lake Boca and the boats there.
But nothing relative to anything that occurred that day to Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky, right?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense number 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I mean, that's a Picture of us on the boat? Yes.
Okay, and the person that's pointing their finger at Mr. Goldberg is who?
That is me.
Okay, and who is to the left of you?
That would be Matt, I believe.
Okay, and the person in the woman in the white?
That looks like my sister Sherry.
And the other woman would be Sherry in the darker outfit?
No, I said Sherry would be white, and I believe that's Rachel in the back, but it's a pretty blurry picture.
All right, and the person in the red bathing suit, is that Ms. Schwitzky?
It appears to be.
And she's sort of partially kneeling at the end of whatever.
Yeah, her knee appears to be on the beach door. That's the beach door.
That's the beach door?
Correct.
And she appears to be kneeling close to Mr. Goldberg?
Yeah, he's over here hanging, and she's got her hand there, and yeah.
Okay, why are you pointing to Mr. Goldberg at that point?
Most likely, this is a picture from the officer, and I believe I'm saying that to get this guy off my boat.
Is that when you
attacked this woman?
Is that well? Why were you pointing? What were you saying? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Is that when you were calling him an attempted murderer?
No, that was on the boat, but I think I said he just tried to kill her or something, or drowned her, or something to that effect.
Okay. This time we move defense number 11 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense to number 11?
No.
Never received any evidence without objection. That's good, number 11.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Can you read your examination?
Very briefly.
Mrs. Goldberg.
So after the incident happened, was Mr. Goldberg on your boat?
When you say incident, like
When he was drowning Ms. Schwitzky, did he get on your boat?
No,
Did he just swim towards your boat?
yes,
But was he holding on to your boat at that time?
no,
Did Mr. Goldberg, from what you noticed, hold on to your boat the second time he came around?
yes,
So was he ever on your boat the first time?
no.
Do you remember if Matt had a floaty when he was in the water?
Matt himself,
Yes.
I believe he did. I think we all had floaties because it was a long distance to get to the sandbar. So I think I'm sure we all had floaties to get out there and get back.
And then, right after this incident happened and Ms. Schwitzky got in your boat because your wife helped her up, how long was she on the boat before Mr. Goldberg came to the side of the boat?
I'm going to say 10 to 15 minutes, approximately, but I don't know exactly.
And do you remember how long it took for police to get to the boat?
Minutes, they were quick. Minute, 2 minutes, they were pretty quick.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you very much for your statement. Carolyn. State, you said that includes your witnesses for the day?
Yes.
So let's discuss scheduling. What's the plan for tomorrow?
We have 5 witnesses set for tomorrow. My earliest is set to get here by 8:30, and then I have another at 9, so we should have things flowing pretty quickly. And then after those 5 witnesses, we'll be arresting.
Okay. Defense, I know that you mentioned that you have a few witnesses. I think the one thing that I did want to ask you all is, I think based on your opening, again, I'm the latest comer to this case, very holiday, but you indicated, I think you have 6 or 7 character witnesses. Are they all going to testify to the same thing? Isn't that somewhat cumulative? Can we pick like maybe our best 3 character witnesses?
So, Judge, there was only one motion filed for one witness on this case for character and reputation, and that was Ms. Rada.
A lot of them are fact witnesses, Judge. They're going to say different things about what they observed during the day. They're all relatively short. They just happen to also know of this quality of peacefulness, but they're not being called solely for that. The only one person is the ex-girlfriend. That's it.
I guess.
All the rest are actually there present.
I guess. Well, it is a non-jury trial, so we'll see how it plays out. Just keep in mind that at some point, if it becomes cumulative, I may say I think I've heard enough on that subject.
Yes, sir.
Do you all think, Sadie, do you hear arrest tomorrow?
Yes.
Do you all anticipate having, I know that you said an opening. I will tell you, Mr. Goldberg, at some point I'm going to ask you if you've made a personal decision whether or not to testify. It will ultimately be your decision, but I know you've said that he's planning on testifying. So
Yes.
I know you have at least potentially one witness available should the state conclude early. Okay, any other things that we need to address before we adjourn today? Like I said, I have the docket. I think it'll be done at 9:30, so certainly I'm not going to call you if you're in another courtroom. I'm going to do my best to start at 9:30, but anything else that we need to address before we're here today?
No, nothing's in the state.
Okay, all right, so we're going to recess on this matter until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so interesting. That got a little spicy there with Alex. Alex, I don't know why he was so confrontational. He definitely, out of the 4 witnesses that we saw today, he seemed to be the one that had, his chest puffed out. Maybe he really was trying to care for Carolyn and saw Cole trying to do this, but he definitely seemed like he was not happy with the situation and not happy being there, and was definitely kind of sparring with the prosecutor. Let's see. Asking her, "Were you there?" Asking her to repeat her question. I don't know. Just so he was the only one that said that Cole actually had his hands around Carolyn's neck. Everybody else is saying Cole had his hands here. So he's the only one that said that Cole actually had hands around. So she is the CEO of Urge, which is a Miami-based talent agency. She's on Instagram. I'm just looking through some of her pictures. She kind of looks like Meadow Soprano in some of these photos. She looks like Meadow Soprano. Let me see if I can see some of these pictures. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can pull her up here. So she was on 90 Day Fiancé. So she's got an agent page. Hold on a sec. I don't think that's her. She says she's got 7 kids now. She had 3 back then. TV personality, empowering women around the world. Mrs. LeBron, family of 7. This is her with shorter hair. Yeah, she's got all kinds. She's on Miami New Times as Miss Controversy So here's some photos of her. I'll pull these up. Here's some photos of her. She definitely she gets around town. There's lots of photos of her all over. Looks like Miami. But apparently now she has 7 kids. She had 3 and now she has 7. So there you go. All right, let's continue on. Okay, so the poll. What do you guys think about how credible are these witnesses? 50% of you said some seem credible. 28% said none seem credible. 22% said all are very credible. So, all right, let's get to day 2. Let's get over to day 2. Let me see here. So day 2. And it seems like the state is going to rest. She's going to take the stand. So this is going to be interesting.
So we'll be out 11:45. So I need to end the morning session at 11:30 so we can get the courtroom closed. We can get where we need to get to by then. So we'll be out of session until we'll pick back up at 1:20. We should be done by 1:20.
No, I. Yes, sir.
Sir. Good morning. If you go ahead and face the court, raise your right hand, just swear in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Step on your way out.
To hear.
Yes. When you're up there, make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. Ms. Cusco, whenever you and your witness are ready, you may.
You can move the microphone more, like towards you more.
Okay.
There you go. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. So just state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Anthony Bullen, Bullen.
And Mr. Bullen, where do you live?
Pompano Beach.
Is that in Broward County?
Yes.
And do you have family here?
In Broward County, yes.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, 3.
And I see that you're wearing scrubs right now. Where do you work?
I'm a physical therapist. I work for a physical therapy group of Florida. That's my company.
And how long have you been a physical therapist?
Since 2001.
So on April 24th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And what did you do that day?
I was on a boat at Lake Boca.
Did you go to an event called Boca Bash?
Yes, I did.
And what is Boca Bash?
Boat party, boat tie-up, sandbar party.
So it's just a big party on the lake.
Correct, yes.
Have you ever been to Boca Bash before?
That was the first time.
And I know it may seem obvious, but how did you get there?
On a French coast.
How many people were on that boat?
6.
And those 6 people, are they all your friends?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you went to Lake Boca?
The exact time, no.
Was it like in the early afternoon?
Yeah. Noon, probably 11 noon.
Was there any alcohol on the boat?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol?
Mostly beer.
Were there any liquor bottles on the boat?
I don't remember.
Did you drink alcohol that day?
I had 4 beers.
Do you remember what time you started drinking?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what time you stopped drinking?
Just 4 beers spread out.
Okay. When you got to Lake Boca, where was the boat anchored?
On the west side of the sandbar.
Is that near the inlet by any chance?
On the opposite side of the sandbar of the inlet.
Okay. Do you remember how the water was like when you parked in that area?
Seemed okay.
Were there any like rough currents?
I don't think so.
And in that area, were there already a lot of boats there?
I think so, yeah. We were a little off the sandbar, so that means there was some folks there before us.
Would you say there were a lot of people already there?
Yes.
So before the incident that occurred on this day, have you ever met someone by the name of Caroline Schwitzky?
No.
What about a Mr. Cole Goldberg?
No.
So when did you first notice Caroline Schwitzky?
She was swimming towards her boat. She was off her boat, swimming towards her boat, trying to get on the boat.
So you first saw her on one boat and then she swam to another boat?
We saw her a little before that.
Okay. Now, the boat that she was swimming towards, did you see Mr. Goldberg on that boat?
No. Oh, yes, the first boat she was swimming towards, yes.
Okay. And when she got on that boat where the male was, Mr. Goldberg, what was she doing?
She was trying to get away from him.
So what was Mr. Goldberg doing to her?
Holding her, I think, holding her back.
Did it look like they were arguing?
Yes.
How was, I know you said she was trying to get away from him, but how was her demeanor like?
She seemed upset.
How was Mr. Goldberg's demeanor like?
I don't remember.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Okay, can you just point him out and identify him by what he's wearing?
Gray suit. Blue tie.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness positively identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. Did Ms. Schwitzky try to push Mr. Goldberg away from her?
Yes.
Did it, from what you remember, look like Mr. Goldberg did not want her to get off the boat?
From what I remember, yes.
Was she kind of like holding her back?
Yes.
Do you remember how long they were arguing for before she jumped off the boat?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
When she jumped off of the boat, where was she swimming towards?
Away from the boat towards another boat.
And do you remember how she was swimming?
She seemed to be swimming okay.
Did she look like she was in distress at all?
No, just trying to get away.
You don't remember if she was kind of like flailing while she was swimming?
I don't think she was smiling.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Goldberg jump in the water as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what was he doing?
Swimming after her.
About how long would you say when she jumped into the water did he follow right afterwards?
I believe he fell right afterwards.
Okay. And did it look like he was swimming towards another boat, or was he pursuing after her?
Pursuing after her.
Did he look like he had trouble swimming?
No.
Was he swimming after her pretty fast? Okay. Do you remember if he had a backpack on when this was happening?
I don't remember that.
When he caught up to Miss Schwitzky, what was he doing?
He caught up to her and pushed her head down in the water
And how did he do that?
with his hands.
Okay, where on her body did he grab her?
I believe on her head.
On her head?
Yeah.
And he pushed her underwater, is what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember how long she was underwater for?
I don't remember.
Do you, if you know, do you know how deep the water was?
I would say between like 6 and 8 feet.
Were you also swimming in that water?
Earlier in the day, yes.
In that same area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to stand in that water?
At some point you could stand, but where we were anchored, no.
Was she near where you guys were anchored?
She was a little closer towards the sandbar.
Did you at some point see a floaty being thrown to her?
I don't remember.
Did you see if anyone intervened when Mr. Goldberg had her underwater?
Yes, there were some people on another boat that helped her get back onto their boat, get onto their boat.
Okay, but when they were in the water, did you see someone pull her away from him?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so she went on the other boat. What did the defendant do next?
He turned around and went back towards the boat he was on.
At any point, did he continue swimming after her?
At that point, no.
When she got on that boat, were you able to see how she was behaving?
We saw that the other boaters were like helping her, giving her water, towel kind of thing.
Did she look like she was upset?
Yes.
Did it look like she was crying?
Yes.
Was she still wet?
From the water, yes.
And her hair was wet as well?
Yes.
Okay, so defendant, he swam away towards another boat?
Back to the boat he was on.
Okay. About how long after when she got on the boat that was helping her, did he go back to that boat?
I would say right after.
Did you call 911?
No.
Did you call for help at all?
No.
Okay, at Boca Bash, are there a lot of police boats on the water patrolling?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you see a boat flag down the police?
Yes.
Okay. So, when police were involved, did you give them a statement?
Yes.
Can you just describe how Mr. Goldberg was swimming?
Seemed to be swimming okay.
Did it look like he was having trouble?
No.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Goldberg put her underwater, was it like a quick dunk? Can you just describe a little bit more?
Sorry, objection asked and answered.
Good answer.
Repeat.
When he put her underwater, was it like a quick dunk? Can you just describe a little bit more how he put her underwater?
Pushed her head underwater, but I'm not, I didn't count how long she was under. I don't remember.
Did it look like he pushed her underwater to keep himself afloat?
Objection, speculation.
I don't think so.
Sustained.
Were you concerned as to how long she was held underwater?
Just concerned about the whole situation.
And initially, what drew your attention to this couple when you first saw them?
That they were arguing.
Nothing further.
President.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
The first thing that you saw was not them arguing. You actually saw this young lady, this woman, swimming back to the boat and having difficulty swimming before this even happened, right?
I saw her swimming back to the boat, yes.
Before this even happened, right?
Correct.
Nothing to do with the big vessel where this incident happened that she eventually got on. She was swimming to another boat. She was struggling swimming. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember her swimming towards that boat, yes.
All right, she was struggling, right?
I don't remember.
No? Show you your statement you wrote to the police. If you read that, see if that refreshes your memory.
I wrote that she was struggling.
Okay, does that refresh your memory that she was struggling?
Sure.
All right. And then you remember the police boat coming up and checking to see if everyone had life rafts?
Yes.
Which boat was that? Was it your boat?
No.
Was it the boat she eventually got on?
Yes.
Are you talking about the boat? Make sure, not the one she got on. Well, I think I know what you're talking about. I'll make sure I understand. So the boat she got on was not your boat. It wasn't the boat she wound up at the end when the police arrived, right?
Correct.
It was a different boat.
Right.
How far was that from you about?
20 yards.
All right. So what drew your attention to see this young lady, this woman getting onto this boat that was struggling in the water? What drew your attention?
Her swimming and the police boat on its way up to them.
How did she get back to the boat? Do you remember?
She swam.
All right. Do you know where Mr. Goldberg was at that point?
I believe he was on that same boat.
Did you see him on the boat?
Yes.
Before the young lady swam back to the boat or after?
After.
Okay. Can you tell me how many people were on that boat approximately from 20 to 30 yards from you?
Maybe 6.
You know how big the boat was? Can you estimate?
25 feet.
Did you hear music playing?
Don't remember.
Did you see anyone get pushed into the water?
Repeat that?
Did you see from that boat anyone get pushed into the water?
No.
All right. And no young men got pushed into a propeller or anything like that, right?
No.
All right. As a matter of fact, the lady we're talking about, she didn't get pushed in the water. She jumped in on her own, right?
I didn't see her enter the water. I just saw her in the water.
Oh, okay. I thought you said earlier she jumped into the water.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you didn't see her get pushed in, it's fair to say that.
Fair to say that. I saw them argue and then I saw her in the water.
Gotcha. Did you see anyone grab or slap this woman's behind prior to this happening?
No.
Did you see my client, you pointed out, Mr. Goldberg, separate people before this incident happened, meaning this lady and another guy, that he pushed them away from each other?
No.
Did you see that?
No.
Do you know why you didn't see it? You weren't paying attention, or you weren't watching, or?
Wasn't watching.
All right. So it's possible that happened, you just didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Did you see a guy who looked drunk fall on the floor at all on that boat that we're talking about 20 to 30 yards from you?
No.
Did you ever hear, do you know the lady's name that we're talking about, the one with the red bathing suit?
Caroline?
Oh, you know it now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Caroline or hear Caroline screaming on the top of her lungs? You never heard that, did you?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg sexually molesting this lady while she was on the boat when you were 20 to 30 yards away?
No.
That's something you would have noticed, I'm sure.
If I would have saw it, yeah.
Sure. Did you ever see, did you hear anybody on that other boat say anything? Did you make out words?
No.
So whether there's enough life preservers on that boat, not enough life preservers, you have no idea on a boat 20, 30 yards away.
I don't know.
All right. And if you know, because I know you haven't been to the boat, you only been to Boca Bash once, but have you been to Lake Boca previous to that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with the conditions there sometimes?
Yeah.
And the channel there, and the tides?
Yes.
And it can get a little dangerous swimming there?
It can.
Just with all boats during this party, right?
Sure.
There are also jet skis there?
There can be.
All right, and you said the water is definitely over your head where you were docked?
Yes.
Or anchored, rather?
Yes.
How about where the boat was 20 to 30 yards from you? Was that deep water as well?
I can't say. I wasn't over there.
All right. Where this lady, Caroline, swam to, do you know what direction she was swimming to?
East.
Okay, would it be towards the homes there on the intercoastal?
I think there's homes on both sides.
All right. Would there be homes the direction she was going?
Yes.
East she was going.
Yes.
All right. And do you know if you have experience in that area, can you generally swim from where you were to where those homes were, to the east? Or is that something dangerous to do?
Far.
Huh?
That would be far.
Would that be dangerous to do?
Yeah. Yes.
Considering all the boats that were there and the conditions of what was going on, right?
I would say so, yes.
How about if you had alcohol to the mix? Would that be dangerous?
Yes.
You have no idea the condition of Caroline, her sobriety, or not lack of sobriety. You wouldn't know, right?
No.
Or Mr. Goldberg's.
No.
Okay. When you were just there hanging out with a bunch of friends trying to have a good time.
Yes.
And I think you told the prosecutor you never called 911.
No.
You didn't see the need for any paramedics, right?
Somebody else called.
Right, but that was 20 minutes later at least, right?
I don't remember the time.
Well, did you see anyone dial 911 with their phones, or you just saw the police show up?
Saw the police show up.
Okay, so you don't know if anyone actually called or waved them down, or they saw what was going on. You don't know, do you?
No.
Right. My question is, you didn't see the need to call paramedics because you would, right?
Correct.
You're in the business of healing people. That's what you do. That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember which boat the police went to make sure there was enough life preservers and throwables? Was it your boat or a different boat?
Different boat.
Was it the boat that Cole and Carolyn were on prior to this incident?
Yes.
Okay, the boat that both of them wound up in the water from?
Correct.
Okay. And did you know that was a big thing for all the police there, making sure people had enough life rafts or life preservers for each guest on each boat?
Yeah, I think they check.
A lot of police there.
Yes.
More than normal when you're out on the water.
Yes.
There are mostly young kids there, like in the 20s.
I would say so, yes.
They're like 90%, 80% of the people.
Maybe.
Did you see any like sponsor boats where they were giving out free vodka shots or vodka drinks, seltzers, or anything like that?
Objection relevance?
No.
So, he's in there.
You didn't notice that? Okay. So whatever they may have been arguing about, you don't personally have any knowledge of that, right? Sorry?
No.
Okay. And you told this court that when you caught up with her in the water, before that, it didn't look like she was having trouble swimming, right?
No.
Carolyn thought it was swimming fine, right?
At that time, yes.
Do you know why someone or multiple people may have given her a raft to lean on prior to getting to their boat?
No.
Did you ever see that?
I don't remember.
All right. Did you ever see her holding onto a raft for 20, 30 seconds prior to Mr. Goldberg grabbing her by the head like you described?
I don't remember that.
All right. And Mr. Goldberg, you don't know what was going through his mind, do you?
No.
You don't know if he was swallowing water, do you?
No.
And this all happened near the inlet, right?
The inlet's on the eastern side.
Was it close to the inlet?
East, southeast. The whole lake is close to the inlet.
Oh, okay. And there could be a strong current the whole lake, right?
There could be current.
Do you know what the current was during this particular time this incident happened?
No.
And you saw Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky, or Caroline as you referred to, on the boat. they were sitting close together?
Yes.
Was he sitting down and she was sitting in front of him, like her back was towards to Cole Goldberg's chest?
I don't know.
Were they sitting side by side?
Possibly.
You don't remember? Oh, okay. But somehow you said that he was holding Caroline back, right?
Yeah, at some point.
Sorry?
At some point, yes.
All right. You don't know if he was holding her back because he was mad at her or he didn't want her to get hurt by jumping in the water. You have no idea, right?
They seem to be arguing.
All right. You don't know if there was enough life preservers for the people on that boat to even get back to shore, do you?
I don't know.
All right. So, when he was holding her back, it was just a little bit, right? It wasn't like physically grabbing her and trying to hold her to hurt her, was he?
I don't know.
Well, let me show you that position. You can turn to page 21 for lines 1 through 4, please. Refresh your memory that he was holding her back a little bit.
That's what I said, yes.
And this, when he gave you deposition, was obviously closer to this incident than today, right?
Yeah.
Do you stand by that answer today?
I said it then, yes.
Okay. And if you can go to page, see if this refreshes your memory on page 24. I'll get you the exact line, hold on one second. See if this refreshes your memory about what this lady was throwing a raft.
Where we at?
Hold on, let me get you the exact line on page, 1 second. Page 20, go right to 26, it's easier. 26, line 3 to 15, if you can read that to yourself, please.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory that somebody threw this lady Caroline a raft and she was on it when she got pushed down?
Yes, in my statement that day, I said it was a raft, so that was the day it happened, so I would say that would be accurate.
And she was holding on to it at the time she was pushed down, remember that?
Not sure about that.
No. Read line 13 through 15 if you can. It helps you if it
I
doesn't.
also said I don't know if the raft was before or after.
So my question is refresh your memory that she was holding onto the raft when she was pushed down.
It's possible.
Oh, okay. You don't really remember?
No.
Oh, okay. But do you agree that she had a raft at the time this incident happened?
I don't know if it was before or after he pushed her under. On line number 9, you want to read that?
No, I'm asking to read. I'm reading to yourself. You don't. Good.
Got it.
Give me 1 second, please. So my question is, isn't it true when you were asked on page 26 and line 10? Okay, but I'm just saying, from your statement, when you say that they threw her a raft, and then he tried to grab her off the raft and push her down, from what you stated right there, the only logical thing would be she got the raft before he pushed her down, correct? And your answer was yes. Remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that he pushed her down with one hand on top of her head. Right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And did his other hand go up in the air?
I don't remember that.
Did Cole Goldberg stay above water when he pushed this lady down under the water?
I think so, yes.
Okay. You didn't jump in the water, did you?
No.
No one jumped in the water, did they?
No.
Okay. And you said you can't remember how long it was, but it was just a couple of seconds, right, that she was under?
I didn't count.
No one performed CPR on this lady, did they?
No.
Were you close enough to hear what anyone was saying on that boat? Meaning the boat that she eventually got on?
No.
And other than putting the hand on top of her head and putting her down, did you see him do anything else?
I didn't see anything else.
Okay. And did this lady, Caroline, get on the boat eventually by herself?
I believe she was held on.
Somebody carried her?
No.
Okay. She physically walked up the platform or climbed up the platform?
Probably a ladder.
Okay. By herself?
Could have had help from the other people that were on the boat.
You remember that or you assuming that?
I remember that.
Who helped her?
Somebody on the other boat, I don't know them.
Well, how did they help her? Do you remember?
Gave her a hand.
Like when she's on the ladder to come on up?
Say that.
Well, are you guessing or do you remember that?
I remember.
Okay. Did they give her a hand? Is that how they helped her?
Objection asked and answered.
Can you just make sure you're speaking directly in the microphone when you're talking?
Okay.
Did you see anybody, you know what a gaff is? You know what a gaff is?
A gaff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did anyone try to gaff Cole Goldberg?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Goldberg with a backpack on or while he was swimming the first time when you saw him going towards Caroline?
I don't remember.
All right. Did you see him with any flotation devices?
No.
How about when he came back the second time? Did you see him with anything like a flotation device or a backpack?
No.
Did you ever see a telephone in Caroline's hand?
No.
And you didn't see the police till Cole Goldberg came back to the same boat that Caroline was on and was he in the water when the police got there?
Yes.
Hanging on to the back of the boat, the platform?
I don't know that.
Was he under the water or was he above water?
Above water?
Did you ever see him get on the boat?
No.
And you could not hear what anyone was saying on that boat to each other, right?
No.
Okay. When Cole Goldberg left, did you see him get on the same boat that you saw him and Caroline jump off after he left after the dunking incident?
Yes.
All right. So he physically gets on that boat, the same boat again?
Yes.
And that boat was now closer to you guys, right?
Yes.
All right. So he could have easily hopped on that boat and got a ride back to where they were going, right?
Objection speculation.
Well, that boat left, didn't it?
The boat left.
Yeah, after Cole Goldberg got off that boat, came back to the yacht where Caroline's on, that boat was gone, wasn't it? The boat that he and Caroline originally jumped off? It wasn't there anymore, was it?
I didn't see it.
Oh. One moment, please, thank you. young people there filming anything involving this incident?
Say that again?
See any of the young people on any of these boats or anybody filming anything that was happening? Did you ever see Carolyn in a sumo hold being held by, you know what a sumo hold is?
No.
Like a wrestling hold, like from behind or
Okay.
from the front. Someone's like that hugging somebody. Did you ever see that?
No.
All right. Thank you so much.
For your explanation.
Mr. Bullen, on cross, you say you don't remember how long Ms. Schwitzky was underwater for.
Correct.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if you read your statement in the deposition transcript?
Sure.
Okay, and you have a copy with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Page 25, line 14. And just let me know when you're done reading.
Okay.
Okay. That refresh your memory.
Yes.
Okay, how long was she underwater for?
In the depot, I stayed 5 seconds.
Okay. Now, again, your occupation is a physical therapist.
Yes.
You're not EMS.
No.
Would you know how to render emergency aid?
Just CPR.
Okay. Would you know when something calls for an emergency?
No.
Nothing further.
All right. I'm sure you said that. Stated you're ready for our next witness.
Yes, Judge. Stay called Lloyd Whiting.
Lloyd Whiting. You're my troll.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Watch yourself in your head. Make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone when you talk. Say whatever you're getting ready to make a bar.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Lloyd Whiting, W-H-I-T-I-N-G.
And where do you live?
Pompano Beach.
What's your occupation?
I work for Bank of America in their trust and estate department.
And in 2022, were you living in about the same area?
I was.
Did you attend an event on April 24, 2022 called Boca Bash?
I did.
And is that event in Palm Beach County?
Yes, it is.
Who did you attend that with?
Brian Hernandez, Anthony Bullen, Jeremy Crawford, Mauricio Patino, and another gentleman, I don't know his last name, his first name is Mark.
So were there about 6 of you?
Correct.
Have you ever attended that event before?
No, first time.
Could you describe what Boca Bash is, if you know?
Yes, it's basically a sandbar where a bunch of folks get together, drop anchor, and just spend the day out on the water.
Around what time do you remember arriving to the Lake Boca area?
Sometime late morning,
Would you estimate 10, 11?
probably around 11.
Okay. What did you do when you guys arrived?
We dropped anchor, sat down, chit-chatted, had a couple of beers. People watched.
Were you drinking?
Yes,
What kind of drinks were you guys having?
beer.
And how many drinks do you have? Do you think you had throughout the day?
Probably 3 or 4.
And that's total?
Yes.
At any point during the day, were you kind of people watching at any time?
All day long, yes.
Okay. And did you notice a female on another boat wearing a red bathing suit?
I did.
Permission to retrieve states 2.
Defense. You can retrieve whatever you want.
States 2 also. I'm showing you States Exhibit 2A and States Exhibit 2B. Is this the female we were discussing with the red bathing suit?
Yes.
What did you notice?
So the boat head is docked to the right of us. If I was facing forward in the boat, probably about 15 or so younger people, I'd say probably in their 20s, having a good time. But we noticed the young lady that you just showed me the picture of seemed to be having some sort of an argument. She was, we couldn't hear her, but we could see that the defendant was following her back and forth. So she'd be on this side of the boat, she'd get up and she'd leave and she'd go to the back of the boat and he'd follow her, and then she'd go somewhere else and he'd follow her. This went on for a good 15, 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
You indicated that you saw her and she was arguing, and then when you said someone, you referred to somebody by the name, like you said, a defendant. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
The gentleman there, I'm colorblind, but he has a light coated suit, white shirt, dark tie.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record's not so reflect.
So when you saw them arguing, would you say that it was one argument you saw?
I can't tell you if it was one argument or not. Like I said, it spanned the period of maybe 15 or 20 minutes from the time it caught our attention.
Okay. And when it caught your attention, was this a person, the female in the red bathing suit, was this a person that you were sitting down and staring at her the whole day?
No, but obviously we were people watching, and a young lady in a bikini was, something nice to look at. So
There's 6 guys on a boat. You noticed her because she's pretty.
Exactly.
Okay. So, but then you noticed that there's arguments that are happening, and you estimated about 20 minutes. You saw an argument going on between these 2 people.
From when I first noticed it until she jumped into the water, yes.
Okay. And as far as the arguments are concerned, you were not able to hear them. How far would you estimate your boat was from the boat that you saw them on?
I don't know, distance-wise, maybe from where I'm sitting to the second or third bench back there.
Okay. What kind of demeanor did she have when you noticed her in this argument?
She seemed to be getting very annoyed.
Okay, and did you notice what demeanor the defendant had?
It seemed like he was trying to plead his case, whatever it was. He was trying to get her to listen to him.
As far as physically, did you see anything physical happen between them while they were on the boat?
For the first 15 minutes or so, no. She would get up and walk to the other side of the boat, and he would follow her. And that happened 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times. And then the last instance, she was sitting near the back of the boat, and he came over, and she started to get up again, and he wrapped his arms around her, restraining her, keeping her from walking away.
Okay, so he wrapped his arms around her. Were they facing each other, or was she facing away from him?
I think she was facing away from him, and he came from behind her.
Okay, did it look forceful?
It looked like he was preventing her from moving.
Was she reacting in any way?
She, at some point, she was pulling and punching his arms, trying to get free.
What happens after that?
She was able to get free from him, and she jumped off the back of the boat into the water. Our boat was here, their boat was there, so she swam this way, past our boat to the boat that was directly in front of us.
Okay, so at this point, is it safe to say that you're kind of invested and watching?
Everyone in the immediate area was focused on what was happening.
And you indicated that she swam past your boat.
Correct.
And went to a further boat.
Yes, the other boat was a little further than us.
Okay. How was she swimming?
Very quickly.
Did her demeanor seem to be the same, or had it changed?
Gentleman speculation.
Oh, you can answer if you know.
She appeared frantic, trying to get away from him as quickly as possible.
Did you look scared?
Yes.
So she swims past your boat, and does she stop at the next boat?
She was maybe 10 feet, 12 feet short of it when he caught up to her. Shortly after she jumped in the water, he jumped in too, and he started swimming behind her.
Okay, so how long would you estimate between the time that she jumps in the water and he jumps in the water?
Maybe 10 seconds or so.
And so is he closely following her?
Yes, he was swimming faster than she was.
Okay, so by the time that she's about, you estimate 10, 12 feet from this next boat, he catches up to her?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
I am now showing you what's been pre-marked for ID purposes as State 6. Is that the boat that we're talking about where she swam about 10 to 12 feet up to it?
I believe so.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of kind of how that boat looked? Obviously not people in different positions?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, State would move State 6 into evidence of State 6.
Any other objection? I'll receive State Exhibit number 6 in evidence without objection.
I'm going to hand you a Sharpie, if you will indulge me. And I would like you to mark a C where the victim stopped in front of the boat where you estimated her to be. And then do you remember anybody on that boat being anywhere specifically, or do you just remember the boat being there?
There were at least 2 older couples there.
Okay. Do you know if any of them were in the water at the time that she swam up?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know if they were in the front of the boat, the back of the boat?
Like I said, everybody was watching what was going on, so they were standing near the back of their boat, anticipating her coming.
Okay. All right. I'm going to agree that. Permission to publish, Judge? I'm going to show it to defense.
I got it.
You got it? Okay. So we left off, he's swimming quickly, he's able to catch up. What happens when he catches up?
He appeared to push her down under the water.
And when you say he pushed her down under the water, did you see in what manner he did that?
I saw him reach out. I couldn't tell if his hands were on her shoulders or her head, but he reached out and then she was under the water.
Is it difficult to tell whether it was shoulders or head because at that point she's in the water and her shoulders are at water level?
Correct.
Okay. So you are sure though that he grabbed her either on her head or her shoulders and pushed her down?
Yes.
Were you able to see if that was done forcefully?
It appeared so.
Can you estimate how long he had her under the water?
It was brief. At that point, everyone started screaming, and I think it got his attention, and he backed off a little.
Okay, so intervention sort of happened, and then she's able to get out from under?
Correct.
Do you know if she was able to get out from under the water with assistance, or she was able to do that on her own?
She continued to swim the last few feet to the boat, and then people reached out and pulled her up.
Did you see anybody threaten him with any form of a tool or any form of a...
So the long stick that you use when you're pulling the boat and reach your dock.
The informal word being a boat hook, I think?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay, so you saw somebody kind of brandishing that?
Yes, one of the gentlemen had that and, was threatening to hit him if he tried to get on the boat.
Now, how far was your boat from this boat that we were just referencing?
Maybe from here to the defendant.
Okay, so maybe give or take 5 feet closer than the other boat in the different direction?
Correct. In front of us versus to the right of us.
Okay, so when you saw this whole interaction happen, you said that you heard yelling. Were you able to distinguish any of the yelling?
I'm sorry.
Were you able to kind of make out what they were saying, or you just heard yelling?
I did. The yelling was from the gentleman on my boat and from the people on the other boat, the two couples that I was speaking of.
Okay, so someone on your boat was yelling?
Yeah, we were yelling at him to stop.
Okay, so you were all yelling stop. And then did you hear what the other people were yelling on the other boat? Okay. Was it loud?
Yeah.
And safe to say you're yelling, you can't hear what other people are yelling?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, so you estimated she was in the water for a few seconds. Was it concerning enough that you started yelling stop?
Yeah, don't object. It's mischaracterizing the witness's testimony. It's not what he said.
You can answer if you understand.
Yes.
Do you need your, okay. At that point, when she's pulled up onto the boat, what happens?
So they pull her up. Everyone's kind of relieved at that point. The defendant realized that he was not going to get on the boat and he swam off.
Okay. Did he look like he was having any trouble swimming?
No.
At any point that you saw this defendant in the water, did you find him to be struggling to swim?
No.
Are you from Florida?
No.
Have you been here a while?
I've been here since July 2019.
And have you been familiar with any sort of boating, or was this kind of your first time on a boat?
No, I've been on several boats.
Have you ever seen somebody struggling to swim?
Yes.
Okay. Is it like the TV movies, or is it a little different?
No, you'll see people's arms flailing and water splashing, and it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And have you ever seen on that day, did you see anybody struggling to swim?
I did not.
And when he swam away, did he have to grab onto anybody?
No, not that I noticed.
Was there any time that he swam back to that boat?
It was probably maybe 20, 30 minutes later. Everything had settled down. The young lady was still on the other boat, and one of the guys on our boat noticed that he was approaching their boat from a distance. So we all were very upset at this point. We thought it was all said and done. And we started screaming over to the other boat, letting them know that he was approaching.
When this all happened, was it your concern right then and there to get police involved?
Yes.
Why didn't that happen?
It did.
Right away so the timeline that you've painted for us is that she is submerged under the water, pushed down, she's taken out of the water, she's put on this boat that she swam up to. The defendant is not allowed on that boat. He swims away, 20 minutes go by, he swims back. When was law enforcement notified?
After he swam back.
Okay, so why was that the triggering event for law enforcement?
Well, for us, she was safe. She was on a boat. She appeared to be in the hands of people that were going to take care of her, and it all was said and done.
When she got out of the water, did you see her facial expressions?
No.
Okay, so you're not able to tell us how she acted when she got out of the water after the incident?
No.
Okay. Were you able to speak to the police when they did come?
I did.
And did you provide a statement?
I did.
Did your alcohol consumption affect your ability to comprehend what you witnessed between the man and the woman?
No.
Have you ever met either of these people?
I have not.
At the time, did you even know their names?
No.
Moment to confirm.
They will pass it.
Good morning, Mr. Whiting.
Good morning.
So in your opinion, someone drowning, you believe, from your experience, you'd see their arms flailing and splashing in the water. That's what you just told us, right?
Yes.
All right. That's as far as you personally know. Your experience would be seeing somebody splashing and making a lot of noise and waving up and down trying to get someone's attention, right?
Presumably, yes.
All right. That's the only experience you have with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you agree you're making a lot of assumptions what was going on the boat before the two people jumped off?
The only assumption I made that was that they were a couple that was arguing.
Okay. Well, did you see anyone physically grab this woman on that boat that was, what, 15 yards from you, 20 yards before they jumped in? How far is that boat? 15, 20 yards?
I would say maybe 30, 40 feet.
Okay. Okay, from you to the second row approximately?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a direct on view?
I did.
Did you see anybody, any males, grab the woman's behind at all?
I did not.
Did you ever see, you recognize Cole Goldberg, right?
I did.
Did you ever see him push somebody down?
I did not.
Who appeared to be totally intoxicated on that boat?
I did not.
Did you ever see the young lady in the red bathing suit? Did you ever see her yelling at somebody who appeared to be intoxicated? Not my client, somebody else, another male.
No, I did not.
Or in an altercation with that person?
I did not.
And was there music on that boat? People were dancing?
Presumably, yes. Yes, there was.
All right, so you couldn't hear what anyone was saying, right?
No.
And when they were on that boat, did you know how old Mr. Goldberg was?
No.
You know how old the other lady was in the red bathing
Objection
suit?
relevance.
No.
You know anything about them?
No.
All right. You don't know if they were dating for a day, if they dated for 10 years. You don't even know if they were dating.
No.
All right. You just telling us what you think you observed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say he was following her back and forth multiple times, do you know if he was saying anything to her like, I'm not going to beat anybody up or push anyone in the water?
I could not hear anything.
All right. And do you know if this lady was angry at him because he was not protecting her from another male assaulting her?
I don't know.
All right. How about when he had his arms wrapped around her? Do you know if he was saying loving things or saying mean things at that time?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea if he was telling her, don't jump in the water, there's too many boats here, you can't swim to land, it's impossible?
I don't know.
Do you know who else was on that boat that they jumped off of?
I don't know any of them.
Do you know if the police were there checking to see if everyone had life preservers on each boat?
I don't know.
Did you ever see the police go to the boat that the two people, Mr. Goldberg and the Schwitzky, that you were talking about? Did you ever see a police boat go to that boat before this incident happened?
I did not.
And the boat you were on, was it like an open fishing boat?
Yes, it was center console.
About 25 feet?
35, 40.
Okay, you had 6 of you guys.
Correct.
All right. So when you say he was playing his case, and she was annoyed he was playing his case, is that just an assumption you're making?
Yes.
Okay. You know how either one of those people got to the Boca Bash?
I do not.
Or what time they got there? If either one with alcohol or not?
I'm sorry?
If either one was drinking, do you have any idea?
I don't know.
And this was the first time you ever attended Boca Bash?
It is.
Mostly young people there in the teens and 20s?
No, it's a mix. Like I said, the boat in front of us, 2 older couples.
Okay, so the average age of people were in the 20s?
I would say on average it was probably a younger crowd, but there were people of all ages there.
Did you see any like sponsor boats, like big yachts that were giving out free alcohol or food?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see any jet skis there? Okay.
the officer telling you prior to you writing your statement, imagine if this was your daughter? Remember him telling you that?
I do remember the officer saying, yes, imagine if this was your daughter. I don't remember.
You remember him saying?
Before or after?
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if that was before or after my statement.
Oh, okay. Let me show you the deposition. See if this refreshes your memory. Yep. You can go to page 12, lines 17 to 19, if you could read that to yourself, please.
Okay, yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So isn't it true that the officer told you prior to writing your statement, imagine if this was your daughter?
Yes.
You remember him saying when he got on your boat, this is an attempted murder case, and I need you to write a statement?
No.
You sure?
Sure.
Okay. So, just so I'm clear, you did not dial 911, right?
No.
You have the phone with you?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. And you saw this lady, we'll call it, you know her name is Carolyn, or you don't know that?
I don't.
Okay, but the lady in the bathing suit. You know who that is, right?
Do I know who she is?
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, oh yes.
Okay, I'm not sure we're talking about the same person.
Yes.
He actually jumped off the boat that was from where you were to the second row approximately. She jumped off on her own, right?
Correct.
You didn't see my client push her
No.
or throw her off the boat.
No.
Okay. How far away was she when she was swimming in front of your boat? Would you estimate? It's a rough estimate.
I would say it was about halfway, probably as far as you are from me right now.
Okay, and you could actually see her while she's swimming, that she's scared? What made, is that what you testified to?
Yes.
While this lady's swimming in the water, what facial expressions lead you to believe she was scared?
I didn't see any facial expressions, but she was swimming very quickly.
Okay, do you know if she was swimming to try to get to land?
No, there was no land nearby.
It would be crazy to swim to land at that area, right?
Correct.
It would make no sense.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever see this lady in the red bathing suit screaming or hear her screaming on the top of her lungs while she was on that boat?
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg, I'm sorry to use these words, but stick his fingers in her private parts
I did not.
and was trying to rip her open? Anything like that?
No.
You would notice something like that if it was in front of you, right?
If I saw it, yes.
Of course. You never saw anyone get pushed into a propeller on that boat that was in front of you, did you?
No.
And you don't know if Mr. Goldberg was playing his case telling her not to jump off. It's too dangerous. We'll find another way home.
I don't.
What happened to that boat that 15 people were on that they jumped off of? Did that boat leave?
So, after she jumped off and ended up getting on the other boat, and the defendant swam away, once he came back, and we all started screaming, at some point between then and when the police arrived, that other boat left.
Did the boat that we're talking about go closer to the boat that this lady was on?
No, opposite direction.
All right, so your testimony is when my client swam away, the boat was in the same position it was when they first jumped off that boat?
Correct.
Okay. Did he have a backpack on at all?
I didn't notice.
You never noticed him with a backpack?
No.
Or any kind of flotation device?
No.
You think you would have seen that since he was right in front of you?
If I saw it, I would have, yes.
Oh, okay. And did you testify it was about 10 seconds after the woman jumps in that my client jumps in?
Approximately.
Oh, okay. And would you agree that when he put his hands on her shoulders or head, like he described, that was for a brief second.
Yes.
And you actually saw this woman just climb on the boat that the two older couples that you described were on, right?
They helped pull her up.
Go to page 17, line 14 to 17. See if that refreshes your memory of your deposition. Does that refresh your memory that she just climbed on the boat without any help or no?
I did not say that she had help, but I believe she had help.
And who helped her and how they helped her? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Oh, so just something in your mind you think she was helped?
People that were on the boat did help pull her up.
All right. Did she climb up the ladder? Did she go on the swim platform? If you don't.
I believe it was just on the platform. There was no ladder.
Okay. She was walking upright when she got on the boat?
I believe so.
She never fell on the floor?
No.
Okay. The ambulance never showed up? No paramedics?
No.
You don't know if this lady was having trouble swimming and that's why she stopped there and may have asked for a life raft, do you?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
Didn't appear so.
So you don't think she had trouble swimming, this lady?
I don't think so.
Objection, speculation.
And did you see her or did you see anyone throw her a life raft or her ride one?
No.
Okay. That's why you think she had no trouble swimming, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Was that why?
I don't think she had trouble swimming because she did not appear to have trouble swimming.
Okay. And at the time she was grabbed the way you described, she was not holding on to a life raft in your opinion?
No.
And Mr. Goldberg, you have no idea if he was swallowing water or what was going in his eyes at the time he grabbed her, do you?
I don't.
Or if he was having trouble breathing?
I don't.
Or how much he had to drink that day? Drank that day?
No.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. These are assumptions you're making that this was an intentional act, right?
Objection, argumentative.
The same.
And you believe after this girl lady got on the boat that the people picked up anchor and they left, right?
I'm sorry?
You believe the people in the boat, the two older couples that she swam to, they picked up anchor and left. Remember that?
No.
All right, take a look at your deposition, page 17, line 18 through 21, and read that to yourself, please.
So I can you say that?
Page 17, line 18 through 21.
Okay.
Do you remember now?
I do.
I'm sorry?
I do.
Okay, they picked up anchor, the people at the boat she was on, and they left, right?
Objection, improper impeachment.
I don't know the question and answer, so it's hard for me to rule on that. What is his answer? Let me hear his answer and then I will rule.
When I said that they picked up anchor.
First, I want to refresh your memory, that's number one.
Yes.
Okay, so the next question would be, isn't it true, now that your memory is refreshed, that after this lady got on the boat, they picked up anchor and they left?
My statement says that when he returned, the other boat that they got off of picked up anchor and left.
Okay, so explain that to me, because I didn't get that from this, I apologize. Explain that.
Objections overruled.
Which other boat are you talking about?
The boat that they got off of, the one that she jumped off of.
Oh, okay, then that boat leaves.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks for clarifying. So after this incident happens with the dunking, or whatever words you want to use, did you see Mr. Goldberg go on to the back of their boat or try to get on the back of their boat?
He swam away.
No, at first.
At first, he swam away.
Okay, so you didn't see him go to that boat?
At first, after the lady goes under the water for a brief second, you described, did you see Mr. Goldberg go to the boat that she eventually was on?
Yes.
Okay. Right away, or did time pass before you went to that boat?
Right away.
Okay. So let me try to get this clear. Lady's dumped into the water the way you described. She gets on the boat. Goldberg's in the water. Now Mr. Goldberg swims or somehow gets to the boat?
Yes.
Okay. And what is he doing? Is he trying to hold on to the back of the boat?
He was trying to get on the boat, and that's when they pulled out the little pole with the hook on it.
All right. So he's in the back of the boat?
Yes.
Or yacht, you call it, right?
I wouldn't call it a yacht, no.
Pretty big boat.
Yes, it's a sizable boat.
Okay. And did you see 5 people on that boat, by the way, or just 4?
I remember seeing two older couples.
So just 4 people?
Yes.
All right. So he's in the water. He's in the back of the boat. Is there a swimming platform, would you call it, in the back of our boat?
There is.
All right. And did it look to you, from what you saw, that Mr. Goldberg was trying to get on the boat?
He swam up to the back of the boat, and before he could get close enough to put his hands and climb on, they had the poles out.
All right. So your testimony, he was not touching the boat at the time? Or maybe he was? You don't know?
I don't think he was close enough to touch it.
Okay. And then when so the lady's on the boat, right? The one we're talking about, who was in the water, you said what happened. He's now coming up to the boat at the time she's already on there, right? Correct? Is that the first time you saw the boat hook, as you described it? Is that the first time you saw it?
First time I saw the light.
The boat hook?
Yes.
The pole, metal pole. Okay. So she's clearly in the boat at the time this big pole comes out.
Yes.
Okay. The incident's already over.
Well, it wasn't over. He was still there, and they were...
Right, I mean the drowning, alleged drowning incident. That's done.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
That's done, right?
Yes.
All right. So he's coming up to their boat. Who do you see with the metal pole? Do you remember?
I don't. It was one of the men.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying or what they were doing with it?
They were keeping him from climbing up on the boat.
All right. So it was obvious. They were like pointing it out and get away?
Yes.
You couldn't hear the words, but
I did not hear the
common sense tells you that's what they were doing.
Correct.
They were trying to get them to scatter, to leave. Right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if he had a raft at that point or held on to anything?
No.
You don't know?
I don't believe he had anything.
Did you see any round floaties in the water by that back of that boat?
I did not.
And any time you ever saw any floaties?
No.
No rafts, no noodles, or anything you want to hang on to while you're swimming? You didn't see anything like that? So obviously you didn't see a round floaty with a mesh type thing in the middle.
I did not.
Okay. And then after he swims away, everything seemed to be okay, right?
Yes.
And about 20 minutes later, he said your friends noticed he was coming back, right?
Correct.
And before he came back, did you see him get back on the boat that he originally jumped off of?
No.
Okay. You don't know where he went?
He did not get back on either one of those boats.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. So if he came back with a backpack, well, you don't know. You don't know if he had a backpack, right?
I don't.
Okay. So if the police found him with a backpack, you would not know where he got the backpack from, right?
No.
Okay. So for the 20 minutes he was gone, you have no idea where he went?
No, I don't.
Oh, could have got on somebody's boat?
Objection, asked and answered, and speculation.
But fair to say, he comes back, the same as that guy. He shows back.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes.
Not wearing a mask, he's not wearing any disguise, right?
No.
Okay. Did you see anyone in the water with the young lady beside my client?
No.
All right, so if you didn't see anyone in the water other than my client and her at that moment, it would be fair to say you didn't see a man in the water by that larger vessel grabbed the woman's hand and guide her up to the boat.
Objection has been
Right.
answered.
Right?
He was not in the water.
Right. The person was on the boat when they guided her up, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have seen if somebody was in the water grabbing her hand to pull her up from out of the water, right?
I believe so, yes.
How far away are you from this boat at this point? Roughly.
15, 20 feet.
Okay. As far as you and I are?
Maybe a little further, maybe. To the desk where you're sitting.
Okay. All right. Nothing blocking your view?
No.
You never flagged down the police, right?
Yes, we did.
You?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody on the boat that, if you could tell that the woman was on, that they flagged the police down?
Yes.
And that was only because my client came back after 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you come back, you never would have done that, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any regret examination?
No.
Thank you very much, sir. You can sit down. See you next witness, right?
Yes, can we approach?
Why don't we take, actually, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? I have a matter from the morning docket that has to come back up, so we're going to address that real quick. Take a 5-minute stretch break and then come back up.
All right, they're going to take a little break here, but we can fast forward. And let me just get us queued up. I thought that witness was the most credible one so far. I thought he was the one that actually admitted to having 3 or 4 beers. Everybody else was, and maybe that's the truth. Maybe that was their truth, and they said, one had a sip of a margarita. The other ones are saying, I have 1 drink. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of you are saying you don't drink, and that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying that for those that do like to drink, it's a beautiful day. You're on the water. You're in South Florida. You have a couple beers. I mean, it's not, or some wine. I'm not so sure I would drink wine per se. And then for those that were asking, I think horse welfare, you were asking about how many people were there. It's thousands. It's thousands of people. All right, because each boat, there's probably 4, 5, 6 people. I mean, think about that. How many boats are there? Like 100 boats each. 5 people per boat. That's 500 people, and there may be more than 500 boats there. I don't know. You guys tell me how many boats you think are there. And then you see the intracoastal kind of up to the upper right. I mean, she wasn't going to swim to land because there's nowhere to go. It's like there's no like beach right there. It's cement. It's a cement block, and it's probably 3, 4, 5 feet, high. So you're not gonna swim to land either way. There's probably docks, right? Because people have boats, so there's docks. But again, you're not going to swim. I personally wouldn't swim in there because it's just full of boats and oil and boats. I don't know. I would never swim in the intracoastal. That's just not something I would do. It's just not clean. Any of these canals, I would never swim in any of these canals either. They're just not clean because it's just filled with boats and byproduct. So here's another. So that's the sandbar in question. So was there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's like 25 boats just right there. So yeah, I mean, there's probably 400 or 500 boats, 5 people per boat. You're looking at 2,000-3,000 people. So anyway, I hope that answers your question about how many people are there. All right. right. So yeah, another question you guys were asking was that, yeah, and yachts too, of course. Right, Wizard. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Then you have these yachts where you have 20 people on the boat, on the yacht. You know, then you have that for sure. The water's warm. Yeah, the water's warm, but I just, again, I wouldn't go swimming in there. It's just not something I would do. It's too dirty for me. What was I going to say? Oh, okay. So the person who apparently grabbed her behind was some drunk guy who was on that boat, and that's what precipitated this whole issue. That some guy grabbed her. She was offended, of course, but she was more offended, I think, that according to the defense, that Cole didn't, be a man and go and beat that guy up for touching his girlfriend. Whereas Cole's just trying to keep the peace and be like, all right, Cole doesn't want to get in a fight with some drunk. I get it. But according to the defense, that's what precipitated this whole thing. So we have not heard from that guy, nor do I think we will. I don't think we're going to hear from him. But let's see who's next up. Horse welfare. Thank you for the images. Yep, no problem. Aaron actually found those. So Aaron, thank you for finding that. Let's see. Missy, way too many people for you. Yeah. Whereas Hell Rider's like, man, I need to go to that party. It's like Bike Week, right? I mean, it's just like, but it's smaller than Bike Week, but because it's just a very, it's one specific area, whereas Bike Week is, well, you've been there. I don't need to tell you. Let's see. All right. Richard says, one stop I made, the driver was polluted. We asked to recite the alphabet. He asked frontward or backward. I told him, enlighten me. He did it right backwards. I was like, wow. Yeah, I don't think I could do it backwards. Even sober, right? Jenny Lynn, yes, it is warm because it is dirty. Yes, too dirty for you too. Yeah, just not going to go swimming. not going to go swimming in there. Miss Bree, was he offered a plea? Widespread's going to check for you. I don't recall. Yes, he was. Yes, Widespread, he was offered a plea. It's in our description. So Widespread, you don't need to go searching unless you want to. Prosecutors, it's in our description, Miss Bree. Prosecutors later offered Goldberg a plea that included jail time, probation, and a written apology, but he declined, refusing to accept a felony conviction. Remember, he wanted to go to law school. He was like 23. I think he was about to go to law school, or he was in law school. He wants to be a lawyer. He comes from a family of lawyers. Sorry, I got hair right there. He comes from a family of lawyers, so yes, I think his family is probably well-to-do. They have money. They hired these two really reputable, good lawyers. So he didn't want to have that on his reputation, that stain on that record on his stain. If that stain on his record, yeah, that stain on his record. So he's he's finding it. I'm sorry, you found it. He didn't want that to be on. He didn't want that to be on his record, so he fought it. So let's see what happens. All right. All right, I got to rewind this because there she is. All right, here we go.
Good and great. Start with your right hand straight.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This one.
Watch the
Okay.
Make sure you speak correctly in the microphone.
Okay.
And say whenever you and your witness are ready.
Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Caroline Schwitzky Lebron. It's spelled SCHWITZKY
Ms. Schwitzky, do you know someone by the name of Cole Goldberg?
Yes.
Do you see him in the room?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing for us?
Yes.
he's wearing a nice gray suit.
May the record reflect that the victim is identified to the defendant.
Records just don't reflect.
How do you know Mr. Goldberg?
We dated for 9 months.
Was this back in 2021, 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember when you started dating him?
The exact month? No.
How did you guys meet?
We met at the Hard Rock at a dare party. He was one of the promoters there, and he was very nice. He offered me a drink, and he was just a good host.
Okay, so he was a club promoter, you were at the club?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys started dating shortly after that?
Yes.
And when you started the relationship with Mr. Goldberg, did you already have children from a previous relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children did you have at that time?
At that time, I had 3.
And how old were you in 2022, if you can do the math for us?
Probably like 32, around there.
Okay. Were you dating Cole Goldberg on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you guys attend an event called Boca Bash on that day?
Yes.
Is that in Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Was it the first time that you had ever attended that event?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what the event would be?
A bunch of boats just gathering and having a good time, a little bit of networking. You would meet like the boat owners and things of that nature.
On that day, were you on probation for a case in Miami-Dade?
Yes.
Who did you go to the event with?
I went with Cole, and I think one of his friends was like Sebas, I think, and then it was his dad, and then like a bunch of young girls.
So Sebas' dad?
Yeah, he was there with us.
Okay, so it wasn't Cole's dad, it was Sebas' dad, Sebas, and then some girls?
Exactly.
Okay. Around what time do you think you arrived to Boca Bash?
Like around 11-ish, 12-ish. It was early. It could have been earlier, but I don't remember.
Were you still living in Miami at the time?
Yes.
Did you arrive out that day?
No.
Okay, so were you coming from the Palm Beach County area when you went to Boca Bash?
Yes.
Okay, and Boca Bash happened in Palm Beach County?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were you drinking that day?
Yes, I had a few drinks.
How many drinks do you estimate you had?
So I'm not a big drinker, so if I had to take a guess, it probably was like 3 to 5.
Was there any time in the day that you were drinking seltzers with Mr. Goldberg and kind of shotgunning them or doing anything like that?
Yeah, that was like a thing that his friends would do. They would shotgun seltzers.
Okay. So
I couldn't like drink the whole one because it was a lot, but I would try and, participate.
Okay, so you were drinking intermittently throughout the whole day?
Right. They had told me, do not drink because you're under the sun. Like, be careful, be cautious. So I always had that in the back of my mind. So I didn't drink. I wasn't comfortable enough to drink, especially because we went from one boat to another boat. Our friends left us there, so we were now on a stranger's boat. So it wasn't the luxury of enjoying myself. It was more in the beginning I had a few drinks, and then toward then I kind of just was watching more.
Is it safe to say that majority of people at Boca Bash that you were around knew Cole but didn't know you? Or that you weren't their friends, they were Cole's friends that maybe you had hung out with before?
Yeah, they were a few Cole's friends. I remember a fight broke out, and that was his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend.
Unresponsive.
And a lot of it was just a lot of people that knew him, and then they knew of me through Instagram, and and it was just, yeah.
So you said it, so I'm going to go there now. What is your occupation?
So I'm an entertainer. I've been in reality TV my whole life, TV shows, commercials, and And then in 2013, I started a talent agency.
Okay, so safe to say you have kind of been doing this for, at this point, over 10 years when you are with Cole.
The entertainment?
Any kind of entertainment industry?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Does that include being in music videos?
Yes.
Does that include shaving your head for money?
Yes.
Does that include going on TV shows?
Well, technically that was like a hair campaign, but yes.
Okay, so that was kind of like a charity thing?
Yes.
Okay. But it was recorded and disseminated on the internet and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And going on Instagram and having the amounts of followers that you have, it's based off of kind of what your acting and your entertainment business is for?
Yes.
Okay. And you keep up with that to this day?
Yes.
How was Cole acting throughout that day?
So that morning he wasn't really happy with me. I had made a comment before we left and I had said that this was like not going anywhere.
Objection here, sir.
So his mood had changed. Oh, sorry. Do I continue?
You do, but wait until he answers and I'll let you know if you can answer.
Okay.
So he said overruled, you can't answer.
Okay. So he was already not the happiest with me. When we arrive and we're with Sebas and we're trying to have a good time, and I got off the boat and I went to another boat because the whole thing was you get off the boat, you go to other boats, you meet people, you talk. So there was a boat parked next to us. I got off, I started playing football with one of the guys, and an argument kind of broke out. And he was like, I don't want you playing with him. And
argument between you two?
Yeah. And then it was just like little things, like the whole day was just not pleasant. We tried to make it pleasant, but he was irritated with me. I was a little frustrated. So that's how the day played out.
So obviously it's normal for couples to argue, but did you feel as though you and Cole argued more than normal throughout your relationship?
I would have to say, like, we had a lot of good moments, but when we had the bad moments, they were bad. And it had a lot to do with alcohol. We were always surrounded by alcohol. When you work at the Hard Rock, that's just accessible to you. It's free to you. So our arguments would always be off jealousy and things like that. It wasn't like a healthy relationship. We would try to make it healthy. There was a lot of love there and care, but we just couldn't see eye to eye.
As far as the jealousy was concerned, was it jealousy both ways, or was one person more jealous than the other?
I would say Cole was very jealous. He didn't like older men talking to me, men in period, like his friends. And at the same time with me, I wouldn't say I'm a jealous person. I'm more of I demand respect. And what I mean by that is, if you're in a relationship with someone, you wouldn't be texting your ex-girlfriend. And he would have conversations with her. And I would say, I think that's very disrespectful. I don't appreciate that. And that's where the arguments would go.
Are you referring to Angela Rada?
I don't know her name. But.
Okay. Was it Cole's high school girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as you know, did he have more than one high school girlfriend, or was this the one?
No, he's had a few girlfriends.
Okay. Was this like a long relationship he had?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was a girlfriend of an ex of his, and we would constantly argue because she was always texting and calling. And
so safe to say it kind of went both ways. Yours was a little bit more tailored to specific people that he was talking to. His was more tailored to you talking to men in general who were older than you. Is that like safe to say, or do you want to correct that?
No, I think it was more of a respect thing. Like if you're in a healthy relationship, you don't talk to your exes. I wasn't here sitting talking to my exes. Okay. I did have an ex-husband, but our conversations are very limited, and they're not asking like how you been, and we don't go there.
Okay, so then with his jealousy, it was, you said older men. Was that the common fight between, or the argument between you two?
Yeah, just men in general. Men in general.
common fights?
You're
Men in general.
If I may, the opening statement was extremely meticulous as to jealousy and arguing and towards the victim, so I'm trying to flesh out some
I
things.
think you've fleshed out quite a bit.
Okay,
Sustain the objection.
okay. Is Cole younger than you?
Yes.
How many years was he younger than you, if you know?
Well, the first 4 months of the relationship, I didn't know. He had lied about his age. I found out when we were trying to rent a car and he wasn't legal. He wasn't 25. So that's when I found out.
Okay, so was there kind of an insecurity there?
Yeah,
Speculation?
I don't like the fact that he lied.
You can answer.
I don't like the fact that he lied about his age. His family was lying about it too. They were fully aware. And I would go around the family and they wouldn't be honest and tell me, oh, by the way, do you know my son is, I don't know, however old he was. And then when I found out about it, I was very upset. I tried to break up with him in the car that we rented. And I was like, I don't want to do this. You're young. You have your life. I'm looking for something more just stable. I had children. I needed a father, a manly figure. And it was an emotional car ride. And I just remember saying, okay, let's just try. Let's see if we can make this work.
So that was around month 4. You say you'll try. Fast forward, we're at 9 months.
Yeah.
Okay. So that day, when you're actually out at Boca Bash, specifically, are there any arguments between you and Cole?
Yeah, well, the first argument started with the whole football player, me playing with the guy, football.
Okay. Was there another?
And then another argument occurred when he threw the seltzer at my face. I got very upset in front of everyone. I just yelled at him, and at that point, he was not there. He was laughing at me. You could tell that he didn't recognize what he had just done. I don't think he did it on purpose. I don't think he threw a seltzer at me. He was throwing a bunch of seltzer in the area that I was in.
Okay, so
but he did hit me, and
so
I got very upset. So that was another argument.
Okay. Was there another argument that took place?
Yeah. So from there, I just wanted to distance myself. So I went, I guess, back to the original boat, not Sebas, but some other person's boat that I believe was his friend. And there is when he tried to talk to me and apologize, and at that point I was very frustrated and I just wanted to leave. I did not want to be there anymore.
Okay, so when you're having that discussion on Sebas' boat, are Sebas and his group of people looking to leave?
So Sebas had already left for the day. This is another person's boat.
Okay, so this wasn't the boat that you guys were originally on?
Exactly.
Is this captained by Captain Doobie, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It was a white friend of his.
Okay, so you're on this boat and you decide at this point that you want to leave.
Yes.
You want to leave the party?
Yeah, I just want to leave in general. I didn't feel happy. It was a lot of anxiety. It was just not a good feeling. It was horrible. And
did Cole want to leave?
No, Cole just kept trying to talk to me and kept trying to say I'm sorry, and I wasn't trying to hear it. So it was just a game of when a cat's chasing a mouse. So we were on the boat going to the front, the back, the front, the back. He kept following me. He wasn't understanding that I just wanted to be left alone and was not happy. And then that's when things just got worse.
Okay, so were you making yourself clear though that you didn't want to be with him?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so how did it get worse?
So what I remember is being on the back of the boat and he had put me on a hold. He was holding me.
Okay, so you're gesturing in front of you. You have your arms out, kind of like a hug.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it from the front or from behind that he held you?
He was from behind, and we had we went down, so now our butts are on the floor of the boat.
Okay.
And then he wasn't trying to let go. He wasn't trying to let go. At one point, he like bit me, and he like dug his nails in me. And at this point, I felt violated, so I started screaming to get off me. I think I was like cursing a lot. I wasn't happy, and I kept telling him, get off, and he just didn't want to let go of me. And then at one point, I just wiggle out of his hands, so I'm able to break free, and then I get shoved in the water. So that's how I end up in the water.
Okay. Was there music playing on this boat? If
I
you
don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember Boca Bash being loud?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to say, do you know if anybody heard you screaming?
Yeah, I think they started filming. Oh, sorry.
She can answer if she knows.
Everyone watched the show, all his buddies, not one person intervened. I believe like one girl was like, hey, stop, but the guy of the boat that, I don't know if he owns it or whatever, he did not intervene at all to help his friend. Like, no one tried to stop what was happening. And everybody, I think someone even took out a phone and started filming it. So
Did you know these people on this boat?
No.
Okay. So if you saw them filming, were you able to provide anybody any names for who might have been filming?
If you showed me a photo of the people on the boat, maybe.
But you would need that. You would need the photo of that person to tell us.
Yeah, it's been a few years, so my brain is kind of...
Okay, so did you physically try to get away from Cole when he was holding you on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. How were you doing that?
I just wiggled out of his arms.
Okay. And so then you're pushed in the water?
Yes, shoved.
Okay. Prior to being pushed in, had you told him anything specifically?
And from what I remember, I think I told him things like, it's over. I was insulting him. I was just very angry with him. So I don't think I said anything pleasant, to be honest.
Okay, so you broke up with him?
Yeah.
How long do you think you had been at Boca Bash at this point?
Probably like 5 to 6 hours. I don't know. It could have been less. It could have been more.
Okay. What were you wearing?
Swimwear. Red swimwear.
Showing you what's been moved into evidence. States 2, A.
Oh, orange.
And B?
Yeah.
Orange, red.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this what you were wearing?
Yes.
When you're taken into the water, do you have anything with you?
No. All my belongings were on the boat, and one of his friends was there, and I remember saying, like, give me my things. And he was like, no, come back. And I was just like screaming at the friend too, give me my things. And the guy didn't want to give it to me. So at that point, I just started swimming.
Okay. Did you have your phone?
I think it got wet, yeah, at some point.
Did you have it with you?
The day of Boca Bash, yes.
Did you have it when you were on the boat that you later entered into?
Yeah, I think that eventually, like, the bag, whatever my phone was in, was thrown in the water when I asked for it. So I grabbed the bag and started swimming.
Okay. Did the phone get wet?
Yes.
Was it operable when you finally got onto another boat?
No.
Okay, so if you're holding it in the investigation later, were you able to use it?
No, it was completely broken.
Okay. Did the other people on the boat, we'll get there, but did the other people on that boat try to arrange an Uber for you?
In that Paris boat?
Yes. Afterwards, when everything was done, were they trying to get you an Uber?
I think everybody was just trying to help. I don't remember who was trying to call an Uber.
Was that because you couldn't call an Uber yourself, or was it for another reason?
I think I mentioned my phone was broken.
Okay. So you're in the water. You have your phone. After you ask for your things, you do get it. And what happens then?
So I started swimming. And initially my goal was to just swim where I saw land. And the only thing I could see was straight ahead. So as I was swimming that direction, it was a bit rough for me, so that's when I ended up in the floaty. I think it was Matt or someone that was on his boat or his wife, but I ended up holding onto the floaty.
Okay, so you approach a boat?
Yes.
Okay, permission to approach. Okay, do you recognize this picture? Or what's in the picture?
I don't. Is that Matt Paris's boat?
If you don't recognize it,
it could be.
Okay, do you see yourself in that picture?
Oh yes, I see. I think that's Cole holding on. Is that him when he? Yeah, that's the boat.
So, are you able to identify yourself in it?
Yes.
Do you remember being on that boat that day?
Yeah, after the gentleman saved me. Yeah.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of what that boat looked like in the water on April 24th, 2022?
So yes.
Okay. State would move State 7 into evidence as State 7.
And I'll receive it then, so that objection states to number 7.
There's a Sharpie. If you could mark where you were when you first made contact with that boat,
Okay.
and put a C.
Okay. Okay, right here.
And then can you also put an M where you saw Matt Paris, if you remember? When
the
you saw
beginning,
him?
or
Yeah, when you first saw him.
Yeah, he was right next to me.
Okay. And was there anybody else in the water when you first swam up there?
Maybe his wife, I don't remember.
Okay. Was anybody else on that boat?
Yes, I think there was like 2 additional couples.
Okay, and they were on the boat?
I think so.
Okay. State would publish State 7. So you swim up to this boat, and what happens?
So if I remember correctly, I had like lost some, I was having difficulties breathing. So I believe I just kind of like hung on the floaty and said, do you mind if I just take a few seconds?
Okay,
Something of that nature.
So is it Matt Paris that's in the water?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and he has a floaty?
Yes, he has a floaty, and then I'm pretty sure his wife said, oh, let me get you one, and then that's how I ended up on my own floaty.
Okay, so someone throws you a floaty after you kind of latch onto his?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're holding on to this floaty, you ask them if you could just stay there for a second?
Yes.
How long would you estimate you were there, speaking to them, before something else happened?
Probably, it was a few minutes, it was not long. It was very quickly.
And at that point, when you were near that boat, were there other boats around that boat? If you remember?
I don't know.
Okay, you were really paying attention? Or you?
To my surroundings? No.
Okay, so you stop in front of this boat?
Exactly.
All right, what happens then?
So the couple was asking me how I was enjoying Boca Bash, and I was...
Without getting into specifics about what you said or what they said.
Okay, so after our little chit chat that took place a few minutes, I just remember being dragged in the water. Initially, I thought it was like a shark or something. I thought it was an aggressive animal. The last thing on my mind was thinking it was Cole. But then when I was under the water and I looked in front of me is when I saw Cole's body, his shoulders, and
So did he come up from in front of you?
No, from what I remember, I got dragged in from the back, it was one of those, because the floaty came from up front on top, and then.
Do you remember where you were grabbed?
Yes, I remember in the water, he had his hands on my neck. That's what I remember.
Okay.
And I kept trying to like get his hands off me. I kept trying to kick him, but he wasn't being like responsive. He just kept jolting my neck back and forth.
How long would you estimate you were under the water?
You know, I don't know. I've been asked that question. It feels like a lifetime. I'm not sure, but for sure, it had to be like a few minutes, at least over 30 seconds. I don't know. At the end of the day, the gentleman jumped in the water, so I don't think it was minutes, right? Because he saw something, he jumped in, right? He saw something was wrong. But I can't sit here and say it was 47 seconds. I wasn't counting the seconds.
So it felt like a long time to you, but you can't tell us how long.
Yeah, it felt like a very, very long time, and he wasn't letting go, and...
Okay, so, just to break that down for a minute, could you breathe under the water?
No.
Had you held your breath, kind of taken a big breath and held it prior to being put in the water?
Probably.
Okay, so how, were you having a hard time breathing and holding your breath and having enough breath?
I don't remember.
Let me ask it to you like this. Have you ever been a little kid in a pool? Were you ever small and playing in the pool? Okay, did you ever play a game where you would hold your breath and see how long you could hold it?
I don't think I was playing the game here, holding my breath. I think I was trying to survive, and I don't know what that looks like.
Right, so I'm asking you a question though. Did you ever do that when you were small?
Probably, yes.
Okay. How was it different this time from that? Did you have enough air to breathe? Did you save up enough air to go underwater for a long time when Mr. Goldberg put his hands on your neck and put you underwater?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't recall. I don't know if I did take a gasp of air. I didn't see it coming. So I'm pretty sure when I was under, I was freaking out because I could not breathe. And it was a very like scary moment.
So under the water, at any point, did you realize you don't have enough air?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna die.
Did you give him permission to touch you when he put you under the water?
No.
How you indicated somebody jumped in. Was that in addition to the person that was already in the water with you?
Matt Paris?
Yes.
Yeah, Matt Paris jumped in and dragged me out the water.
Okay. When you kind of resurfaced, what happened?
When I resurfaced, I think everybody was a bit scared. Like they didn't know what was happening. And I tried my best to act like nothing happened. Everything's fine.
Do you remember anybody saying anything to the defendant?
Yeah, I remember they were very angry with him. They didn't want him to come near us. He kept trying to call me. I felt really bad because he was at the point of like no return. And I'm not trying to leave anyone in that type of situation. That was never our goal. We were meant to have a good day and it just turned out to be a nightmare. So I remember at one point I tried to like calm him down, told him everything was gonna be okay.
Okay, before we get there, was there any point where he said anything other than your name? When you're in the water, you've just resurfaced, everyone you said is mad, yelling. Does he say anything other than your name?
Yeah, he was trying to talk to me. When he was like hanging on that side piece of the boat, he was crying. He was just so like, hurt and...
Okay, so after you resurfaced, where do you go?
I think I went inside the boat. They were trying to make sure I was fine. And then at one point I saw Cole calling me.
Okay. Do we want to stop?
Seems like a natural stop place. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a recess. We'll be back at 1:20. Man, you're on the witness stand, so you can't discuss your testimony with any of the prosecutors or anyone else, okay? All right, so we're going to break for now for recess, and we'll be back at 1:20.
Did she just say that Cole was trying to call her? She literally just said Matt was trying to call her, even though before she said her phone was inoperable because it got wet. Right? She literally just said she went inside the boat. People were trying to, make sure she's okay. And she saw Matt calling her. I'm going to wait to hear the rest of that statement, but it sounds like Matt was trying to call her on the phone, even though she just said earlier that the phone was inoperable because it was wet. All right, so how credible is Caroline? 10% of you are saying she's 100% credible. 20% of you are saying 60% credible. 35% of you are saying 30% credible. 28% of you are saying zero credibility. So 35. So between zero, wow, that's an extreme close-up on Cole's ear there. So between 0 and 30%, we've got 62% of you between 0 and 30%. So if this was a jury trial, I have a feeling that you guys would not be on her side. And I was thinking, here we are yet again, a he said, she said bench trial, right? We had Kelsey Fitzsimmons up in Massachusetts, and now we've got Cole Goldberg in South Florida. All right, let me do some zoom in here. So we have Caroline Schwitzky, LeBron. She got remarried. She had 4 more kids. She has 7 kids now. Just 7 kids. All right. All right, so they broke for lunch. And here we go.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Schwitzky. Good afternoon. So before we get into a few things, I have some things I want to go back to. Specifically, I want to go back to when we were talking about Mr. Goldberg's ex-girlfriend. Was there an interaction with a new boyfriend or somebody that was kind of like related to around his ex-girlfriend on Boca Bash at that day?
Yes, I think her ex-boyfriend or boyfriend at the time.
Okay, and you indicated that either you don't know or you couldn't recall what her name was.
Right.
Okay. Would looking at your deposition that you gave in this case refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I guess it is Angela, yes.
Oh, Angela. Okay. So
right, is it Angela?
Well, I'm asking if reading your deposition would refresh your memory.
It probably would. I know something with an A.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
And referring you to page 81, line 14 to 22. Just let me know when you're done. Don't read it out loud.
Okay, yeah, it says Angela.
Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay, so Angela is the girl that you guys had some issues about pertaining to respect, him being in the relationship with you, still speaking to Angela. Is it that same ex?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as the seltzers and Mr. Goldberg throwing a seltzer at you, do you recall if it was one seltzer?
I believe he threw like 5, 6.
Okay. And you indicated you weren't even sure if he knew what he was doing.
That's true.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
In regards to the seltzer?
For this case in general?
Yes.
Okay. And you were sworn in on that day?
Right.
Okay. And that was in June of 2023, so a little over a year after the incident. Would you say your memory about this incident is better today, or if it was better in June of 2023?
I don't know, ma'am. I think my memory was better the day of.
Judge, objection, improper impeachment, impeaching on witness.
You can answer the question.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if my memory is better now than before.
Okay. So when you were under oath at your deposition, do you remember giving an answer as to the seltzer conversation and whether it was intentional?
I don't remember what exact words I used, but I know that it was mentioned. It's always been mentioned. I've always mentioned it from the beginning.
Okay, so is there, if reading your deposition, will that refresh your recollection about kind of what the intent was of Mr. Goldberg throwing the seltzers, if you look at your deposition that you gave in June of 2023?
I don't think the story would change. It's what happened. We were on one of the owner's boats, and I was on a trampoline. I was on a water toy with a bunch of girls, and he started throwing the seltzers. And the first one, the second one, it was funny, haha, everything was fine. Once one hit my face is when I got irritated and upset and angry with him. But that's what happened.
Okay, so do you remember indicating or being asked whether it was malicious of him to throw the cans?
Right. I don't think anything that day. At the end, how I feel is, I think he was just not.
I'm going to object to speculation.
Okay.
She's answering her question.
Well, I'm non-responsive.
You can answer. You can ask your next question.
Okay. I want you to testify to what happened that day, not what you think now. I want you to testify to what he did that day.
Okay.
Objection asked and answered.
So on that day, when he was throwing cans at you,
Right.
do you believe he intended to hit you with a can?
I can't speak about what his intentions were. All I can say was that I was in danger. I didn't feel safe. I think that, like I mentioned, the first couple cans, it was fun. Everybody was having a good time. But once it hit me, that's when I felt like everything got violated.
Okay, so your testimony today is that he threw around 5 cans.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
Okay, and that you were able to catch some of them.
Right, I was trying to catch them, yes. We were on a floaty and he was throwing and I tried to catch them.
And that at some point one struck you.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you consent to having a can thrown at you?
No, that was never spoken or agreed about.
Did you ask him to throw you a can?
No.
Okay, so were any of the cans 1 to 5 wanted by you?
No.
Okay. So back to where we were on your direct. We were at the point where you were pulled onto the boat. And at that point, you're inside this boat. Do you see what Mr. Goldberg does?
When I'm inside Matt Paris's boat?
Yes.
No, I don't recall the interaction with what happened or how the screaming started. I think he was like asking for help, and at one point I tried to help, and then the people in the boat got very angry, and then it kind of just was left there.
When you're pulled on the boat, is anybody like on the boat helping you?
Yeah, they were all helping.
Did they give you a towel?
I think so.
Bottle of water?
I think so.
Orange juice?
I think so.
How were you feeling in that moment?
I felt betrayed. I felt angry. I didn't feel safe.
Did you feel scared?
I felt scared, yeah.
Did you cry?
Yes, I cried that day.
And after this event specifically, did you cry?
Yeah, sometimes when I think about what happened and you know, what we experienced, it's emotional. I think anybody would feel that way. It's not a nice feeling, but you know, mistakes were made and here we are now.
Okay, so when you got pulled on the boat, safe to say you cried at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Were you shaking?
Probably.
And At that point, did you ever come into contact with police?
Yeah, I came into contact with them, I believe, like after they had come into contact with Cole. They wanted to ask questions, and they came on the boat. I think that's, and then they started asking questions. And
Was that around the same time that you were comforting Cole?
I think so, yeah. All I remember is just like being bent over and saying everything's gonna be fine, relax, everything's fine. And I just remember like the police like coming near us and getting him on the boat. And then I believe like one or two entered the other boat, and that's when they started like talking to me and asking what happened.
Okay, so before we get into kind of what happens with the police, I'm going to ask you, after what he did to you, why would you go and comfort or speak to Mr. Goldberg?
I think I did that because at the end, like, I knew he wasn't like a bad person. He just lost it, and I felt terrible. I don't understand why he had to come after me. Why couldn't you just stay there? None of this would have occurred. So I, as a mother, I have children. I felt, I felt that this was a sad situation. So I don't like to see anybody, crying or in pain, or so no matter what it is I went through at that moment, the care I had for him was stronger than the fear. And I started just like telling him everything's gonna be fine, because I saw that he was panicking, and I can't, like, I'm not just gonna, I don't know. That was my instinct. That's what I went to do.
Okay, so when you're doing that, you're comforting him, did you want to go back with him?
No, that was never like on my mind, like, oh, I hope we can fix this.
For that day even, did you want to leave with him that day after what had happened?
No.
Were you scared of him?
I was disappointed at that moment. I was scared. Being under the water, I had never experienced something like that, so it was a very scary experience. But what I felt like what I wanted more was an apology. I wanted him to like recognize what he did. I wanted his family to know what had happened, and for them to like help him, not necessarily brush it under the rug. Like, let's get help, let's get better, and that wasn't what I got.
So you believe that his actions were as a result of anger?
And alcohol, yes.
So at the point that the police arrive, do they try to talk to you and figure out what happened?
Yeah, they did. They did.
Were you responsive?
I didn't want to say much. I didn't want to, at the end, this was a relationship that I had for months, and we had a lot of like care for one another. So it wasn't like I was trying to destroy him and, oh, go arrest him, officers, and because he just did this. That was not my demeanor at all. I was trying to act like everything was fine and nothing happened. Let's all go home. I didn't want this to escalate to something bigger.
Had Cole been crying when he was at the edge of the boat?
Yes.
When you were waiting and speaking to the people on the boat, did you express kind of your conflict and your emotions to them?
I was kind of quiet for a huge period because I was just trying to process everything, so I wasn't like my jittery self. But I do recall that one of the guys on the boat got upset with me and said, "You should say something. This is not okay what you just went through."
Objection, hearsay.
So when that was mentioned,
you can keep going.
When that was mentioned, I think that's when I felt like I had the courage to start talking and saying what was happening.
But did you give a statement to police that day saying Cole Goldberg did this to me?
I think I did at the end, yeah.
And was that recorded on body worn?
I don't know. I don't know if they had it on.
Okay, when you were on the boat with the tariff checks and the Parises and the police are there, did you tell the police what was happening, or did you just want to get back to shore?
I don't think it was at that time I spoke to the lady. I think it was more when they were taking me with them and we started talking about domestic violence, and then that's when that conversation started naturally. It wasn't something forced.
Okay, so talking about that, were you arrested on the 24th?
I was.
Okay, and was that for that VOP? With the violation of probation that we were discussing? You were on probation in Miami?
Yeah, but I had not violated it. I had seen my parole officer that Friday, so it was a very weird situation to be put in.
Okay, and as far as your involvement in this case and your involvement with your case in Miami, did you ever promise to Miami that you would be a cooperative victim and you wouldn't get any charges, or you would get things taken off? Were you given any benefits for being a victim here?
I don't think so.
Okay. And so whatever happened with your BOP happened of its own accord. Is that correct?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. But you never signed a paper saying, I'm a victim of domestic violence, please, and then they said, well, she's a victim, we're going to drop this case.
No, I signed a few papers. I don't think it was that.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. But it would be a written document that would be in the court system.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Speaking of court systems, did you file an injunction in this case kind of after everything happened?
I haven't filed anything.
Was there a civil restraining order that was filed by an attorney that represented you at the time?
Right. I've had a few attorneys, so I don't know what their strategy was, but there's a bunch of documents that were filed on my behalf.
And is there, or was there, a civil suit pending against Cole Goldberg after this?
I think there was a restraining order. In the beginning, I was kind of like, I'm afraid, what if they come after me, little things like that. But then eventually it either dropped or it got dismissed. I'm not too sure.
Okay. You didn't attend the hearing, did you? For an injunction, do you remember doing that?
I wasn't. So if we're speaking about my first attorney, Jose Baez, I'm not sure if that's the one that filed that form, but he was fired after me missing an important date. So that's how I went to the second attorney.
Okay. And with the second attorney, you guys have filed a civil lawsuit suing Cole Goldberg for damages?
Well, Jason is no longer representing me because he was threatening me about, not taking the deal or whatever. So he's not in the picture anymore. But it's been a long time. My goal from the civil lawsuit was definitely for Boca Bash to be held responsible. I think it's very alarming that you have people drinking in the water. There's no. Okay.
Okay. So was there or is there a pending lawsuit against Cole Goldberg?
I'm not sure what's been filed or what has remained filed. I'm not.
Did you agree to file at some point?
Oh,
was there an open case? Okay. So you're not sure of the status today because of the change in attorneys?
Yes.
But at some point there has been?
Yes.
Okay. Did you testify in the regard of the investigation for the police? Did you give a statement thinking about your probation case that you were on?
I think I had to mention it to them.
Okay, but did you think I have to say something or I'm going to get in trouble with my probation?
No, because remember, I had seen my parole officer that Friday, so I thought I was fine. I didn't know that that was an issue.
When the officers began to ask you questions while you were on the boat, did you ever get emotional?
Probably.
Do you remember if the defendant was calling out to you at any point while you were speaking to officers?
I think he was.
Now, we sort of talked about your career, and safe to say that you were in that career when you were dating Cole?
Yes.
Did Cole have a problem with your entertainment business?
I don't think so. I wasn't doing anything crazy.
Did he have a problem with you being a reality TV star?
I don't think so. I don't recall him complaining about it.
Did he like it?
I don't know.
Okay. One moment to confer, Judge.
Sure.
All right, disable house the witness.
Cross attention.
Thank you.
Judge, may I get that other podium? And
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You just testified here on direct examination that, quote unquote, the whole day was not pleasant. Is that correct?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
But isn't it true that you were the one that insisted on remaining at Boca Bash after the Espinosas left you and Cole behind?
I think it was a choice that we both decided on.
Not you?
I don't remember, but
Isn't it true that you specifically told Cole, I want to stay, I want to stay? You were having fun. This was the first time that you'd ever been at Boca Bash?
yeah, it could have been done. I asked him, oh, let's stay. And then he said, okay, sure, let's do it.
Right, so it was your decision to stay, was it not?
Probably yes.
Okay. So even though the whole day was not pleasant, right? That's your testimony. You had an opportunity to leave, go back with the Espinosas, and you decided that you were going to stay. Is that true?
Yes.
And you decided to stay even though there was this incident, argument with the football incident, and then the seltzer incident, and all these horrible things were happening, but you decided to stay back with this man who had been abusing you and jealous all day long, right?
No. The seltzer incident, when it got really bad, was after the boat had left.
All right. But you testified that the whole day was not pleasant. That was your testimony on direct examination. You remember that?
Exactly. I said that we started the morning on a rough foot, because that's the truth.
Right. But, all right, we'll go on from that, okay? You also testified that Cole lied about his age. Do you remember telling the story as that?
Yes.
You knew that Cole had just graduated FSU, right? Florida State University. You knew he just graduated college. Mm-hmm. And you knew that he was going to law school, right?
Okay.
Well, you did. You knew that, right?
Yes.
You told the people on the boat that, did you not?
Probably.
You also told law enforcement that. You remember that?
Probably.
You were telling everybody there that he was a nice guy, he's going to law school, he's a good guy. You remember that?
I haven't changed. He is a nice guy. He just made a mistake.
Okay.
Right?
So you knew his age. You graduated college around 21, 22.
Yeah, but he lied. That's not the point.
You knew. He did not lie.
He did lie.
Why would he tell you he's a different age?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him? I can't respond for him, but he lied.
He never lied about his age. You know that that's...
How would you know?
Judge, your argument.
Sustained.
You also testified on direct examination that when you were on the back of a boat, that when you were thrown into the water, remember that?
Right.
Okay, you were thrown in by Cole, right?
Right.
So what did he do? Did he pick you up and throw you into the boat by your stomach, or what did he do?
I think he shoved me.
Okay, but you definitely did not go into the water willingly and on your own accord, right?
I don't think so.
Well, you don't think so? Were you not sure? Our director said he threw you in the water. Which is it?
He shoved me.
Okay, so he shoved you into the water against your will, right?
Yes.
And you testified that at some point after he threw you in the water, that somebody threw your bag in. Remember that?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So after you got thrown in the water, somebody just throws your belongings, your bag into the water, right?
Right.
And who threw the bag in the water?
I don't remember.
What kind of bag was it?
I don't remember. I just know my phone was in it.
And when he threw you in the water, nobody jumped in after you to help you, right?
No.
Okay, so
They were trying to get me back on the boat. The guy kept saying, come back in.
What guy?
The guy that was next to him when this happened.
Who?
I don't know his name.
Was it the guy who threw the bag in the water?
Yes, probably.
Probably, or it was?
Probably.
Okay, so you're not really sure.
No, it's been almost 4 years. I'm trying to remember, but I do know someone threw the bag. So it must have been Cole, or it must have been that guy that said, no, Caroline, come back in, come back in. And I was refusing to.
Okay, so now it's possible it was Cole that was telling you to come back, come back?
No. His friend was the one encouraging me to come back.
Okay, which one of his friends?
He had like dark hair.
Do you remember what he was wearing? What kind of bathing suit?
No, it's been almost 4 years. I don't remember those small minor details.
You remember if it was Sabaz? The person you call him Sabaz?
Sebas?
Yeah,
Sebas had left already. We were on another boat.
So that's what I'm trying to find out. Who do you think this friend was?
I don't know. This was at the end of the event. This is when I'm away. So this was the last boat we were on.
Right. Do you not remember?
It's one of his friends. Yes.
Do you remember?
It was a white boy. I don't know his name.
Do you remember? Are you having trouble remembering because your memory was impaired due to alcohol?
No.
Okay, because you just made a point of saying it was at the end of the day, and I'm wondering why that would affect your ability to recall who this person was. Did it have anything to do with alcohol?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. It has been asked and answered.
So the bag goes into the water, right?
Yes.
And it had your phone in it?
Yes.
And then you swam with the bag until you reached Matt Paris's and Alex's boat?
I don't remember. I think I stayed with my phone.
So how did your phone get out of the bag while you were swimming?
While I was swimming, I just took it out of it. I'm pretty sure it was a bag of clothes.
Okay, so as you're swimming, right, and the water was a bit rough, you testified on direct examination, right?
Right.
And you were struggling a bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then while you're struggling and swimming in rough water, you decide for some reason you're going to take your cell phone out of your bag, right?
Right. So before I started swimming, right then and there, I stayed with my phone. I think that was like the only asset I had that was important at that moment. So I stayed with the phone and I started swimming.
Okay, so somebody just threw you overboard, and right before, let me finish my question. Someone had just thrown you overboard a boat, and moments earlier, you had been sexually molested, and he was trying to hurt you, right? There was an argument, and your bag gets thrown in the water, and then your testimony is that you decide while you're swimming in rough water, you're going to open your bag and take out your phone because that's the only asset you have?
Yes, because I wanted my phone so that I could get home, because I didn't want to go back home with him.
So why couldn't you have your phone in your bag? Why did you have to take it out of the bag while you're swimming in these rough waters to escape your abuser?
Well, when I say rough waters, the waters were actually really calm. It wasn't rough waters. It was the length of where we were from that boat, and I swam over there. That is what I meant by how it was a difficult time.
So when you took the phone out of the bag, you had the bag still with you when you got to the Paris boat, right?
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
So it's possible your bag was just left in the water there with your clothes floating? Okay. And what happened? Do you remember, did it like spill out, or what happened with your bag and all your clothes?
I don't recall. I just started swimming away from the boat, so.
Okay. And nobody ever retrieved your bag or gave it back to you after this incident had occurred?
I don't think so.
But it's possible?
I'm not sure.
Judge can ask and answer.
So you can answer that. Is it possible somebody gave you your backpack with the clothes?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember that?
No, I think they threw it in the water when I asked for it.
Right, but after you took your phone out while you're swimming in these waters to get away from Cole, did anyone ever then subsequently retrieve your bag and your belongings and give it back to you later that day or any other point?
I don't recall.
Okay. Today you testified on direct examination that I got dragged from the back. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point I thought I heard you say that Cole came from the front and dragged you from the front. Did I misunderstand that, or did you say first the front and then later the back?
So from what I remember, I was on the floaty, and so it's a circle tubular float, and I'm laying chest down, and he didn't come from the side, he came from the back. That's what I recall. And then I remember sliding into the water feet first. Like, that's how I slid it. I got in the water.
So now you slid into the water?
Dragged.
You were dragged in the water.
Right.
And was he behind you or in front of you when you got dragged into the water?
At that point, he was in front of me because I could see him under the water.
Okay, and so he's underneath you, in the front of you, right? And he's dragging you under the water.
No, he's not underneath me.
Okay.
He's across me.
Okay. I thought at some point on direct examination you said that he came up from behind you.
Right.
You thought it was a shark.
Right.
And then he flipped over you, and then you later were kicking him. Is that what you said?
What I said was I did think it was like a shark because it was strange how I had just gone in the water. And then when I look up to see, because I couldn't get back on top of the water because something was holding me down, and that's when I noticed that his hands were on my neck, and he was right in front of me when that happened.
All right, I'm gonna take you through that slowly. So when he swam up behind you, did he immediately flip over you after you thought he was a shark and then strangle you, or did he strangle you before he flipped over like a shark?
I don't think he flipped. I don't know how he got in the water. All I remember is that when he brought me into the water, when I'm underneath, I can see his body directly in front of me because his arms were extended and he kept in this rage movement going back and forth. So that was the interaction underneath the water. I don't know how he ended up in the water.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out when he flipped over you. Did he flip over you before he strangled you or after he strangled you?
Like I said, I was on the floaty. He drags me into the water, and then from that point, I was under the water, my head completely submerged, and I just see his arms and his legs and his body. I don't know how he got in the water.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out when the flip occurred. You said earlier on direct examination he jumped or he flipped over you. That was your testimony. So when did he actually literally flip or jump over your body? At what point did that happen?
I think I used the wrong word. I don't think he was doing acrobatics there. I think it was more like in a rage, he dragged me to get me, and then from there, it was easy for him to position him in front of me with his arms. He already had a hold of me.
Okay, well, with all due respect, you would agree that this is a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
Right? And words are very important, right?
Yes.
And the words that you use here, to his honor, are critical, right?
Yes, I've been doing my very best to tell my truth and what I've experienced, and I'm trying my hardest. It's been almost 4 years.
I understand.
Okay.
This is the first I'm hearing about shark-like activity and flipping and jumping over you. So this is a really important issue.
Okay.
And I'm not, and you're not telling me at what point he flipped over you or jumped over you.
I don't think flip was the word. I think it was more like he aggressively shoved, like grabbed me down into the water, and then he maneuvered himself in front of me so that we were positioned like this, like two boxers. That's how we were positioned under the water.
Okay. And you testified that he had his hands on your neck. You said on direct examination, in the water, Cole had his hands on my neck. You remember that?
Yes.
Was that under the water or was that above the water?
Under.
So both you and Cole were underneath the water when he had his hands around your neck?
Yes, but his head was on top.
Okay, well, you can't be on top of the water and be under the water at the same time. My question to you was, were both you and Cole underneath the water, when he took his hands and choked you?
No, his head was on top of the water, because I remember all I could see was his neck and down and his two arms. That was the first thing you would see under the water.
And he had both hands and he was choking you?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that he was jolting your neck back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was doing this in front of many people, right?
In front of the boat we were, yes.
Right, jolting your head back and forth, sort of like a rag doll, right?
Yes.
How many times did he jolt your head back and forth like a rag doll?
I don't remember, but it was a long time. I felt like I was there for a while.
Like several minutes?
I don't think it was several minutes.
How long would you estimate?
I don't know.
Can you tell the court how many times he had your neck jolting back and forth like a rag doll? How many times did he do that roughly?
Well, it was a while, because I remember I tried kicking him at first and he wasn't letting go, and then I tried to dig my fingers in his hands to let go, and none of that was happening. And the only reason why everything stopped was because the gentleman intervened. It wasn't like he let go of his own or he came to his senses.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment. So your testimony is that you took your nails and you tried to get his hands off your neck. You just testified to that, right?
Yeah, I was trying to have him let go of my neck, yes.
All right. And you were doing that in order to save your life, right? To get him off of you.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, when you did that, you had to drop your cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And dropped into the water, of course, because that's where you were, right?
Right.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that Matt Paris was the one that, quote, jumped in and dragged me out of the water. You remember telling Ms. Suarez that?
Right, yes.
Okay. And Matt Suarez was not who was the gentleman on the raft in the water when you first came up to to Alex's boat?
I think that was Matt. I'm not sure.
Okay, so there was a gentleman in the water when you first got up to the boat, right?
The floaty, yes.
Okay. And now it's your testimony that Matt was on the boat and jumped in and dragged you out of the water?
Yeah, somebody in the boat did. I'm pretty sure it was Matt Paris, because I've been hearing that he was like the savior here.
So you just testified that Matt was the one in the water when you first came upon the boat. He was the one in the floaty, and now you're testifying that Matt jumped into the water and took you out of the water.
Yeah, he didn't. I think he was out or back on his boat already. I was under the water, like 20, 30, 40 seconds. I don't know. But at that point, that's when I feel someone grab me back into like the boat
Okay,
area.
so you would agree that if what you're saying is accurate, that Matt was in the water at one point, and now he's back in the boat, and then he jumps in to grab you and drag you out to save you,
Yeah,
right?
I believe so, yeah.
So he must have, in order for that to occur, he would have had to have been in the boat, left you there, got back on the boat, and then decide to jump back in the water to save you, right? That would be the only thing that would make sense.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
You also testified that you're not a big drinker, right?
Very true.
But you testified that you had between 3 and 5 drinks that day, is that correct?
Yes, but I'm not full drinks. I'll babysit drinks. That's what everyone knows me as.
Okay. Now, you testified also that there was some testimony about Cole being jealous. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that he didn't like you speaking to older men, right?
Men in general, yes.
And that you were not jealous, correct?
No, I'm very, if you respect me and you respect the relationship, there's no issues.
Okay. In fact, you said that you demand respect, right?
Right.
And you're not the jealous type.
No.
Isn't it true that you and Cole were at Rocco Tacos in Boca Raton in March of 2022?
Objection, relevance.
State open the door.
I have a question first.
That you were at Rocco Tacos in Boca Raton about a month before this incident occurred, and you saw Angela Rada, Cole's ex-girlfriend. She was at a table with 6 friends, and when you went up to the table and started screaming and yelling at Angela about texting Cole, and you were extremely jealous. Do you remember that incident?
Same objection.
What is the relevance of this?
That the state opened the door, that he's the jealous one causing this whole thing, and he's the one that's arguing with her when the opposite is true.
What's the time frame for the
A
question?
month before the incident.
Anything further, Steve?
Angela Rada was not there on the date of the incident.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer.
I can answer?
Yes.
I don't remember me getting aggressive like that. I try to do things in a classy manner. I think what I remember is we walked in and he tried to like pretend like she wasn't there. And somebody said hi. It was an interaction. And I think I got like offended that he didn't introduce me. Like if you're gonna say, I don't know, something like that too. But I don't think I attacked her or started like going aggressive. I don't think that was my interaction with her.
Well, isn't it true that you actually went up to this group of women and started confronting Angela?
I don't really remember that. Like, I'm sorry. If I did, I probably was in a very like unhappy space with him. And maybe she was like texting prior. But I'm very kind with everyone. All his friends, everybody he brought around, I was always super kind. So I don't believe I would go up to a group of girls and just start looking crazy. I think something had to happen where I felt it was disrespect on his part.
Okay, well, isn't it true that you actually approached the table and confronted Miss Rada when Cole got up from the bar to go to the bathroom? You remember
Objection,
that?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Today you testified on direct examination that it wasn't working out. Remember earlier in the morning that you had already sensed that the relationship wasn't working out, was your
Right.
Remember that? Yes?
Yes.
Isn't it true that that morning, before you went to Boca Bash, that Cole got a call from a girl inquiring about a boat rental? Do you remember that? And you becoming enraged with jealousy?
Objection, relevance.
You can answer if you know.
You remember that?
I do remember that. He did get a call from a girl. I think what happened that day, we were just both like over it. It was a lot of tension. We weren't happy from the day before, from what I remember. So I think that when some girl called him, and you know how like guys, they try to like hide Or
No,
not
I
speak
wouldn't
in
know
front of
that.
you.
My question is, isn't it true you got jealous?
I wouldn't say I was jealous. I just, you have a 18-year-old calling your partner and he's hiding the phone, hiding the conversation. You ask questions.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true you were speaking to her on speakerphone and that's how you learned it was a woman or a girl and that's when you became extremely jealous?
No, I don't think so.
This wasn't a girlfriend. This was just a woman inquiring about a boat rental because he worked as a boat broker a little bit. You remember that?
I don't recall him being a boat broker, no.
So what was your impression? Was this a girlfriend or just a female friend? Or what was your impression who this woman was?
Objection, speculation.
If you knew.
I'm stating the objection.
Isn't it true that Cole threw a seltzer at your face and knocked you to the ground? Remember saying that on some other occasion?
And knocked to the ground?
Yeah, that while you were on the trampoline, that he threw this can, like a football,
Right.
knocked you to the ground, right?
Right, yes.
And today, your testimony is that he threw the seltzer can unintentionally. Remember saying that on direct examination?
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled.
You remember saying to this court that he threw the can unintentionally.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't think that this was a sober man acting in his normal self. He's not naturally an aggressive person. Like when he's sober and he's calm, he's very kind and very sweet.
My question wasn't regarding aggressiveness. What I'm asking you, isn't it true that you testified that he threw the can unintentionally?
I don't know what his intentions were. I don't know why he threw the cans. I don't know how he was feeling at the moment. All I know is that I felt unsafe at that moment.
I don't know. I'm trying to explore why you use that word. You use the word that he didn't do it intentionally. Isn't that true?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
I did use that word, and maybe I am using the wrong words, but I don't think that he said, I'm going to throw this can at Caroline's face. I don't think that that's what he was trying to do, or like it was a decision. I think he was not thinking clearly, and he just acted.
Well, when the state was questioning you after the break, they tried to get you to say that it was malicious. Do you remember that?
It could have been malicious. I don't know. He wasn't happy with me.
Okay, so it could have been malicious, it could have been unintentional, and it was that he took it like a football and threw it at you and knocked you to the ground, right?
Right.
It was all those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Isn't it true that Cole was throwing, well, you said earlier that Cole had thrown a number of seltzers, right? While you were all on the trampoline?
Yes.
And you were on the trampoline with 6 other young girls, is that right?
Yeah, there was a bunch of girls.
Maybe more than 6?
I don't know.
And isn't it true that Cole was throwing these seltzers to the other girls as well?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that Cole was throwing these other seltzers to the other girls?
I don't recall.
And you got jealous, right?
No.
You got upset and angry at him because he was throwing seltzers to not just you, but all the girls on the trampoline, right?
Am I allowed to answer?
I'm asking you to answer.
No, I got upset because it hit me. I think any normal person that gets hit in the face is going to get upset. It wasn't nice.
Okay, let's talk about that. You testified that he hit you right in the face, right? Like
Right.
the eye and the face area? Is that yes?
Yes.
In the cheek, right?
Yes.
And you got actually swollen from that. You remember testifying to that on another occasion?
Yes, at that moment, he hit me. It hurt me a lot.
In
And
fact, you were screaming, right?
I was
crying?
I was.
Okay. And you were asking people to help you. You remember that?
Yeah, they helped me off the trampoline back on the boat, and that's when he was sitting on the cooler, and I started yelling at him, "What are you doing? What are you thinking?" And he was just laughing like he wasn't registering what had just happened.
So you actually sustained an injury. You just said you were swollen, right, on your eye and cheek area from that.
I felt a lot of pain, yes, especially when I was swimming in the water.
You may.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as defense number 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
And that's you on the boat, Alex of Paris' boat? Sorry, Judge.
No, you're trying to minimize.
Don't try to knock me down.
Yes.
And that's you?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on the Paris's or the Alex boat, as we've been referring to it?
Yes.
All right. And that, your face without any injuries at all?
I mean, the image is distorted. I don't think you can get anything from that image. You
Nothing at all?
See, no.
No? So tell me what's distorted about this image.
You can tell it's depixelated.
Oh, what does that mean? Somebody tampered with this?
No, that means that the image is not a full, it wasn't printed to its full capacity.
Okay, but can you tell me, can you point out for me any injuries to your cheek or eye area?
I mean, I don't know, it's a little distorted. You could just see that definitely she's been crying a lot.
I didn't ask if you were crying. What I'm asking you, do you see any cuts on your eye or cheek or face?
I never said I had any cuts.
I didn't ask if you ever said that. I'm saying, do you see any cuts or scratches to your face?
No, I don't see cuts.
Do you see any bruises to your face?
I see swelling, yes.
Okay, can you point to the swelling, please?
I would say like this.
Well, what's this? You're pointing to your whole face.
Yeah, here. No,
So-
I'm pointing right here where they can't hit me.
So for the record, you're pointing to the left eye and cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your left eye and cheek?
Yes.
And you're saying that there's swelling there, right?
I would say it looks a little swollen. It doesn't look normal to me.
You may.
May I approach the witness? I'm showing you what's been marked as defense number 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
That's you? Why are you chuckling?
I just look so crazy.
What do you mean crazy?
My hair is a mess. My makeup is drippy. You caught me in the middle of saying something. It's not a nice image.
All right, so do you remember this image being taken at the dock area after you were taken off the boat? After you were taken from the Paris boat, you were taken to land. Do you remember
I
that?
didn't know they were taking pictures of me.
All right, but do you remember being taken to land?
Oh, yes.
All right, and this is a photo or an image of you at the land, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And this I would offer states, defense 5 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense file?
No.
You received an evidence without objection as defense exhibit number 5.
Thank you. Okay. And do you see any injuries to your face on this image?
I do not. The image is a bit more clearer.
And you would agree that there's no swelling or bruising or any injury to your left side of the face or your eye?
I don't know, it looks a little, right here, it just looks weird. I don't know if it's because the image is distorted or...
Okay, and again, for the record, you're pointing to the left side of your face, eye area, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's your testimony that you believe that there's swelling there from the can when it hit you in the eye?
Yes.
Showing you what's in evidence. Is this on top? Hello.
Hey.
Showing you what's in evidence as defense number 3. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
That's when I was just like telling him everything's gonna be okay, don't panic.
All right, and this is at the back or the side of the Paris boat?
Yes, I believe the side.
Okay, and this is obviously Cole, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're holding his hand?
Yes.
And you're comforting him at this point, telling him everything's gonna be okay?
Yeah.
You two weren't arguing at this point, right?
No, there was no argument.
No argument at all, right?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No.
In fact, the whole time that Cole was at the rear of Paris boat, there was never any argument whatsoever, right?
When he was in that holding on?
Yes.
No, I was not arguing with him. I just kept reminding him that things are going to be fine, don't freak out, don't panic.
And this was somebody that you were comforting who had just tried to kill you, right, and drown you?
I don't know what his intentions were, but I do know that I was scared for my life. That's all I know.
And you testified you thought that he'd get his hands around your throat. He was trying to kill you or drown you, right?
Yeah, he was in a complete rage. He was angry. You know, this wasn't the first time he's gotten a little angry or, you know, raged or whatever, so.
Okay, but earlier you testified he's not aggressive, and now you're saying this isn't the first time that he's been in a rage?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a few incidents prior, and it all involved alcohol. So alcohol was never his friend.
All right. So was he aggressive to you in the past or not?
We had 2 incidents at the Hard Rock Hotel where there was a lot of alcohol involved, and then it would get aggressive. It could spiral out of control, but it was never to the point of this. He had never like physically hurt me, or he would just like lash out and start screaming or getting in my face and, you know, pointing, but it wasn't aggressive like what I experienced at the Boca Bash.
You testified on direct examination briefly about a civil lawsuit. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I'm not referring to the injunction where you were seeking a restraining order, but the civil lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay? And you said, quote, Jason is no longer on the case, that he was threatening you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a difference of opinion. You remember that?
Yes.
And that's Jason Fagnano that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
So you fired Jason, or did he get off the case? What happened?
Well, he mentioned that he would not be representing me anymore.
All right. And have you hired a new lawyer to take over that civil lawsuit?
No. The civil lawsuit is not something that I am really focused on like I was years ago.
All right, but that civil lawsuit is still open, is it not?
Yes.
Has not been dismissed. It's currently pending, right?
Right.
All right. And I've spoken with attorneys. That case has sort of been put on the back burner pending the outcome of this case, is it not?
Right, yes.
Okay? And you said something on direct examination. You said Boca Bash should be responsible. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do believe that they throw a huge event that hundreds, thousands of people go out there, but there's no lifeguards. They do have police officers on the water, but it's all the way to the left side of where the yachts are, not in the middle. So this could have easily been prevented if there were lifeguards or cops everywhere watching the scene.
So you actually believe that a lawsuit should include the town of Boca or Boca Bash, whoever throws that event, due to their negligence, right?
Objection, relevance.
You believe that the lawsuit should actually be against Boca Bash or the town of Boca because of their irresponsibility or negligence, right, for not having lifeguards.
I do believe that they need to implement a better system. It's an event that continues to go on till today, and what we don't want is this happening to someone else.
Okay, is that where the disagreement arose between you and Mr. Fagnano, that you wanted to sue other entities and he did not?
I don't really want to get into details as to the conversation that I had with him, but we're just not on the same page.
Is your lawsuit going to be amended to include Boca Raton or some other entity, Boca Bash?
Judge, I'm going to object to attorney-client privilege.
And at this point, it's not relevant. That can sustain the objection.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as defense number 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is this?
a mugshot.
Okay, this was after you were arrested on the 24th for the outstanding violation of probation warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And, Your Honor, at this time I would move defense number 15 into evidence.
Any legal objection?
No.
Will you be receiving evidence without objection on defense number 15?
All right, would you take a look at that?
Yes.
All right. And is it your testimony that this photo is the way you appeared that day?
Yes.
And can you show me if there's any injuries to your face?
I do not see any injuries to my face.
Okay, there's no bruising either or swelling, is that correct?
No.
Okay, and you were booked in to the Palm Beach County Jail after you were taken, after you were arrested that day, correct?
Yes, I don't know what time. It could have been late. I'm not too sure.
All right, but you would agree there's absolutely no injuries to your face on this?
I don't see any swelling, no.
Thank you.
Now, we've talked a little bit about the morning of the 24th, but the evening before, on the 23rd of April, you actually spent the evening at Cole's parents' home in Boca Raton, is that correct?
Yes.
And your children remained down in, well, you were living at Miramar at the time in Broward, or were you living in Dade at the time?
Broward.
So you were living in Miramar?
Yes.
And that's in Broward County?
Yes.
And the incident involving your probation, that occurred actually in Miami-Dade, is that correct?
Yes.
And your probation was transferred to Broward County where you reside?
I'm not entirely sure.
Where were you being supervised by Officer Wilson? Was it in Broward or was it in Miami?
I don't remember, it was years ago.
Okay. All right, but that night, the night before you spent the night in Boca Raton, right?
Yes.
And you were on felony probation at the time? Right? You were on probation at the time?
Right.
On the day of this incident, you were on probation? All right. And your probation officer didn't give you permission to go out of county and go to Palm Beach County, did they?
No, I did not ask for permission.
And you know you're not allowed to go out of county when you're on probation, isn't that correct?
That's true, yes.
All right. You also know that when you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink alcohol, right?
I don't drink, so yes, I know.
But you already testified that you had 3 to 5 drinks that day. Remember that?
Yes, light drinks, yes.
What kind of drinks?
Light, like I wasn't finishing the drinks. It was a sip here and there.
Well, whether they were light, heavy, in between, you were consuming some alcohol that day. You already testified to that.
Yes.
All right. And you know you weren't supposed to, right?
Yes.
Were you ever violated for those things after your arrest?
I don't recall. I remember I spoke to the parole officer and they had seen what happened on the news and it wasn't, I think it was just, okay, we're gonna fix this, we're gonna do another 6 months, just stay, try to stay away from Palm Beach, whatever, and I was able to complete the program.
All right, so your probation officers saw the incident on the news, right? They knew that you were a quote-unquote victim of an attempted murder, battery by strangulation, and they told you, don't worry, we're going to fix this, and just add more time on, right?
Yeah, because I had to go in front of the judge, I had to explain to the judge what happened, and that's when they extended it for 6 more months.
So you never went to jail for that, right? For that violation?
I did go to jail.
Well, you were arrested and taken to jail, and you were transported, right? But you were never sentenced to any term to jail or prison for violating your probation, were you? They just added more time onto your probation.
I think they agreed because it was my first offense and they had dropped the charge, so they added more time to it.
Okay. So they added some more probation time?
Yes.
Okay. But you never were sent off to jail or prison for any violations of probation, right?
No.
And you still have a withhold adjudication, right? You know what that means?
I don't.
You're a convicted felon?
From my understanding, they said that when I completed the program, that it would get removed from the system. So I'm not sure how it reflects on
the paperwork?
Yeah.
So you don't know whether you're a convicted felon or not?
Well, no, I know I'm not a convicted felon because, I've done my time, I served, I did everything I had to do, I paid the fees, but I'm definitely not a convicted felon.
You were on probation for resisting officer with violence, is that correct?
Right, that's what the officer said, yes.
You disagree with that?
Well, yes, of course. I did not attack Officer Acosta. It's not realistic. He's like 6'4", big, 240 pounds. Like,
I'm going to object.
We're getting into very collateral issues.
Okay. Let's go back to the 24th, okay?
Okay.
That morning, you guys got up and you decided, obviously, you're going to go to Boca Bash. But before you did that, isn't it true that you and Cole went to Publix and ran some errands and got some champagne and a couple of cases of seltzers?
I don't recall what was bought, but I know that he stopped somewhere.
You didn't go in with him to Publix to get the alcohol?
I don't remember.
Then you went to Sebastian Espinoza, Dr. Espinoza's house. Do you remember that?
Right, yes.
And you got there around 9:30. Does that sound about right?
It could be, yeah.
All right. And you didn't have any alcohol before you got to Dr. Espinoza's, did you?
No. No, we had just, no.
I want to talk a little bit about the incident that happened on a boat before the drowning and the attempted murder occurred, okay? While you were, I think it was on Anthony's boat, or one of the boats that were tied up to each other, okay? There was an incident with a guy where he slapped your behind. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your testimony regarding that? What did Cole do?
They got in each other's face, and then that's when Cole got kicked out of that boat from the dad. The dad told him to get off. And then, obviously, I was not going to stay. I went into the boat, but he was very upset. I was upset.
Okay. And isn't it true that Cole shoved the guy into a propeller and you saw blood?
No, I don't recall blood, but he definitely shoved the guy.
All right, so he shoved the guy off the boat into the boat's propeller?
Yes, in the back.
And it may have drawn some blood? You're not sure?
I don't remember.
And
the boat was off. It was stationed in the water, so it's not like it was on. But he did shove him in the boat in the back.
And he actually hit the propeller?
Yes.
And no police came for that incident, right? You never saw any police arrive?
No. He got kicked off the boat, and then they looked at me and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I went with Cole. I didn't know any of them.
My question is, you never saw any law enforcement authorities come over to investigate a guy who had been thrown overboard into a propeller, did you?
There was no officers around.
You didn't call the police, did you? The guy had just been thrown into a propeller. Did you call the police?
I mean, no, but Cole was upset. He disrespected his girlfriend. You can't, that's wrong. That wasn't my...
Nobody else called the police when they threw this guy into the propeller, right?
Injection speculation.
If you know.
No, I don't know. I just know that a lot of people were drinking, and when there's a lot of alcohol, people are not thinking clearly. There's a lot of ego.
Let's see if there's another question.
Nobody from the boat, you didn't see anybody from the boat jump in to save this guy who was thrown into the propeller, right?
I think it's like the dad and the friends grabbed him because he had fallen, and they grabbed him. And then, like I said, they were very angry, so they just started kicking people off.
And isn't it true that when this guy slapped your bottom, that you got really upset with Cole because he didn't go beat up the guy?
No, I think I got upset because these people, what is wrong with them? They have, who does that? I never gave an indication, oh, hi, please,
So you weren't flirting with the guy that would have sort of tipped him off that was okay to do that, right?
No. That guy was completely drunk.
All right.
Yeah.
And do you remember Cole just sort of getting in between you and this guy to keep you guys apart because you were so angry that Cole wasn't going to go beat this guy up? Do you remember that happening?
I don't remember. I just remember him getting shoved, and that was the end of that.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you were not angry at Cole because he didn't do something to show this guy that he had disrespected you?
I was angry with everybody on that boat, including him.
You were angry at everybody on that boat, including him? Or
yes.
And you were angry at him for disrespecting you, right? For not protecting you.
For slapping my bottom.
And you were angry at Cole as well for disrespecting you, for not going to beat up the guy, right?
I never asked him to beat up the guy. That's not conversations him and I have had. Oh, go beat up that person. That's not.
I'm not talking about arbitrary people. I'm talking about the guy who slapped your butt.
I'm telling you, there was never a conversation where I said, go beat up that guy right now or we're going to have problems. I would not. That's not. Why would I send him to go do that?
You testified that on direct examination that you were screaming at the top of your lungs. Do you remember that?
Which part?
Well, after the slap, were you screaming at the top of your lungs?
After the slap?
Yes. After the slap, let me step back. I don't think that was your testimony. I think at some point you said that when you got on the other boat, there was some wrestling. He was trying to restrain you, and that's when you were screaming. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. So did that happen before the slap, or did that happen after the slap?
After the slap.
All right. So after the slap on the butt, then you guys went to another boat?
Yes.
All right. And it was on that boat that Cole was restraining you?
Yes.
And he was wrestling you, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had his arms and legs over you like in a sumo position?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say sumo position, was he holding you from the front, from the back? How was he holding you?
He was holding me, he was behind me, holding me.
All right. And he had his legs over you and his arms over you?
Yes.
And you were screaming at the top of your lungs, right?
Yes.
And not a single person on this boat came to help you, right?
On this boat, no.
How many people were on that boat?
Like 8, maybe 10.
All right, and whose boat was that? Do you know?
I do not know, but I think it was one of Cole's friends.
You think, you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
So this could have been strangers that Cole did not know, right?
No, I think we were on a boat with one of his friends.
But again, you're speculating, you're not sure.
I don't know if he owns the boat. I don't know if it's his friend's boat. I don't know the details. I just remember there was one guy there that I had met before, and he was close to Cole.
All right, and none of these people came to your assistance, right? Or helped you?
No, there was a boat in front with like 4 gentlemen who were screaming, like, let her go, let her go.
I'm asking about the people on the boat where you were being wrestled, like in a sumo position. No one came to help you, right?
No.
Objection, ask the manager.
They did not.
All right, was the boat that you were on, was that Cole's friend from New York, Anthony Mimo, an Italian guy? Did you see Anthony Mimo on that boat that you were just talking about?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, you don't know his friend Anthony?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Okay. Was it right after this that Cole, with his nails and his fingers, shoved his fingers into your vagina and he tried to rip you apart? You remember saying that?
I hope I did not use the word vagina. I don't think I used it, but yes, he had his hands right in front, like on top of, like the bikini area, and he was just being very aggressive and squeezing his fingers in me with a lot of anger.
Okay, so underneath your bathing suit?
Yes.
Well, you're not sure?
No, I'm pretty sure it was underneath.
Pretty sure, but you're not 100% certain?
I don't, because I don't recall him I think he was like trying to hold me, and my bathing suit being a 2-piece, the hand went in, and that's how I ended up with those marks.
Isn't it true that Cole actually put his fingers into your vagina and he tried to rip you apart?
I never said that.
May I approach? I just handed you a copy of your deposition. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
And Mr. Fagnano was present.
Okay.
You remember that?
Yes.
And the prosecutor and your attorney, Mr. Fagnano, everybody was there, and you swore to tell the truth at that deposition?
Yes.
Okay, can you turn to page 98, please? And look at lines 4 through 6. Do you see where they're numbered on the right side, going down 1 through 25?
Yes.
All right, to yourself quietly, just look at lines 4 through 6, please.
Yes.
Read them to yourself.
Okay. I read it.
You read it?
Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your memory about you saying that?
Yes.
So isn't it true that you said that Cole shoved his fingers inside your vagina and he tried to rip you apart?
I don't think I said in. I think she probably misheard me.
Oh, she being the court reporter?
Yes.
So you think that this is an
It
error?
wasn't inside my vagina. That it wasn't that low. It was the pictures that they took at the hospital were on top, not inside. So,
but you would agree that's what that says.
Yes, I think though what it is, it's supposed to say on my vagina. Maybe she didn't understand me, but I would not say inside my vagina because it was not inside.
At the end of your deposition, you had an opportunity to read your deposition and make any corrections. Do you remember that?
I do remember. I think it was just like 3 hours, way too long, and I just slept.
Okay, so you did, well, no. At the end of your deposition, the court reporter told you that you have an opportunity to read it to make any corrections.
Right.
Right? You remember that?
Right.
Did you ever make any corrections and say, oh, you know what? I didn't say that word.
I did, that actually went like past me because Because it doesn't even make sense. He just shoved it in my... It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, well, also when you did your injunction, remember you filed an injunction?
Okay.
You remember that?
Sure.
You were
Yes.
looking for a restraining order against Cole?
Yes.
Didn't you also say that he went in your groin during in the injunction?
The bruises were outside, so I don't know why we are focused on it being inside when the hospital didn't take any images of that.
I'm trying to just find out what you said in your injunction. Isn't it true that you also said that he did that in your injunction paperwork?
The injunction was filled out by the attorney.
So you signed the injunction. We'll get into that in a minute.
Okay.
So my question is, are you taking exception with that? Are you saying you never said that in your injunction either?
I don't think I ever told anyone that it was inside my vagina. And I might be wrong if someone would like to correct me, but I don't recall saying inside. I do remember it was very close to down that area, and but it wasn't inside. No.
Well, you never told the police when they came to the boat, to the Paris boat. You never told the police that Cole had done something to your vagina or had sexually molested you, right? When the officers, Officer Hammond and the female officer and the male officer were talking to you on the boat, you remember that?
No, I think that once they took me to the hospital and they started taking photos, that's when the conversation arose, but I wasn't getting into details with anyone.
I'm talking about the boat.
Oh.
Did you ever tell the officers after this happened that he had sexually molested you?
And no.
When you got to the dock, to the land, did you ever tell the officers that he had done something sexually to you?
No. I never used the word sexual. I never used sexual abuse.
Did you ever say that he stuck his fingers or his nails into your vagina?
I did say he stuck his nails right close to my vagina. I did say that.
All right. You told that to Officer Hudson and Officer Hammond?
I don't remember what I told them.
Did you tell them that when you got to land after you left the boat, the Paris boat?
I remember.
And it's your testimony while Cole was doing this to you in your vagina area, and you were screaming at the top of your lungs, nobody came to help you, right?
Correct.
And it was right after this attack in this area that Cole threw you off the boat. That's your testimony, right?
Right. I was able to slip, to get off, and that's when I got shoved in.
So he shoved you in. You didn't jump off voluntarily, right?
Correct.
And again, going back to when you were at the back of the Paris boat, I'll refer to it as, there was never any arguing and you were attentive to Cole, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you told him no?
I don't recall.
Would you look at your depot, please?
Sure.
Yep.
Yes.
And turn to page 120. Line 25, which is the last line on that page. Just read it to yourself, please. And then flip over to the next page, 121, and look at lines 1 and 2.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you told him no?
Yes, I remember in the beginning when the officers were interrogating, trying to ask me questions,
You weren't being honest with him?
I did not want them to know what had just happened.
All right, so again, you told him that, right? And you were being honest with him when you told him that, right? Is that your testimony today? You lied to him?
I didn't lie to him. I think that I was probably in a state of shock. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I didn't want to throw this one under the bus.
Well, which one was it? Was it you were in shock? You didn't want to throw this one under the bus? Or you were lying? Tell the court which one of those things occurred.
Objection, argumentative.
It is argumentative. Why don't you rephrase your question?
So again, isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you said no, he did not?
I probably did say that in the beginning with the police officers. I was not trying to get into anything. I kept trying to make it seem like everything was fine. And then eventually they kept asking, like, what happened? And
isn't it true that when you were asked what happened while on the Paris boat, you told the police, quote, nothing happened, we were at Boca Bash on a boat and we lost our friends. Do you remember saying that?
I probably did, yes.
And isn't it true that you told the police while you were on the Paris boat that you were swimming towards the front of the boat because that's how you believed you could get to land? You remember telling the police that?
Probably, yes.
Do you remember telling the police while on the boat that when you were asked if Cole had put his hands on you at all, you said, quote, I don't know if he was trying to hold on to me, I don't know what he was doing. Do you remember telling that to the police?
I don't remember, but I probably did say that.
Do you remember while on the boat, the police were questioning you about the marks on your leg, and they asked you if Cole had caused those marks by grabbing you, and you said, no, they're sunspots.
I probably did say that.
And isn't it true when the police were questioning you on the boat about bruises on your arm and whether Cole had grabbed you and caused those marks, you said no, he did not?
I probably did say that.
And isn't it true that you told the police while on the boat that Cole was holding onto your back? Not your neck, not your throat, but your back. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, I think it's obvious that I did not want to speak to the cops. I did not want to get into details. I was hoping we could just part ways. You go home, I go to my kids, and I didn't want to make it a big deal.
And isn't it? Can you see this okay from there, or do you want me to come up?
No, I can see it.
All right. And isn't it true when the police back at the dock or the land where this picture is from asked you again if you were sure that Cole did not do anything to you, you said no?
I probably did.
And isn't it true that you told the police that Cole was a good kid and he was going to law school? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember expressing shock, as depicted in this photo, defense number 5, when the police told you that they were arresting Cole?
Oh, what I do remember is when the cops told me they were arresting him, I just knew it was gonna end bad. Like, I knew this was not, you know, I was very, what I didn't want to happen had happened. So I felt like mortified. I was not happy with the news. I was trying to avoid everything so that, you know.
Why weren't you happy? Because you had said something that wasn't true? You accused him of drowning you? Objection?
At the end of the day, Cole knows what he did. Cole knows exactly what he did, and everyone that was there witnessed it. I don't think what we should do is try to cover up the mistakes. I think we should just own it and do better. And, you know, he's a man. You can see in my actions, the whole time, I'm not trying to get him in trouble. That was never, like, that's not how I am as a woman, as a person, especially someone in a relationship. I felt very bad that things had escalated to the point that it got there.
When David told you, when the police told you that he was being arrested and being charged and going to jail, you were actually so shocked and you said to them, "Oh my God, what charges?" You remember saying that?
Yes, I did.
You couldn't believe it because none of this had happened. He didn't try to kill you. He didn't try to drown you, right? This was something that you made up. Isn't that a fact?
No, not at all. It's not a fact. The fact of the matter is that Cole was in a complete rage, had me by my neck under the water, and everyone witnessed it. Okay? If I told the cops that everything was fine, was because I did not want him to get in trouble. But then at that point, whatever happened afterwards was not my doing.
Isn't it true that you told the police when they told you that Cole was being arrested, you said, "Don't do this, I'm sorry, no"? Do you remember saying that to the police?
Yes, because I cared about him. I don't want, like, nobody wants to, that's not what was supposed to happen. That's what any normal person would do that was in a relationship with someone that they actually cared about. If I didn't care about him, I wouldn't have cared what had happened, how it happened.
This is a guy that just tried to kill you, right? That's what you want everybody to believe.
Objection, argumentative.
It is argumentative. Sustained.
You never showed Officer Hammond or Officer Hudson any injuries to your neck or throat from this alleged strangulation, right? You never pointed out to them and said, "Hey, look, there's finger marks," or "He hurt me here." You never said that to them, did you?
No.
They never took any photos of your neck because there was nothing there to photograph. Isn't that true?
The hospitals took photo.
I asked you about the officers.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, they did not, but the hospital did.
I asked you about the officers, not the hospital.
Sorry.
You did not point out a single injury to your neck or throat, right? Bottom line.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
There was not a single picture taken of an alleged swollen eye by the officers. Is that correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
While on land and the boat.
Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. I'm telling you what I experienced and what I went through. I'm not lying. There's no need to lie about this.
There's no question. There's no question.
When you made it onto the Paris boat, nobody rendered any type of medical assistance to you, right? They didn't give you CPR.
No.
They didn't turn you on your side to help expel any water or do anything like that, right?
No.
No?
No.
You weren't coughing up water, right?
Not that I could remember. I know I had like a little difficulty breathing,
But you weren't coughing up water or choking or doing anything like that, right? That would require some sort of aid. Right?
No.
In fact, they gave you a drink. It was either water or orange juice or something, and you were able to drink it without any difficulty, right?
Correct. I don't think I drank it, but I think they offered.
And you were wearing very large hoop earrings that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And they're still intact after this drowning and attempted murder? Right?
Yes.
He didn't pull those out when he was choking you by the neck and you were grabbing his hands, trying to get him off your neck?
No, you did not.
And your hair looks pretty dry. Would you agree with that? In those photos?
Yes.
And yes, it's your testimony that he completely submerged you in water?
Yes.
Isn't it true that after you left the Paris boat, you were being transported by law enforcement back to land? Do you remember that in their boat?
Yes.
And isn't it true that while you were being transported back to land, that you were in a pretty good mood? You were laughing with the officers. Do you remember that?
It probably was, yes.
And you remember when you, on that transport also, that there was another boat that had passed you with guys that were hooting and hollering at you, and you were smiling back at them? Do you remember that?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Goes to state of mind.
Sustaining the objection.
You remember telling the officers after this horrific incident, while you're going back on the boat, about your modeling career and that you were a model and an actress? You remember having that discussion?
Objection relevance.
I'm going to overrule the objection for now, but
I'm
how
pretty
much more
sure.
cross-examination do we have?
Not that much more, Judge.
No, overrule the objection for now.
I'm pretty sure that conversation came up. They probably asked what I did. I don't think it was like information I gave voluntarily, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, after you got to land, you were then transported to Palm Beach County Jail. Is that correct? And the jail wouldn't take you because you had to be medically cleared, right?
Right.
And that's when you went to the hospital, and then you were taken back to the jail. Is that right? May I approach the witness?
Sure.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, defense 16, 17, and 18. Let's start with this one right here, defense number 16. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
A car.
Whose car?
I believe it's mine.
You're not sure, or is that your car?
It's my car.
All
It
right.
was my car.
Okay. And showing you defense number 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that also your car?
Yes.
And showing you defense.
I'm so sorry, but what does this have to do with anything?
I don't know. I don't know the next question.
Defense number 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
My car.
Okay, and is this a car accident that you had been in?
Objecting to relevance.
I don't know what the pictures are. I don't know what the relevance is.
The question asked if it was the pictures of a car accident, and I believe as of now, there has been no evidence of any injuries to Ms. Schwitzky's body on the date of the incident. So we're objecting to relevance.
I got you. I'm going to overrule the objection to the question.
Okay. This was an accident that happened in close proximity to when the Boca Bash incident occurred, right? About 5 or 6 days before?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay. April 18th, does that sound right? 6 days before the Boca Bash incident that this accident
I
occurred?
don't remember.
Okay. And as a result of this accident, you had some bruises to your body, on your arms and legs?
No, I don't think so. That was a fender bender, wasn't it?
So your position is that these 16, 17, and 18 was a fender bender?
Yeah, it was right here. I just hit the side of the car.
Judge, at this time I would offer these exhibits into evidence.
Same objection as relevance.
Relevance and a collateral issue impeachment, because we have no testimony that there are injuries.
There were testimony there was bruises on the arms and the legs.
I'm going to admit them into evidence over objection as defense 16, 17, 18.
Thank you. You would agree that those exhibits that were just placed into evidence You hit a tree, right?
Yes.
That was not a little fender bender. You actually went into a palm tree, right?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, the facts of the incident are not necessarily relevant. The fact that it corroborates some of the testimony may be relevant. So how far are we going to go into the facts of a prior incident?
That's it, Judge. Just
Let's sustain the objection.
when Cole reached you in the water at the back of the Paris boat, he was very intoxicated, was he not?
Yeah, I definitely would say he was not himself.
And he was having trouble breathing and swimming, what, did he not?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
You answer again.
I don't know.
And isn't it true that when he grabbed onto you because he was drowning?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I mean, that's what they're saying, but if you're drowning, why wouldn't you just go on the floaty? Why would you drag me under the water? That doesn't make sense.
Well, he didn't have a floaty when he swam up to you, did he not?
There was a floaty right there. He could have just held on. Why would you come and hold on to me?
You're assuming that he saw the floaty and that there was a floaty in close proximity. Are you
The
not?
floaty was right on, I was on the floaty. How could you not see the floaty?
So you were on the floaty when he came up to you and drowned you?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you testified on direct examination you were not on the floaty when he came up to you.
I don't know. I'm so sorry, but I was on the floaty when he came and dragged me in the water.
Okay, so you were actually on it when he came up under you and put his hands around your neck and tried to drown you?
Yes, I was on top of the floaty and he dragged me into the water. So if your case is that he was drowning, why wouldn't he just hold on to the boat or the floaties? Why would he come and then why would he hold on to my neck? I don't understand how.
And again, this was a floaty that had been given to you by Matt Paris after he jumped into the water? Or this was a floaty that was there when you first came up?
The wife gave me a floaty. So there was 2 floaties in the water. So he could have chose one, but he didn't.
And that's assuming that he could have seen those floaties, right? You don't know whether he did or did not.
Well, he saw me. He jumped onto me.
Well, you don't know if he saw you. You don't know if he just went to grab the first thing that he could latch onto to gain composure, right?
Objection, counsel testifying.
Can we ask questions and answers that aren't just speculation, please?
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, defense number 19. Would you take a look at that? You recognize that? There's several pages, leaf through them.
I do recognize this.
Okay, what is that?
I believe this was what I needed to fill out to protect myself.
What do you mean, the restraining order?
Yes.
Okay, and that restraining order was completed by you, correct?
Yes, I wrote this.
All right, and that's your signature at the back of the restraining order?
Yes.
Look at the last page, it's dated April 27th, 2022.
Yes.
That'd be 3 days after the incident took place?
Yes.
And that's your signature, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so no lawyer filled this out for you. This is something you filled out yourself.
Yes, but very true.
I'm sorry?
Very true, yes.
And if you look to the, let me get to the page. There's actually two places for your signature on this document, is that correct?
Yes.
And this was a petition for injunction for protection against dating violence, right?
Yes.
And in this document, you are asked under section 3, can you turn to that section?
Okay.
There's a section for case history and reason for seeking the petition. Do you see that?
Okay.
And then, do you see it? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then there's a place for you to write what occurred.
Okay.
And on the next page, under number 6, there's a chance for you to write what occurred, and then several pages thereafter where you continued it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this petition for injunction, you wrote that Cole grabbed your groin area and dug his fingernails forcibly. Do you remember that?
Yes, because he did.
And you were given a hearing, or actually you requested a hearing on this petition for a final hearing, and the judge actually gave you one. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
You never got notice that there was a hearing for a final notice for final hearing?
I don't think I attended. No.
Right, you never showed up, right?
Right.
So you failed to appear and the injunction was dismissed, right?
Right, that's what the attorney mentioned, yes.
Who was your attorney?
At that time, it was Jose Baez.
So it's your testimony that you actually hired Mr. Baez?
Yes, when the incident first occurred, initially I didn't want to do anything, and then I started realizing how bad it was, what had occurred. So Jose is someone that I know, so I reached out to him like a friend, and I just said, hey Jose, I went through this, what do you think? What do you think I should do? And then at that point he said, let's get my team on it. We want to help you.
And Mr. Baez didn't show up either, right?
No.
And Mr. Baez did not sign this petition. You did, right?
Yes.
Did you ever refile the petition for injunction?
No, I don't think so.
Why not? If you were so afraid, you could have gone back and filed another one. Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Nothing was preventing you from going back and filing another injunction, right?
Well, what I was hearing was that he could, since there was already documentation that he could not come near me because there was a court filing. So they were basically saying, you don't need the injunction, you don't need the restraining order because there's already
a no contact order in place?
Exactly.
From the criminal charges?
So, yeah.
But at that point, you didn't know if the state was going to formally charge him, right?
I did not know. In the beginning, it was It was like, I don't remember. It was years ago.
And you're aware that another judge could have given you a lifetime injunction or injunction for 10 or 15 years, right?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
I didn't.
Sustained.
I want to talk just a few minutes about the civil suit that was filed by Mr. Fagnano. You remember that?
Yes.
And that was a civil suit for money, right?
It was. That's what civil's for, yes.
Okay. And you were basically suing for battery, assault, false imprisonment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Is that correct?
I believe that's what they filed, yes.
And it is your intention on getting a financial recovery for that, right? Once this case is over.
At this point, I don't want anything. I don't want any money. I don't want to go through the whole civil lawsuit.
Then why didn't you dismiss it?
I have to do that. Like I said, I haven't really been on speaking terms with Jason since what occurred last time. But with all the years passing and having my new kids and being married, I don't want to continue to relive this nightmare.
But you want to revisit for purposes of suing the town of Boca or some other entity, right? And including them or filing another lawsuit against them to hold them responsible for negligence, right?
Injunction relevance.
Sustained.
After this incident occurred, you sort of went on you posted a number of things on your Instagram and on your social media about the incident, right?
Yes, I believe that I do have, a lot of people were asking questions. They want to know, this was exploded all over the news. Every news outlet was documenting this, and I didn't think it was fair to hide what happened. I did create a reel and let people know this is what I faced and this is what I'm going to do. I told people my plans, that I wanted to go to court. I want justice to be served. I want him to get the help he needs.
Okay, and the reel that you're referring to is a video that you posted online, which is basically a montage of all the stories that have been put out by NBC News,
yes.
People Magazine, TMZ, New York Post, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, and you also did a comedy show, right, in Doral, where you brought up the incident?
I don't remember. That was my first comedy show, and I was very nervous that I completely forgot my entire dialogue, what I was going to bring to the show. I started just rambling and saying different things, but
you brought up this incident, right?
I'm sure it was a joke. It wasn't. I didn't mention his name. I didn't mention the family's name. It was just,
Were you paid by People Magazine or any of those other stories that magazines that you spoke with? Were you paid by any of them?
Relevance.
Were you paid by People Magazine for your story?
No. In fact, they were all reaching out. They wanted to fly me to LA. They wanted an exclusive TMZ, and every person, I thought it was better for me not to speak on this, to allow it to go to court. Let's figure out what's going to happen. I didn't want to go out there and...
You didn't want to exploit the situation, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think I was more humiliated, and I didn't want them to exploit me and run with it.
So why were you posting these things? And when you posted the New York Post story, and the People Magazine story, and NBC story, you actually posted in your Instagram account, quote, "In case you didn't know, now you know."
Yeah. So a lot of people, when it went viral, a lot of people were asking questions, and they wanted to know, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to create a video and speak about what occurred. I thought it was proper to just let everyone have their opinions, and then when we go to court, we can have the truth come out.
So you wanted them to know, right?
They all knew. It was before me. Me speaking out was just a moment of Just yes, it's true. I went through it, I survived it, I'm okay, you guys.
Isn't it your motto that bad publicity is good publicity? You remember saying that? Attention, relevance?
It's the same. I'm giving a lot of leeway with respect to bias, but we need to move forward.
Do you remember posting in July of 2022 a post? I love putting on a show for the cameras on your Instagram account. Do you remember posting that?
I probably did.
One moment, Your Honor. I have nothing else, thank you.
Can you read it time?
Very good. On April 24th, 2022, were you putting on a show?
No.
Did you post that in reference to this?
No.
When the defendant pushed you under the water, was it with one hand or two?
Two.
And when you were underwater, did he still have a hold of you?
Yes.
Was it with force?
Yes.
When he was on the boat where there was an incident, was he asked to get off that boat?
Yes.
When he was on Anthony's boat, was he asked to get off that boat?
I believe the boat that he was trying to leave with kicked him out as well, and that's how he ended up back in the water, because he had like his book bag, and they were leaving him.
So he gets kicked off of one boat, this incident happens, and then he gets kicked off another boat.
Yeah, the boat didn't want to take him. That's how he ended up holding on to the side of the boat that I was on.
When you said you were sorry to the officers, were you saying that because you had in some way lied to them about being a victim of a crime? Or
Yeah.
up until that point, had you even said anything had happened?
I did not say anything. Like I said earlier, I was just trying to act like nothing had happened. And then eventually, I think it was one officer who started talking to me, asking questions, and she was just saying, like, it's not okay, you have to say something, and then I kind of...
So, with that, hadn't they already told you that he had been arrested, or that they were going to arrest him?
Yeah.
So when you told the officers what actually happened that day, as much as you did that day, he was already being arrested?
Yes.
Was it windy when this happened?
Was he with me?
Windy.
Yes.
When you're in a boat, do you feel wind?
Yes. It was getting chilly. It was cold.
Showing you defenses 3. Are you wearing a hair tie?
No.
Okay. So when you were in the water, did you have your hair up?
No.
And today your hair is not, it's at a little past shoulder length. How long was your hair on April 24th, 2022?
It was long.
So was it past your shoulders?
Yes.
Was it in your chest area?
Yes.
And when you're in the water, period, whether you're underwater or just swimming, would your hair have been wet that day?
Yes.
Okay, so when police took videos or photos of you when they arrived, had your hair dried?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into specifics on bait, how in relativity is Mr. Goldberg to you? Like, how much bigger or smaller is Mr. Goldberg to you in weight?
In weight? No, he's strong. He's weighs a lot.
So is he heavier than you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Everybody does.
So yes.
would he have been able to hold himself up and keep you above water, weighing what he weighed and weighing what you weigh?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Yes.
Let's sustain the objection. If they're gonna ask another question.
Yes. Brief moment, Judge?
Sure.
Would you have been able to sustain the weight of somebody of Mr. Goldberg's size if they would have jumped on you?
No.
And nothing further.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Sit down. You're all done.
Okay, thank you.
Just for scheduling purposes, I anticipate taking an afternoon break now, but for scheduling purposes, you have your other witnesses ready to go.
I have 2 witnesses lined up.
How long do y'all want to take for a break? 10 minutes? Will we conclude by the end of the day? Take 10 minutes?
How long are your process for Pulaski and Hudson? I'm doing Pulaski first. Okay. You should be quick. I hope so.
Take a 10-minute break. Let's stop talking about it. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in. Wait
Judge is funny. He's like, all right, stop talking about it. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Stop talking about it. We're going to take a 10-minute break. All right. Wow. So Carolyn was on the stand, and interesting. Couple polls there. We did an initial one, and I ended that, and then we did another one. Now that you've seen more, how credible is she? Sorry, how credible is Carolyn? 43% said not credible at all. 34% said I'm seeing some holes. 19% said she's not too bad, and 4% say I love her. So there was a lot of inconsistencies here. What I mostly got was that she didn't want Cole to get in trouble. She now wants this, all to go away. She's got a new husband. She's got 4 more kids. Right? She had 3 kids. Now she has 7. She kind of wants this all to go away. And what I was going to pull up for you guys is her arrest. They talked about her arrest and her this accident. I don't have. Well, let me pull up what I have. All right. Here is one of them. So she vehicle driving on a sidewalk. Then she was resisting officer with violence. Then she's got that probation violation. Then we have another battery, law enforcement, maybe firefighter, correction officer. I'm not sure what that is. That's a felony. No action with that. Resisting officer with violence. There was no action for that. So the probation was modified, then it was withdrawn. The term was withdrawn. But this is where she, I guess she was driving on the sidewalk and she hit a palm tree. I guess this is when she hit a palm tree. Now, I have this other one. Aaron found this other one. Let me pull this one up. Let's pull this one up. Okay, so this was filed February 16th of 2019, and it was closed December of 2021. Probation was to start, December of 2021. Now, this happened in 2022, right? This was April of 2022. So I'm not quite sure what this was. This must have been for her driving up on the sidewalk. I'm guessing. Horse welfare, not sure. It doesn't say anything about DUI. But if you're driving up on a sidewalk and you're hitting a palm tree, possibly. She says she doesn't drink. She says she just takes baby sips. So I think if it was a DUI, we would probably see something along those lines. No palm trees are safe in her vicinity, Joanne says. Jadziadak says, sounds like something Afroman could write a song about. Well, according to Carolyn, she doesn't drink. Even though she said she had, three to 5 drinks, but she just baby sipped them. What I didn't understand was the whole thing with the phone and the bag. So she gets thrown into the water. Somebody throws this bag. This guy next to Cole throws this bag into the water. She's treading water, I guess, and she opens up the bag and she goes and she gets the phone and then she starts to swim. I mean, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Somehow she ended up in the water. But it makes no sense that she's got this bag. She pulls it out while I guess she's treading water, pulls out the phone, and yet it's still able to work. This phone is able to work. I don't understand. That makes no sense whatsoever. And then she describes this whole thing where he jumps on her. So she's face down on this floaty thing. She says it's like a round circular thing. He comes up from behind her and he pulls her legs. And then all of a sudden he's in front of her and she's has her eyes open. You guys, this is salt water, right? This is brackish water. It's salt water. It's going to sting your eyes. You're not going to be able to see. I don't know. I don't think you're going to have much visibility opening your eyes underwater in the intracoastal. I just don't buy that one either. She may have opened her eyes because I guess she's, if she's truly, she's getting choked out and violently shook, she's probably going to have her eyes open, I guess. But then she also said she dug her fingernails into him trying to get him. She's kicking at him. I just don't understand how she gets pulled from behind. It's pulled from behind. Maybe he spun her around. I guess he pulled her, then he spun her around, and then they're face to face. But then he jumped up over her. I don't get that. The only thing I can see is if he pulled her in the water and then he spun her around, but that's not what the eyewitnesses said. The eyewitnesses said Cole came up from behind her and grabbed her and pushed her down. She's saying she was on the floaty device and she was pulled backwards and then he jumped over her somehow. Rocco's Tacos. Aaron and I have been to Rocco's Tacos. It's a really great taco place in West Palm. Rocco's Tacos was mentioned, so that was fun to hear that. Then the other thing is she was on a trampoline jumping and Cole's throwing seltzers. And at first she said it was funny, haha, but then he throws it and he hits her in the face. She said she got upset. There's no damage whatsoever to her face. Again, kind of hard to believe that. So, all right. And she said her hair dried. She said her hair dried between the time it took her to be pulled out and then law enforcement showed up. So they said, all right, pants, come on, Super Bowl, keep it moving. Said that her hair dried. Debbie says her hair wasn't wet and it's long and thick. It would take a long time to dry. I think even in the sun. I think it would be even in the sun it would take her. Barry, you live on brackish water. You don't go swimming in it because it stings, but the bottom is silt and mud, just like Boca. It's nasty. I was saying that earlier, Barry. Yeah, with all the, I would never swim. Would never swim in the canals. Would never swim in the intracoastal. It's full of just, boat debris and oil and gas and just nasty. I would never swim in there. I don't know. I would just never swim in there. But that's just me. And then to open your eyes, yeah. People have actually crashed in. This is a true story. People have crashed into these canals down here and they have cuts or whatever, and they actually die from sepsis or they die from the bacteria, I should say, that gets into them from these canals. These canals are not. And people fish sometimes in these canals. I'm like, no, what are you doing? Yeah, people have crashed, gotten cuts, and then died from bacteria from the canals getting in. So canals are different than the intracoastal, but still, nope, would not go swimming in there. Joanne says, I call Mr. Jedi baby or babe. His baby sips are a mouthful for you. Nice. Hellrider, oh, let's see. Izzy's saying something there. Hellrider, no marks, it didn't happen. I know. It's a little incredulous. Debbie, yes, I was a hairdresser for years. I know my hair. It takes my hair a long time to dry too. I get it. Unless you're in the sun. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Jadzia Dax. Oh, yep, they are. Canals are nasty. All right, they're coming back.
Assuming you're doing the last name or doing last names? I hope so.
All right, I have Mr. Lipp, Mr. Stein, Mr. Goldberg present, I have State present.
I guess the question is how we are ready. We're talking about scheduling for defense witnesses and state witnesses, but we can talk about that part. And it wouldn't make a difference.
We want to do it now, so.
I think we should be able to put people in the right? You can be your first one? So you want her? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Thanks. I had to have all these. Yeah.
So yes, witnesses?
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
All right, let's call our next one.
State Police Officer Damon Pulaski.
Officer Pulaski.
Officer, please state your name and then just spell your last name for the record.
Damon Pulaski, Senior Officer, Pulaski.
And I know it looks obvious based on your uniform, but where do you work?
Water Fish and Wildlife Conservation.
And how long have you been working there?
21 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
We're to patrol, protect, and preserve, first and foremost, the citizens of the state of Florida and, of course, the natural resources.
And does that include traveling around the state for specific purposes?
Yes.
And have you been called out to assist when an event called Boca Bash?
Yes.
And was this like in the capacity as a volunteer?
I'm sorry, capacity of?
Of a volunteer.
Yes, I did volunteer. Yes.
And so did you volunteer for this event on April 24th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
So what were your duties and responsibilities while volunteering for FWC at Boca Bash that day?
We're out there patrolling the waters and making sure that all the boaters are safely boating in the waters and navigating safely, and we're ensuring public safety.
So on that date, did you become involved in an investigation involving someone by the name of Cole Goldberg?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you just point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
He's right here, the gray blazer.
So let the record reflect that the witness positively identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay, so just describe how did you first become involved with the investigation?
While we were conducting a boating safety inspection on a vessel, we had just finished actually, and I happened to look over and see some people getting our attention by waving their hands and arms in the air. And I directed our captain at the time, Aaron Cover, to that position. I said, hey, we've got some people asking for some help over here. Let's get over this way.
So you were flagged down by people on the boat?
Yes.
Okay. And are you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes.
Was it turned on when that boat, the people on that boat were flagging you down?
Yes, body camera was on.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, officer, do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is that photo? What does it show?
That's a photo right before we had actually arrived on scene to figure out what we were being flagged down for.
And is that the boat that flagged you down on that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of that vessel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, state moves has been pre-marked as states 8 into evidence.
No objection. I'll receive case number 8 in evidence without objection.
When you approached that vessel, did you notice anybody in the water?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, looking at this photo, can you just circle? Let me back up a little bit. Was it a male that was in the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that male?
Cole Goldberg.
Okay. Can you just, with that marker, circle where he was in the water when you approached? Just like the general area.
Sure. Yeah, general area.
Okay. And you can put like the letter C. Thank you. Thank you. Permission to publish? So when you arrived to that vessel, what was the male doing in the water, Mr. Goldberg?
He was holding on to the transom, the back of the vessel there.
And
as we pulled up.
Sorry. And how was he behaving?
Maybe disoriented. I thought he may have been injured, so it just seemed like he was just out over there, just in the back when everyone else was standing up there, but I couldn't figure it out. So I thought he was injured.
Okay. Did he look distressed?
Yes, he could have been distressed.
Did you notice any injuries on him?
No. Not until we pulled him into the boat.
When you pulled him onto the boat, you noticed injuries?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
He had abrasions on his knees.
Were his knees bleeding?
Yes.
Did you notice if Mr. Goldberg had anything on him? Like a backpack?
Yes, he had a backpack. He was wearing a backpack while he was in the water there when we pulled up to him.
And do you remember what he was wearing at the time?
Bathing shorts, swimsuits, swimming shorts, and a backpack.
And was Mr. Goldberg read his Miranda rights?
Yes, he was.
And did he waive those rights?
Yes, he did.
And so from your observations when talking to him, did he seem intoxicated?
Yes, he did.
Did you smell any alcohol on him?
Yes, immediately. From pulling him out of the water.
Was he able to respond to your questions?
Yes.
And was he coherent when responding?
There were times that he was not coherent, but for the most part during the question, he was coherent.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
Did you at any point speak with the female Miss Caroline Schwitzky?
No.
Did you assist in any other portion of the investigation?
No, other than an interview post Miranda.
And just with Mr. Goldberg, no one else?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Judge, I need the court's guidance because defense position, they opened the doors to my client's statement when they asked if he was prepared to Miranda rights, and he signed the Miranda card, he waived it, and that he was asked some observations about what happened. So my position is they opened the door.
I don't find that those questions and answers don't ignore the substance of the statement, just that they give it what this officer did while he was on scene. So.
Okay, I won't ask that. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Nobody called 911 that day, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
All right. When you say volunteer, you mean volunteer for that particular duty, but you still get paid if you have to receive.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And you thought the backpack was helping this young man float?
Objection, speculation.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yes, I did believe.
Okay.
Well,
all right. He was holding onto the platform or transom, as you described it?
he was holding on to that when we pulled up.
Okay. And he seemed a little confused?
Yes.
Distressed?
Yes.
And you were concerned for his safety, right?
Correct.
And you know from doing this so long that emergencies can happen on the water very quickly and sometimes very silently, right?
Yes.
Are you trained in drownings and protecting people on water?
Yes.
And talking about the ladder effect where somebody's drowning, they might push down on somebody instinctively?
Yes.
To keep themselves afloat?
Yes.
So when you get this young man, Mr. Goldberg, on your boat, he's definitely intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Shouldn't be driving a car at this point? Driving a boat? No way.
No.
Okay. He wasn't falling down drunk, was he?
He wasn't falling down drunk, but he was pretty bad.
Pretty inebriated?
Yes.
Okay. But enough for you to read Miranda rights, like you said, right?
I'm sorry?
Enough for you to read the Miranda warnings to him, correct?
To where he could understand what I was asking? Yes.
Okay, he seemed to understand that.
I'm sorry?
He seemed to understand the Miranda warnings.
Yes.
Okay, and he was cooperative?
Yes.
And without telling me what he said, he did speak with you, right?
He did.
And did a written statement as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Any reader examination?
No.
Thank you very much, sir. You can sit down. State your declare answer.
Yes, Judge. State Clause Officer Dylan Hudson.
Officer Hudson. you and your witness are ready, you may inquire.
Good afternoon. Could you please tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Dylan Hudson. Last name is spelled Hudson.
Where do you work?
With Florida Fish and Wildlife.
How long have you worked there?
7 to 8 years since 2018.
Where are you stationed predominantly?
Now I'm stationed predominantly in Okeechobee County.
Can you briefly outline your training for FWC?
We go to the police academy. I think it's about 7 months. We do the basic police academy, and then we do FWC specialized training after that, and then field training for a couple of months after that.
Does any of your training include training related to domestic and dating violence?
Yes.
How much?
There's a chapter, I believe, and then we have training once we're in the field.
And what are the common types of cases that you come across as an FWC officer?
Common, public safety related, and then hunting and fishing and boating.
Okay, so public safety related, are we talking about like BUIs?
Yes, BUIs, DUIs, domestics, and that's the public safety realm.
Sorry to interrupt you. How many domestic or dating violence cases do you think you've handled in your career?
A couple. I don't know the exact number.
Less than 10?
Yeah, I'd say less than 10.
So, seeing as you've been there for 7 years, you were employed there in 2022?
Yes.
And what was your position at that time?
I was an officer.
And on that date, were you working an event called Boca Bash?
Yes.
Are all officers equipped with body-worn camera at your agency?
Yes.
Did you have body-worn that day?
I did.
To your knowledge, did the fellow officers with you have body-worn?
Yes.
Had you ever worked that event prior to the 2022 date?
Yes, I worked it for a couple of years, but...
You had worked it already for a couple of years?
Yes.
Okay. And so what's the event?
It's a party event out on the water where boats come all together.
How many FWC officers work this event?
It depends on the year, but we've had anywhere from 10 to 30. It's been bigger some years, smaller than others.
Are there any officers that have to come in from other counties to work the event?
Yes.
Are there is it basically like a lack of capacity? There's not that many FWC officers in Palm Beach County to work the event?
It's where it is in nature. It's hard to bring in other supports. You need vessels, you need vessel operators, so it's hard to get other agencies to assist with that. And yeah, there's just lack of manpower for that area on that date.
Have you traveled to other counties to work other events?
Yes.
And they've been boating related?
Yes.
Okay, so have you come across people with drowning incidents?
Can you clarify that? Sorry.
Have you ever been out on FWC patrol at one of these party-related incidents on the water and come across a drowning experience with somebody?
Yes. Yeah, people struggling to swim. Yes.
Okay, so you've seen somebody struggling to swim?
Yes.
And have you seen somebody trying to climb the ladder, as they call it?
Climb the ladder?
Moving their arms and legs kind of like this.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so you may not have known the actual descriptor name, but you've seen that happen?
Yes, I do not know the descriptor names, but I've seen that.
Okay. For your assignment on April 24th, 2022, did you know the people that were on the vessel with you prior to that date?
On my vessel?
Yes.
I knew Officer Koger. I helped train him, but the other ones I did not.
Have you ever met them?
I think I didn't know at that time. I can't remember if I met them before that or not. But if anything, it was just visually seeing them at a meeting or something like that. But
Is it difficult to work with an officer closely in a kind of an assignment like this without really knowing the officers well?
But yes.
And why is that?
Because when you're working with somebody that you're familiar with, you know the officer typically, like Cobra, I trained him, so I know how he was trained. I know how he responds to certain scenarios, what he's looking at, so I don't have to worry about, like, not worry about it, but, like, I know the quality of officer that I'm with. And if it's somebody that I don't know, it's that unknown factor, and, they could be absolutely worthless or they could be very well. So it's just the unknown factor.
So without going into what was said in interviews, did you have to, or did you feel like you had to re-interview people that may have already been interviewed by one of the other officers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on that day, did you make contact with someone you now know to be Cole Goldberg?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Wearing a silver suit with, I believe, a navy blue tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Register and so reflects.
What were the circumstances that led you to make contact with him?
We were on patrol at Boca Bash, and we got flagged down by a vessel.
Where was the defendant when you first saw him?
He was in the water at the back of the vessel.
Permission to retrieve states 1.
May.
It actually states 8, 7 for last one. The last one? Yeah, thank you. I'm showing you what's been moved into evidence as states 8.
Okay.
Do you recognize that kind of layout image?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the vessel when we were approaching.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of what the vessel looked like when you were approaching?
Yes.
Okay, does everybody look like where they were positioned when you arrived?
When I arrived?
When you guys are arriving on scene with the vessel?
When we pulled up.
Does that look like where everybody was standing on the boat?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like there's someone in the water. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who that was?
That was the defendant, Mr. Goldberg.
Okay. Thank you. When you arrive, are there witnesses, without getting into what they're saying, are there witnesses on that boat that are trying to tell you something?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you begin your investigation, where do you place the defendant?
The defendant was placed on our patrol vessel.
And is there anything different about working an investigation on a boat versus working an investigation on land?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those differences separating witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain how that would be difficult?
You run out of space because the vessel, I'm responsible for that vessel. Once we are on board that vessel, if something happens, if they run aground, they're going to blame the fact that we were looking at the officer and not paying attention to where we're going. So when I'm on that vessel, I have to be aware of the surroundings of the vessel and just running out of space on the vessel as well. Trying to separate people, but can't. If I give an order to the operator to move away from the helm and something happens to the vessel, then that's, my fault at that point.
Okay. So is the vessel that, or was the vessel that you and the other officers on a large vessel?
The vessel we boarded, yes.
Okay. What about yours?
Our vessel? No, I wouldn't say it's a large vessel.
Okay, so as far as who you put on your vessel, you indicated the defendant. Was there anybody else you put on your vessel?
No.
Okay, and was there really space for anybody else on your vessel?
No.
Okay, then you boarded the vehicle or the vessel that we were looking at? Is this the vessel?
Yes.
All right. Is it normal for you to have to board vessels?
Yes.
Is that treated as a dangerous situation in your capacity?
Yes.
What are you thinking about when you're on a civilian's boat?
Safety of the other civilians, the civilian's vessel, my safety, the officer's safety, because we don't know where the hatches are, if there's anybody else on board. You know, I've had people pop out of a little cubby hole because she was stuffed inside of there and surprised me. I didn't know she was there. So it's always that unknown of, we don't know the situation we're getting into, the environment that's around us, the floating environment, and there's numerous things.
Without going into what you said or what they said, who was the first person you spoke to when you arrived?
I believe it was Alexander Terechuk.
Okay. And did you take a formal statement of anybody?
Yes.
Is formal statements at FWC taking written statements?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still ask questions colloquially, but just rely on them to write down their statement?
It's kind of both, because sometimes people will say things and not write it down, or write it down and not say it.
Okay. And at the time where you first started making contact with the witnesses, had you or did you take a formal statement of the defendant?
Could you repeat your statement? My apologies. Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. When you first started speaking to Mr. Terechuk and then kind of proceed with your investigation, do you take the statement of the defendant at that time?
No.
Okay. So what do you do next after you speak to Mr. Terechuk?
I asked everybody for their driver's license, attempted to ID everybody, and then gave sworn statements up.
Okay, so at this point you're kind of conducting the witness investigation and asking everybody what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point do you attempt to speak to the person that has been identified as a victim?
Yes.
Permission to retrieve states 2?
You may.
I'm not showing you what's been moved into evidence as states 2A. 2A?
Yeah.
And 2B.
Got it.
Who was this?
Carolyn, I'm going to say the last name wrong, Schwitzky, I believe.
Okay, so was Carolyn Schwitzky identified as the person that had been a victim?
Yes.
Because at this point, are you investigating what you believe have been told is a crime?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the victim's demeanor throughout your conversation without getting into what she said?
It was her demeanor throughout the conversation. It was that of not forthcoming and that she didn't want to speak to a male and on a body camera.
Is that kind of what you sensed?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, did you involve another officer?
Yes.
Did the victim remain on the vessel?
Yeah, the victim was still on that vessel, though.
Okay, so through observations of the victim, despite not being able to speak to her personally or letting somebody else talk to her, did you notice how she was acting?
Did I notice how the defendant was acting?
The victim.
The victim during when I was talking to other people?
Yes.
I don't need to clarify that, sorry.
Did you ever see her get emotional?
Yes.
Did you ever see her cry?
What appeared, yes.
Did she ever seem to get choked up?
Yes.
Was she looking over at your vessel where the defendant was?
Yes.
Was the defendant saying anything to her?
I believe at one point he did, yes.
Okay. Was she trying to respond or was she reacting in any way?
She responded once, I believe, and then just kept glancing over.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a formal statement from Ms. Schwitzky on the boat?
A formal statement, no.
Was Officer Hamad able to obtain a formal statement from the victim on the boat?
She did not provide a sworn statement on the vessel.
You indicated that she wasn't forthcoming because you thought she may have been afraid of men, but was she really providing any facts to you towards your investigation?
No.
Did you observe any injuries on her person?
Yes.
And what was that?
She had bruisings on her arm and legs.
Okay. And did you document those?
Yes, I photographed them at the boat ramp.
And when you're considering or conducting an investigation of a nature regarding a battery or a strangulation, or an attempted murder, are injuries required for you to make a determination?
No.
Would they be something that you would consider?
Yes.
Okay, but are they dispositive?
The absence of them would not say it didn't happen.
Okay. How far was your vessel from the terror check vessel when you're conducting the investigation?
You'll have to, which vessel are you doing?
How far apart was the FWC vessel?
Yeah.
From the vessel that you boarded?
Okay.
With the terror checks?
They floated. I think they drifted off and then came back. And it was a back and forth. I wouldn't be able to get the distance.
Okay, so at sometimes they were close and sometimes they were far?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to speak to the other officers that remained on the FWC boat while you stayed on the terror checks boat?
Yes.
So what did you do after you tried to speak to the victim?
I asked Officer Hamad to stay with her, and then I went over and tried to get sworn statements from the occupants on that vessel.
Okay, so as far as you got the statements from everybody on the vessel that we referred to in States 8.
Yeah.
And you tried to speak to the victim. Did you, without saying what happened, did you speak to the defendant?
Like, after I got off that vessel?
Or did you do something else?
I had Officer Hamad and the victim go on another vessel and get transported back to the boat ramp.
Okay. Did you speak to any other vessels containing any other witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain interviews and statements from them?
Yes.
When you were interviewing these witnesses, were you observing them for any possible intoxication?
Yes.
Okay. Why would it matter if a witness was intoxicated?
The credibility of their testimony.
Okay, so are we referring to a legal intoxication, kind of intoxication, or are we trying to refer to a person able to identify and speak truthfully about what happened?
Yeah, somebody who understood the severity of the situation and could, that I was asking for what actually happened and can tell the difference between right and wrong.
While you were conducting the interviews and then subsequently, like any statements that you took, were there any witnesses in this investigation that appeared too impaired to provide a statement?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember that man's name?
I'd have to refer back to my report.
Okay, and as far as that person, was he allowed to write a statement?
No.
So, as far as interviewing witnesses, did you have to apply any tactics to invoke cooperation?
Yes. I tried to, because nobody wants to go to court, nobody wants to testify, because it's a long, drawn-out process. So try to make the case relatable to them. Make it personal, or then have relate to the person.
Okay, and when you do that, is your intention to change their testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's just to get a witness for the state and the defense for the trial.
Okay. When speaking with all the witnesses after that, did you speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Had another officer previously spoken to the defendant?
Yes.
Was that Officer Pulaski?
Yes.
And from your understanding, did Pulaski read him Miranda?
Yes.
Okay, so when you spoke to him, he had already been advised of his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And you were able to speak to him as well?
Yes.
Was he polite? Was he polite?
Yes.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. After you interviewed him and all the witnesses, did you then make a determination as to what you were going to do?
Yes.
Did you find it problematic that you never had, up until then, spoken to Ms. Schwitzky and she hadn't provided you really any answers?
No, I didn't find that problematic.
Okay. And What did you rely on in the investigation provided that she did not say what happened?
The independent witnesses that have no ties to either party.
Okay. And referring to the person that was too intoxicated to give a statement, does Brian Hernandez sound like the name?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Judge. So when we're talking about employing tactics, in this case, did you try to say, if this is your daughter, what would you do?
Yes.
Okay.
Or like something to that effect. Imagine if it were your daughter.
Okay. And did you even know if anybody had kids?
No.
And this was to try to make sure that witnesses that actually saw something would provide statements to that?
Yeah. Because I can't force a witness to identify themselves, so we try to get that information for the state and defense for the trial.
So if that person would have said, no, I'm sorry, I don't care, and not provided a statement, you would have to just move on in your investigation?
Yeah, I don't know the law that I can force somebody to identify themselves because they were a witness.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You didn't witness or have a video of the actual incident in question here, did you, sir?
No.
And you have no idea if Cole Goldberg intentionally or unintentionally did this. You personally don't know, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You personally don't know because you didn't see what happened with your own eyes or with a video if this was intentional or unintentional, correct? You don't know that, do you? Or do you know that?
Are you asking for my opinion?
No, I'm asking if you personally know, if you have a fact that he did this on purpose or not on purpose.
Based on the witness statements, I would say it was intentional.
Right, so you know that? You saw this yourself?
I already said I did not see it.
You see a video of this?
No, I did
Did you
not.
try to get a video from anybody?
Nobody provided them.
Did you ask?
No.
You didn't ask a single person, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to any of the boats to see if they had cameras? Some of these were multi-million-dollar yachts. Did you ask a single person if they had a camera on their boat?
The two vessels that I boarded?
Anybody's vessel. Did you? You never asked if they had cameras, did you?
No, I don't believe so.
No, and there was hundreds of boats there. You didn't ask a single boat owner or captain or occupant, do y'all have any video on this boat, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Right?
Can you repeat the question?
You didn't ask a single boater, owner of the boat, occupant of the boat, anyone on any boat, of all the boats there, if anyone had any cameras installed on their boat, right?
No.
Did you go to a boat that was, or did you even see a boat that was a party boat, basically? I think it was called the Atoli, where they were giving out vodka, seltzer vodkas, and it was a trampoline. You remember seeing that boat there?
They're not, to my knowledge. I don't remember that.
Good. So no one told you there was anything involving a trampoline in this case, right?
No.
So you didn't go to any boat that had a trampoline to ask if there was witnesses that observed anything involving this case, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
The same.
Okay. In the beginning of your testimony, you were asked by Ms. Suarez, you've come across drowning and people struggling to swim, remember those questions?
Yes.
And you're trained somewhat in that, right?
I'm trained in it?
Yeah, you get training in identifying signs of people who are drowning, right?
Yes, we have a water survival week there in the academy.
Okay. And isn't it true that people don't always start splashing when they're drowning? Isn't that true? But if you don't know, that's okay.
Can you repeat that?
Isn't it true that people are, based on your training, if you know, that people who are drowning aren't always splashing and waving their hands up and down trying to get attention?
I'm just asking if I understand the question correctly. Is it that people who are drowning, are you asking for a way that they drown?
Yeah, like if you're trained, if you have the knowledge, my question is, isn't it true that people don't always drown? In other words, it's visible to the people who are there watching. They're not always splashing and calling attention or splashing the water trying to save themselves. Sometimes people drown silently, right?
Yes.
You know that. It can happen fast, right?
Yes.
Right? Sometimes parents don't even know their kids are drowning, right? Right in front of them, they see them drowning. They don't even realize they're in distress, right?
Is that a question?
Yes, sir. That's a question.
Objection relevance?
Overruled, you can answer if you knows.
Isn't that true?
Do I repeat it? I'm sorry.
All right, so the question once again, isn't it true, sometimes from your training and experience, that sometimes parents, their kids drown right in front of them in the water, they don't even realize their kids are in distress prior to them unfortunately drowning. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So drowning can happen quickly and silently. You may not even know the person's drowning, even if you're a lay person, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
It's an asked answer.
Okay. You don't know if, well, you know Mr. Cole Goldberg was pretty intoxicated that day, right?
Yes.
That was a fact, right?
Yes.
You don't know how much you have to drink, do you?
Objection, self-serving hearsay.
I don't know what the answer is.
I'm not asking you to tell me what he said. I'm asking if you personally know how much you have to drink.
I did not see him consume alcohol.
All right, but you could tell from his actions and his breath, obviously, he was drinking, right?
Yes.
Wasn't falling down drunk, was he?
If I had to...
My question was, he wasn't falling down drunk. That's the question, yes or no?
I don't know.
You saw him. You saw him on the boat. Was he falling down when you were talking to him?
He had injuries on his knees consistent to as if he had fallen down.
Okay, so my question is, do you understand the question what a falling down drunk means?
Would you like me to...
No, I'm asking if you understand the question.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe Mr. Goldberg, yes or no, that he's falling down drunk? Or you don't know? That's okay too.
I don't know. That'll be a better...
All right. When he spoke to you, was he able to understand your questions?
Yes.
Was he able to communicate properly to you?
Define communicate properly.
Were you able to understand his responses?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't... was he slurring his words?
I believe so.
Do you know if he slurs normally?
No, I don't.
Okay. But what he said to you made perfect sense in English. In other words, he wasn't talking gibberish or talking nonsense, right?
Are you asking the words or the tone?
I'm asking your conversation with him. You were able to communicate with him where you understood everything he told you and he was able to understand what you told him.
Yes, I did understand what he was telling me.
And it appeared that he understood you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at no time did he give you a hard time, right?
No.
And he was cooperative and polite, right?
Yes.
And he answered everything you asked him to the best of his ability. In other words, he didn't say, I'm not answering that question, right?
Yes.
Okay. It took you about 24 minutes to decide you're going to arrest Mr. Goldberg for attempted murder, right?
I'm not aware of the specific time frame.
All right, well, you would agree the only thing you did was get on the boat and talk to the 4 people on the tower objects boat, and then you went on the other boat with 6 men and took a couple of sworn statements, and then you decided I'm going to charge Mr. Goldberg with attempted murder, right?
Correct.
You didn't go try to find any other boats that these young people or young adults were on earlier in the day, did you?
No.
You didn't ask anyone if they knew anyone who may have observed what was happening earlier in the day, did you? You didn't ask a single witness on any other boat beside the 2 you spoke with if they observed any behavior interaction between Mr. Goldberg, other than 2 boats you spoke with, Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky on any other boats that day?
No, I did not, other than those 2 boats.
Okay. And there's a lot of boats there that day, right? Hundreds.
Yes.
Thousands of people, right?
Yeah.
Do boats have identification marks on them, like numbers and letters?
No, they have a registration number.
All right, y'all were out in the water, meaning you, other police officers. There was many police officers out that day, right?
Yes.
Hundreds?
Hundreds of police officers?
How many would you estimate?
Between on the water, let's just say, between Boca and us, maybe 30 to 50.
How about sheriff? How about sheriff's office?
I have no idea about them.
Did you look at any other body cams to see whether the boats were around that area at the time of this event?
No.
Did you interview anyone who may have taken Cole Goldberg and Schwitzky to the Boca Bash?
No.
Isn't it true that it was FWC and the other officers, one of your goals was to make sure every single boat had life preservers or life jackets in order for the people to be on the boat while the boat was moving?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Isn't it true that it was FWC and the other law enforcement officers' wishes and desires to make sure all the boats had enough life preservers for every single passenger on the boat, as long as the boat was moving, it had to have a life preserver for each person?
It's a law that you have to have enough life jackets on the vessel, but we can't terminate a vessel because they don't have enough life jackets.
You can't what?
Terminate a voyage, so we can't force them to go to shore.
You can give tickets, right?
Yes, you can get a ticket.
All right, that was something y'all did. You would go into certain boats and making sure they had enough life jackets, right?
Yes.
Jackson relevance.
Overruled.
You did that, right?
Yes.
Did Carolyn Schwitzky have a phone with her when you saw her?
I don't believe so.
Did she ever have a backpack or any type of bag that you observed with her?
Not that I observed.
Did you ever see one in the water?
Did I see her bags in the water?
Anybody's bag. Laying in the water, floating in the water, anybody's woman's clothing, anything like that.
I believe Mr. Goldberg had one on his back.
That wasn't the question. Did you see any bags floating in the water? Floating in the water?
No, I did not.
Okay. You saw alcohol on the boat, the big boat, the Tower Checks boat, right?
Yes.
Hard liquor?
Yeah.
A blender?
I don't recall a blender.
Yeah. And you would agree some people hold their alcohol better than others. Depends on the tolerance, maybe age, experience, right?
Yes.
At no time did you ever ask for any type of sexual assault or rape exam that to be done by Schwitzky, did you?
No.
You never called paramedics for Ms. Schwitzky, did you?
There's paramedics at the boat ramp.
That's not my question. My question is, you never called paramedics for Ms. Schwitzky, did you?
No, I did not.
And you never asked any other officers to call paramedics for her, did you?
Not to my recollection.
And if she was injured in any way, shape, or form, and you thought she needed help, you would have done that, right?
Officer Hamad would have done that.
Well, she didn't do that either, right?
I believe she got checked at the boat ramp when she got back by paramedics.
Were you there?
I did go to the boat ramp.
Did you see the paramedics check her?
I don't recall.
So
Not to my knowledge, no.
So how can you say she did it? Are you guessing?
Am I guessing
Yeah.
if the paramedics checked her out?
Yeah, you just said Officer Ahmad did it. Are you guessing or do you know that?
I said Officer Hamad would have done that.
Would means possibly or means definitely?
It means, I believe, let's go back to your question. If she was injured, we would have offered paramedic or a medic, correct? Was that your question?
Right, for you personally.
Okay, and my answer was that would have been Officer Hamad's responsibility.
Oh, okay, so whether she did it or not, you don't know.
That, correct.
Oh, okay. And the injuries to Ms. Schwitzky's arm and legs that you were talking about, do you know if that had anything to do with this case? You don't know, do you?
I did not see it happen.
Oh, do you have any evidence whatsoever that would have caused the bruises to arms or legs in this case? In other words, first of all, let me ask you this. You didn't know if the bruises were old from a couple of days before.
No.
personally didn't see any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky's neck or chest area, did you?
Not on the scene. I did review the body on camera, and then that's what I did observe it.
Hold on a second. So let's start this.
Yeah.
So on the scene, are you telling the court, telling His Honor that you didn't see any injuries at the time you were there?
On her neck?
Neck, chest area.
I did not see any on scene, no.
All right. Now you said you looked at the body cam.
Officer Hamad, yes.
All right. Well, I'm not asking what other officers did. I'm asking what you did. So you personally, did you see any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky at all, other than the ones you testified to were arms and legs?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
I observed them on Officer Hamad's body camera.
All right. So did you see him live in person?
No.
Okay. Do you know how? So those injuries weren't there when you saw her, but now she has injuries later on at Officer Ahmad's body cam?
So they injuries.
This question is a yes or no. You don't have to explain unless the court asks you to, or the prosecutor comes up there. They get another shot.
He can answer yes, no, or he can answer with a qualified explanation. I'm having trouble following the answers, to be honest with you. So.
All right.
The injury was on her right side, and where her hair was, and I didn't look on scene where I didn't move her hair back and see that. On Officer Hamad's body camera, I believe on minute 15:05, you can see the scratch on it, and then the photograph, I believe, later on.
Defense exhibit number 5, and I'll bring it close if you need to see it. No injuries on this young lady while she's at the dock, is there?
Not from that photo.
Okay. You didn't take any photos. You personally, your body cam or your camera or whatever you had with you, you don't have any photos personally of her injuries, do you? Other than the ones you mentioned on her legs and arms?
From my body camera and my camera? No.
Does this look at the, let's come closer, does this look like it was at the dock?
That was at the dock, yes.
All right. So she doesn't have a mark on her neck here, does she?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
But now you're telling us where she had a mark on an Officer Ahmad's body cam, right?
Objection, argumentative, and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You got that picture with you?
It's on Officer Hamad's
Do
body.
you have the picture with you is the question. You're the lead officer. Do you have that picture?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Defense exhibit number 1. Bring it closer.
Okay.
See any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky's neck that you described?
Not in that photograph.
Oh. You never called a crime scene person in this case, did you?
No.
You could do that, right? You have authority to deal with other agencies that they'll help you, right?
But when the crime was to occur in the water, and that's the crime scene, how are we going to do a crime scene on the water?
I didn't ask you to ask me a question. My question was, do you have any type of relations with other agencies that'll help you send people if you need assistance?
Yes.
Okay, so whether you wanted to or not, my question is you didn't call a crime scene person to help you,
Objection,
right?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Defense number 1, did you wear this is from Officer Ahmad's body cam?
I don't know where you got that from.
It's not your body cam, is it?
Objection, counsel testifying.
Is this your body cam?
I have no idea where you got that photograph.
Oh, okay.
It appears to be from a body camera, but I don't know who you got it from.
Okay. Fence number 4. I'll spray close if you need it. It says FWC victim notification form. This is from a body cam too, right?
Yes.
See any injuries on Mr. Schwitzky here?
Can I see the photograph?
Yes, sir.
There's something here.
Where are you pointing to?
Right here. That dot right there.
Okay. So you're telling this court on defense number 4, under oath, there's a dot on her right clavicle, right?
Above that is where I pointed.
Right where I'm pointing?
In that general area, there is something there, yes.
And you documented that as an injury in any of your reports?
The scratch on her neck. I did document the scratch on her neck. And that would be the scratch that I documented, but I don't know if that in that photograph is the mole or right next to it.
Well, you got me confused.
Okay.
Only so you know.
All right.
Did you document the dot you just referred to on the right side of her neck like you just told us?
I documented a scratch in that location.
Is this a scratch mark, the dot you just pointed to?
It looks like a dot in the photograph.
So look like a scratch mark?
It looks like a dot in the photograph.
Oh, okay. And you thought that she didn't want to talk to you, you said, because you were a male, right?
Yes.
And when Officer Hammond came in, she's a female, right?
Yes.
She didn't get nowhere either, did she?
She did.
On the boat.
Huh?
On the boat.
She did get more than I did.
Okay. Were you there when she spoke to Ms. Schwitzky?
I was on the vessel, but not present, but she was talking with her.
Oh, okay. So you didn't actually eyewitness, you just tell us what you may have seen on the body cam at a later date.
Correct.
Okay. Y'all never got, law enforcement never got 911 calls that day, right?
That's WC?
Yes, sir.
No.
Involving this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you agree that you told the witnesses, treat this case like this could be your daughter, meaning Carolyn Schwitzky, right?
Yes.
You didn't say treat this case like Mr. Goldberg could possibly be your son and he may have had an accident, did you?
No.
And you said you're trying to be fair. You want to get witnesses for the state and the defense. You said that twice already, right?
Mm-hmm.
That a yes?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What single witness did you get that knew Mr. Cole Goldberg? Name one that knew him personally.
None. No either party.
And that is to you as being fair. Right?
That all the witnesses knew neither party?
That you didn't try to get a single person that knew Cole Goldberg before trying to dump it into the water to find out what happened.
Objection, asked and answered.
You didn't do that.
I tried to get witnesses that observed what happened.
On the boat he was on?
All the witnesses that were present.
All right. Do you know anything about a butt slapping incident?
Do I know anything about it?
Yes, sir.
As in what?
In this case, you know anything, what relevance that has? Yes or no?
Can you repeat the question?
It's a simple question. You didn't understand it?
Objection, argument.
Question and answer, please. This is a non-jury trial.
I'm sorry, Judge. Question is, did you know anything about a butt slapping incident having any relevance to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any witnesses to that?
No.
How about somebody being thrown into a boat propeller? You ever know anything about that?
No.
Okay. Any reports that you know from FWC that anyone got thrown into a boat propeller off a boat that day and was assaulted?
Turned to a propeller?
Yes, sir.
Not to my knowledge.
Right.
In this alleged drowning incident, do you know how much? Let me ask you this one. You arrived at 6:12 p.m., right?
I have to look back, but I believe so.
6:12 p.m. Is that fair? Approximately.
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. The alleged drowning, whatever you want to call it. Do you know what time that happened?
I'm not sure.
Right. Did you check the tower checks code to see if they had a video camera installed on it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Not to my recollection.
You don't recollect checking it?
I don't recall right now whether I looked or I did not look.
Okay. Would you agree that's a multi-million-dollar yacht?
Yes.
Okay. You know if the current was pretty strong in the area where this alleged incident occurred?
I wouldn't say very strong. I'd say there is a current.
All right. If somebody's drinking alcohol, you think that would affect possibly the way they could swim?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Okay. And is inlet close to this area, or is it far away?
I wouldn't say it's close. It's nearby, but it's not close.
Okay. In terms of swimming from the area where the tower check spot was, to swim to land, it's my understanding you can go east or west and you can get to homes on either side?
You can pretty much swim in any direction. Yeah, there's homes on all sides.
East, west, north, south?
Yeah, there's the ICW that has like a channel,
okay.
But then there's like houses. It kind of makes like a lake. That's what I call it, Lake Boca.
I got you. And do you think it would be smart during Boca Bash or prudent for someone to try to swim from the tower check spot west to land?
Objection, speculation.
Would it be a wise thing to do?
I don't think it would be a safe thing to do.
Okay. And when you got on the tower check spot, you would agree Ms. Schwitzky was not choking or aspirating water, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her rubbing her eyes like she had salt in her eyes, right?
I don't know how that would look. I mean, she would cry and then touch her eye, but
you don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, that's fair.
All right. And when she spoke to you, she wasn't having a raspy voice like she just gulped half a gallon of water or anything like that, right?
No.
You ever talk to people who gulp down water?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so it's pretty distinctive of the way they talk back to you, if they can even talk, right?
Depends on how recent it was.
It just happened 10, 15, 20 minutes before.
Oh, I don't think it would last that long.
Okay. Right away, you think it would affect them?
I would, yeah.
Then yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a single picture of the floaty or floaties that may have been in the water on the tower check boat?
No.
How come?
I didn't think about doing that.
You asked questions about, well, I'll move on with that. Never mind. Sorry. You remember, do you agree or disagree there's a very active current and tide on Lake Boca?
There is a current on the tidal. Or there is a tidal current in Lake Boca, yes.
A very active one. You agree with that?
I don't even know. What do you mean by that, I guess?
In other words, if you're swimming in there, it could affect you in the way the current's running, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Lake Boca is a lake, so it has tidal, it comes and goes, but it's not, like if you were in an ICW in a narrow channel, that would consider that as a very active tidal, but in the lake it kind of like slows down because of a bigger area. So it has tide, and it goes up and it goes down, but it's not a strong current like the smaller channels of that ICW.
Okay. Does it also depend on the time of day?
Yes.
Did you check it all to see that particular day how the current was going around 6 o'clock?
No.
Okay. You know what defensive wounds are?
Yes.
Did you ever see any defensive wounds on Mr. Goldberg?
I saw his knees. I believe no.
Well, let me start with this. Let me stop.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
What's a defensive wound in your mind?
It's a wound that somebody would have because they were defending themselves.
Okay. Could it also be a wound because they weren't defending themselves, they were attacking somebody, and somebody was defending themselves against the person who was attacking them? Could be either way, right?
That confused me. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm talking more in homicide talk, so let me kind of walk it back a little.
Okay.
In plain English, when you saw Mr. Goldberg, you didn't see any marks like somebody dug their nails in him, did you?
No.
Anywhere on his body, you didn't see that, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't see any signs that Mr. Goldberg had any mental illness, did you?
No.
Okay. And based on what the other officer told you in your observations, you believe he was able to validly waive his Miranda warnings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that even though he was under the influence of alcohol, he was not heavily intoxicated, meaning Mr. Goldberg?
I thought we already asked if he was intoxicated.
Heavily intoxicated.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's just such a broad word. I mean, he was drunk. More drunk than... the best way I could describe it would be he was... If I had to...
That's a simple question. You can explain that if you want. Would you agree that even though he was under the influence, he was not heavily intoxicated? And then you can explain all you want. If you can answer that question, please.
Did you just change the question?
The question is, would you agree?
Yeah.
Even though he was under the influence of alcohol, he was not heavily intoxicated.
That he was not heavily intoxicated. It's just such a broad term. I don't.
Let me show you. So you can't answer that
without an explanation.
Let me show you deposition.
Okay. Referring to page 65, lines 21 and 22, and you can read anything else before or after if you need to. You said line 22? 21 to 22, please. Okay, yes. Did I refresh your memory that he was not heavily intoxicated? Yes, he was not heavily intoxicated. Okay. But he was on a team. Sure. Sure. Thank you very much.
Very.
I don't know if the court has a record of defense work. It's like a still from Body Worn County.
I did, Your Honor.
Has it been admitted into evidence or?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So, we were referring to some stills from Officer Hamad's body worn. Can you take a look at these two photos?
Yes.
Do either of these photos look like they were what you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
Okay, could you lift up the photo and show it to the judge and point to him where you saw injuries?
Oh, right here.
And this was after the fact?
What do you mean?
This was after the investigation. You were able to review Officer Hamad's body worn and you were able to see these injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And
Does that states 2A and B?
this states 2A and B. And when you were reviewing her body worn camera, were you privy to, I guess, looking at things a little bit more slowed down?
Yes.
And were you able to kind of look at angles you may not have focused on primarily when you were speaking to her?
Yes.
How long would you estimate you spoke to Caroline Schwitzky?
Oh, on scene, on the boat, maybe a minute or two.
Okay, and barring her being probably 5 feet away from you while you're doing the rest of the investigation on that boat, how often were you looking at her?
Not very often.
So when you are trying to run an investigation like this, are you relying on your other officers to kind of make observations you may not be able to see?
Yes.
And in this case, was this something that you may not have seen on scene?
Yes.
Now, defense just talked a lot about how you didn't talk to anybody that knew Cole Goldberg that day. Did you talk to anybody that knew Caroline Schwitzky that day?
No.
Were all of these people, for all intents and purposes, independent witnesses?
Yes.
And when we say independent, is that because they are not with the defendant or the victim?
Yes.
They have no personal ties to anybody?
Yes.
Okay, further.
Very much, Officer. That's State, do you need additional witnesses or evidence presented?
At this time, the state rests.
State forward the rest of their case. Not going to make calling this was defense today. Like I said, I don't think I have that many matters in advance of this, so I think we will start back up at 9:30. You want to address any business now, or you want to address everything tomorrow at 9:30?
Judge, I don't have much experience doing non-juries, but I'm still going to move for a JOA at this point. But I don't have any argument because the court knows the law. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
The judge knows the law.
In the light most favorable to the non-moving party, I find the state has established a condemnation case of guilt such that I should hear from the defense on the respective non-judgment for the judgment of acquittal at the first stage. You'll have your witnesses ready tomorrow at 9:30. Do you all think that you would be able to rest your case tomorrow at 9:30?
I think so.
Right, sorry, 9:30. Tomorrow at the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you'll be able to go into closings tomorrow, or do you think that's more Thursday?
In all frankness, I think probably Thursday, but I don't know because
I'm not going to
the
catch up
civilians
back.
are going to be quick, so we might have a chance of doing closings tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see where we're at. I would imagine that Mr. Goldberg, if he chooses to testify, is going to be more of a lengthy witness. But other than that, we'll see where. I'm not going to pull the rug out from under you and make you do closings. So we'll see where we are since we have 4 days scheduled. Mr. Goldberg, tonight you'll have a chance to talk to your lawyers. You'll have a chance to talk to whoever you need to talk to. Just know that whenever the defense would like me to do it, we're at the end of their case. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to place you under oath and just ask you if you made a personal decision as to whether or not to testify. Just remember, at the end of the day, no matter what anybody tells you to, no matter what anybody tells you, the decision to testify or not testify is your own personal decision. And you'll make it and you'll testify if you want to testify. You won't testify if you don't want to testify. Okay? Yes, sir. All right. Anything else to address before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state.
No, thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Just for a copy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, the judgment of acquittal. He asked, and it was like I could barely hear the judge. It was like over in a blink of an eye, and it's over with. That was the fastest judgment of acquittal and denial I think I've ever seen. So anyway, the state rested. State rested. We heard from Anthony, who was an eyewitness. We heard from Lloyd, who was an eyewitness. We heard from Carolyn. She was the victim. We heard from 2 officers from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, Officer Pulaski and Officer Hudson. And that was about it. What a day, right? That was kind of a weird investigation from the police side. And I thought, at the beginning, I think the state in their opening said, well, FWC, Fish and Wildlife, they don't really do these kind of investigations, and I kind of looked it up and I'm like, yes, they have the authority to make arrests for serious felonies, including homicide, particularly when it occurs in the context of boating accidents or within the areas they patrol. So they usually make arrests while it's under the influence, so manslaughter. So for them to say that they didn't check any video, they didn't ask anybody for cell phone video, they didn't check any of the boats for video. They didn't check. They didn't ask. It sounds like they didn't really do a good investigation. I'm sorry, but it didn't seem like they didn't really do a good investigation on this. So, all right, we'll do a poll coming into tomorrow before we start. As you guys come in, we'll get a poll going tonight. Where do you stand? Did the state meet their burden? So after I end this, we'll get a poll going on the stream for tomorrow. Did the state meet their burden? Don't tell me now, or if you want, you can tell me now. But we'll get a poll going for you guys. So yeah, it seems like Linda, yeah. Well, that's kind of what the defense said at the beginning. They were like, yeah, they didn't really do a good job. And I can see why. They didn't really do a good job. Jenny, you were waiting for Red Solo Cups to come in. They did mention. Did you not hear that? Did you guys catch that? They did mention Red Solo Cups. I can't believe they did that. Hold on. A Red Solo Cup was offered by wife or sister. That came from, who was that? That was a redirect. Who was that? Oh, Alex. Oh, the boat owner. Oh man, he had a chip on his shoulder, right? He had it out for Cole. He did not like Cole. And maybe rightfully so. Maybe what he saw was Cole trying to drown Carolyn. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, Alex Tarapchik, he was the boat owner along with his wife. He was driving the boat. And under redirect, he said Carolyn was having trouble catching her breath. A Red Solo Cup was offered by either his wife or his sister. So Red Solo Cups did make it in. It did make it in. So yes, yeah, yep. They mentioned it. It was quick. So funny. All right, Red Solo Cup, you lift me up. It's time to party. Nice. All right, AWOL says, I wonder if the judge is at not guilty and didn't grant judgment of acquittal. If so, I don't like that. Maybe he is waiting to see if Cole testifies. Yes, Barry, it's a bench trial. Was Barry wondering? I think there's enough to let the jury find not guilty, enough to send it to the jury room, but not enough to convict. Yeah, it is a bench trial. It's a bench trial. Wizard says, it's at this point I like to ask myself, did the state make a solid case? Yep. Richard, have a good night. See you tomorrow. All right, you guys. Yeah, that's going to be about it. Dwayne, if you're watching, I'll show you Super Ball. She's looking out the window. Super Ball. Yo, Super Ball. What's up? Super Ball. Dwayne's calling you. Come say goodbye to Dwayne. Super Ball, come here. Come here, girl. Come here, Super Ball. Come say goodbye to Dwayne. Yeah, so good girl. Say goodbye to Dwayne. Yeah, say goodbye to Dwayne. Look up here. Hey, what's up here? Oh, meow, silent meow. What's over here? Say goodbye to Dwayne. Yeah, say goodbye to Dwayne. Dwayne's been with us all day. Say goodbye to Dwayne. And Sharon as well. Say goodbye. Say goodbye, Super Ball. You say goodbye? Meow, meow. 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 Can I get a meow? Meow. Meow. That's a good girl. All right. There you go. Grampy. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh, it's a Super Bowl. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. We're going to pick back up on day 3 and day 4. It's only a 4-day trial. So we're going to have a verdict tomorrow. So at the end of tomorrow, we're going to have a verdict. And we have our eyes on a new trial that's starting. They're still in jury selection. So we're going to be ready once that trial starts. We're going to jump on it. And so we have a new trial ready for you guys. Just waiting for jury selection to end. And thank you to our mods. Thank you to Erin for finding all the backstory. Erin found Carolyn's previous arrest, the Boca Bash. She was sending pictures of that as well. So thank you to our mods. Thank you to Erin, and thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll start up again at 8:45. 8:45. It's going to be about I think day 3 is about 6 hours, and then the verdict is only like a half hour. So we got about a six and a half hour stream for you guys tomorrow. So with that, have a wonderful evening. Make sure you do something positive for yourself and for the people that you love that are in your zone of being loved and loving. And just make sure you take care of yourselves, guys. All right. We will see you tomorrow with that. Bye.